Welcome to the 1 month sculpting challenge, where I will show you exactly how you can go from sculpting mush to making faces like you never thought would be possible in 1 month or less. And the most fun thing is I will do it without overwhelming anatomy, without medical terms. You are an artist, bro. You're not a doctor. So we will discard all of that fluff and instead focus on a workflow that is absolutely step by step and a method that you can just do for 1 hour a day. So as long as you practice for 1 hour a day, you can go from here to here in 30 days or less. And before you ask, who's this crazy guy making all of these wild promises? Let me tell you, bro, my name is Ishaq. And I have been struggling to learn sculpting for more than 5-6 years, bro. I was struggling. And for 6 years, bro, I was a 3D generalist in the mobile game company doing the complete pipeline from modeling to rendering to animation to the environments, props, everything, bro. I was making these crazy product renders and doing all of that stuff. And whenever I tried learning sculpting, it was just too difficult. So I continuously gave up, tried picking it up. Anatomy overwhelmed me. I even became a top rated freelancer on Upwork, but sculpting was something that I wasn't able to make sense of. And then in December 2023, I started practicing, grinding my ass off, trying different things, trying different doodles, and it was so painful, bro. Finally, now I am at a stage where I make characters that inspire me, and I'm at a place where not only do I have results for myself, but I have also helped so many other artists finally get results in as little as 9, 15, 14, 20. You can see all of these amazing results here, where the students started, where are they now, and just a sea of results of students. So this method works, bro. So many of these were overwhelmed with anatomy. You can see here, Henry was struggling for 5 years, but in 13 days, this is what he sculpted. So I break it down in the easiest way possible, and I'm giving that way to you for free in this course. I personally believe that sculpting shouldn't be this difficult, as much as difficult as it may outside, with these overwhelming diagrams, complex anatomy stuff. You don't need that, bro. You don't need that. And all of these results are proof that you don't need all of that information. But if you want to get results like this in 30 days or less, there are just a few rules that we have that you need to follow. If you do not follow these rules, you will not get results. And what are the rules that we have? The first rule that we have is do not be a Jerry. Don't be a Jerry. I hate Jerrys. And what is the Jerry, you may ask? A Jerry is someone who does not have time to sculpt. But funny enough, he has an hour to jerk off in the toilet. He has an hour to scroll on social media. He has 5 hours to play Fortnite with his boys. But the only thing he does not have time for is sculpting. He's not accountable at all. And to that person, I would say, bro, if you play with this stick as much as you play with the stick between your legs, you'll be an artist. It's really that simple. You have time, you just do not know yet. And I will also break every single limiting belief on why these Jerrys do not get results and how we can avoid being them and how we can get results. So the first thing is they say, oh, bro, I don't have time. But then they have time to edge in the toilet. They have time for social media. They have time for all of that. But we will make time. And all we need is just 1 hour a day. A Jerry is someone who throws blame around. It's never his fault, bro. It's never his fault. The instructor sucks. It's not his fault. It's not his fault he plays video games. It's not his fault he procrastinates. It's not his fault, bro. It's not his fault that he jumps tutorials. It's not his fault that he practices deliberately. He just practices whatever comes to his mind, makes one new reference, one new sculpt from something that he sees on Pinterest, and then it's not his fault, bro. It's not his fault. So Jerry is someone who just constantly throws blame around. He's not accountable at all. He skips lesson. So in this course, I will show you step by step on how to proceed to the next level. And the only thing that I have, bro, is you do not proceed to the next level unless you get results with the previous one. But a Jerry would be like, hey man, I know it sucks at sculpting the nose, but let me watch the course first. Let me see how he makes the eyes. And then I promise, bro, I'll come back and sculpt the nose. That never ever happens. A Jerry is someone who skips lesson, and in the process, he just wastes all of that time. A Jerry also avoids discomfort. Whenever things get uncomfortable, he thinks that, okay, bro, this is not working. I think I should give up. I should try finding another tutorial. I should try finding another course. And he just absolutely avoids discomfort. But I want to tell you, bro, that discomfort is the only true sign of growth. Name me one occasion, one experience in your life where you experienced growth, but it was comfortable. Never. Even something as driving a car. The first time you ever drove a car, bro, you were conscious about the mirrors. You were constantly checking the side mirrors. Am I pressing the pedal right? My hands on the steering wheels, are they right? And if you drove a manual car, you're just constantly thinking about, oh bro, I don't want to stall the car. Anything that you do in life, it's never comfortable. So please do not expect that this course is super, super comfortable. I promise you that this will be the easiest path. And let me tell you something, bro. There's immense pleasure in the characters that I sculpted here. There's immense pleasure here. But when I was practicing, it wasn't comfortable. It's uncomfortable to go through repetitions. I warn you, there will be repetitions in this course. You will have to practice the same level. For example, the level 1, you have to practice how to block out a face before you can add the proportions. And maybe, of course, bro, everyone wants to sculpt the face directly, but that will not happen. And in that moment, you have to embrace that discomfort. That discomfort is a sign that you are growing. If you just go about and practice the face like you want to have fun, you're not going to get results, bro. That comfort is exactly why you have been stuck in the same place for I don't know how long. Maybe years, maybe a few months. It was years for me. That comfort destroys you. So a Jerry is someone who avoids discomfort. But I want to tell you, bro, if you feel discomfort, if you feel a bit stressed when you're learning, it's a sign that you are learning. It's not a sign that you're not learning. It's not a sign that it's not working. It's a sign that you are learning. Embrace it. I promise this is how you will get results. Jerry is also someone who relies on motivation. He thinks, oh bro, I'm motivated today. And then he sculpts for 4 or 5 hours. And then he gets exhausted. And the next day when he's not motivated, he won't sculpt. And motivation, I want to convince you, I want to brainwash you, I want to hypnotize you into thinking that motivation is a myth. I want you to believe that motivation does not exist. Motivation is a myth, bro. When we go to our bosses for work, when it's time to go for school and you don't feel like it, you still go there. You still do things that you don't want to for other people. You suck it up for them. So I believe that you can suck it up for yourself, bro. 100%. There were so many times when I was recording this course that I did not feel like recording, but I still did, because if I don't do it, no one else is going to do it for me. If you're not motivated to sculpt the characters, to learn this, it does not matter. You still have to do it regardless whether you feel like it or you don't. You need to realize that the modern era that we live in, with our brains absolutely rotten and attention spans shorter than 4 seconds, I believe so many Jerrys have already clicked off this video because I'm giving you all of this golden information here. But they're like, no, bro, this guy is talking about stuff and it's making me uncomfortable. He's showing me the mirror. I don't want to see this mirror, bro. So maybe I should just click off. And I swear, bro, so many people have already clicked off. And that is because they are constantly relying on motivation. A lot of times we do not have to be motivated. We just have to perform regardless of whether we feel like it or we don't. You need to realize that the modern era we live in and our brain's absolutely rotten, bro. What was the point that I was going to make? Let me think about it just a sec. Yeah, sorry about that. So our brains are absolutely rotten. And what our brain convinces us to do most of the time is to do nothing. That is why you procrastinate. And you find some truth in it, don't you? Most of the times what you feel like doing is doing nothing. And you won't be motivated to work on this all the time. If we can suck it up and go to work, whether we feel like it or we don't, we can learn how to sculpt. If we can suck it up, go to school, whether we feel like it or we don't, we can suck it up and learn how to sculpt in Blender, because that is something that we are passionate about. Why is it? I don't understand why for Jerry's, the only time that they need comfort is when it's time to work on their own thing. The only time that they seek motivation is when it's time to work on their goals. And hence they never learn. So motivation is a myth. Instead, we just need to block out 1 hour every single day that we will show up and just perform this course. Just watch this course, bro. Everything is time-stamped. Everything is laid out for you. So all you have to do is to perform. That is it, bro. Also, what a Jerry does is a Jerry constantly looks for shortcuts. He thinks that, oh wow, the length of this course is so long. Let me find that 15-minute tutorial that teaches me everything. Let me find that magic tutorial that's 10 minutes long and will teach me everything. And in the pursuit of that shortcut, he will spend years, but he won't commit to this course, which is a few hours long. This course is literally the answer. You've already been struggling for months, bro. And I promise that I will get you results in as little as a month or less. If you follow this course, is this not a shortcut? Is this not the magic tutorial, the magic video that you were looking for? I have given you all of the answers inside this course, but I'm showing you all of these amazing results, and results do not lie. Results don't lie, bro. All of these amazing results here, But still, a Jerry, what he's going to do is he's going to try and find that magic. He's still going to watch that 15-minute tutorial. How to sculpt a face. The only tutorial that you need to watch. How, bro? How is that possible? I want you to know, bro, that this course is the shortcut. This is the shortcut. People spend years trying to figure this out. But I'm promising results in 1 month or less if you commit to this. If you follow these rules, bro, if you do not be a Jerry, I promise you will get results. So that is rule number 1. Do not be a Jerry. The rule number 2 is that you just set a time to sculpt every day, at least 1 hour. And if you have job, if you go to school, if you go to university, and when you come back, you're exhausted, just get up early, bro. When I was learning how to sculpt, I had a full-time job. I was freelancing on Upwork. I showed you here. I was also freelancing outside Upwork. So I was busy. I'm married. I have a wife. I have my family. I have to spend time with them. And I'm a family guy, bro. So I love spending time with the family. And I have to balance everything. The only way I could do it was I got up every morning at 5 a.m. consistently and gave 1 hour of sculpting time to myself, because this is what I was passionate about. This is what I wanted to learn. So I kept doing it. This was the only way I could make time. So if this really means enough to you, if this is really your dream, like you say, a lot of people say, oh bro, sculpting means the world to me, but then they can't even make 1 hour to sculpt. How is that possible? It's not possible. If you can put the world ahead of you, if you can make time for everything else other than your dreams, bro, you're hopeless. You're hopeless. You're a Jerry. I'm sorry. This course is not for you. Please do not watch this. Please do not waste your time here. Try finding something else. This will not work for you. If you just cannot commit 1 hour every single day, this is not for you. Okay? So just put out 1 hour every single day that you can do this, because this means to you, you are watching this course. I've already gotten the results. I've already gotten my students' results. If you want results, you have to put in 1 hour every single day, bro. That is all the requirement. Look at your phone screen time. And look at how many hours you spend on social media. How many hours do you spend on your phone? And you're telling me you cannot squeeze in 1 hour for yourself? For something that you are passionate about? I don't think so, bro. You're not a Jerry. Okay, so don't be a Jerry. And lastly, what I would recommend is that you share your work. If you're inside the community, amazing. If you're watching this on YouTube, do join the community. Over there, what we have is we have a community. And why would you want to share? I have seen time and time again that the people who get the best results are the ones who share their work. They make some progress, they share it inside the community. Let me show you the community. So this is our community. And the people who share their progress, people who share their work are the ones who get the best results. I promise you, I'm not kidding with you. That is because they hold themselves accountable, they inspire others, and every day they show up. It makes them accountable. They just share results. They just share whatever they practice today. They share it with the other community. Not only does that hold you accountable, but it also inspires others. The community is a movement that we do together. When you inspire others, they inspire you. That is the best thing. Also, every week I go live on the channel where I go through the community and I share feedback for the posts that are made here. Oh my God. Yeah, for the posts that are made here. So if you want feedback, when you do share your work, I will also give you feedback that will tell you exactly what to do to improve. And lastly, what I would recommend is help the people who are behind you. And it has two benefits. One is you contribute to the community, you contribute to the sculpting community, and you help others who are behind you. The other benefit is a bit selfish, and that is when you help others, when you share the lesson that you learn with others who are behind you, you reinforce those concepts inside your brain as well. Teaching other people is one of the best ways to learn. When you tell someone the mistakes that you made, those mistakes are on the forefront of your mind, and the next time you're sculpting, you don't make those mistakes. This is one of the best ways. So I would highly recommend you share your work. This is not a rule, but it is optional, and there's immense benefit to it. My goal with this course is I want to help 2,000 artists by the end of this year. We already at 400. I will judge this by the community size that we have here. So I've already helped 400 people. I just want to help 2,000 members by the end of this year. So if you want results, bro, everything is literally laid out for you step by step. All you have to do is to just give me this 1 month, and I promise you, I will drag you across this course and I will get you these results within 1 month or less. The only thing you have to do is to follow these rules. Just do not be a Jerry. Don't be a Jerry. And if you do that, if you just follow this course and do exactly as I tell you, I promise within a month, you will have results. And this is a big promise, bro. I'm putting all of my credibility on the line. I'm super confident that this works. And by the end of this, if it does not work, comment that I'm a fraud. But if it does work, then you have to promise me that you will give me, you will share your thoughts about this course as well. All right. So good luck. I am super excited for you. And yeah, without any further ado, let's just begin. Here's the fist bump. What I'm about to show you will actually blow your mind, and I will reveal exactly how my students, how I am able to get them results in such a quick time at warp speed, and I'm just going to give it away to you. Okay, so are you ready, bro? I'm going to blow your mind. So imagine that you're sitting for an examination, okay? And this is the book that you have to memorize. This is the book that the exam questions are going to be from. Now, you could spend the entire night, I don't know, bro, weeks memorizing, preparing for that exam. But the unfair thing about an exam is that when the exam happens, bro, it doesn't ask you all of the questions inside the book. It doesn't require all of the information. Your exam might require 20% of the knowledge that was inside the book. It doesn't ask you every individual thing, does it? Now, imagine a scenario where you are preparing for the exam with this book. You are preparing the whole syllabus. Or imagine this situation where I just give you the question sheet. So whatever the questions are going to be in the exam, I give it to you. I reveal the questions that you need for the exam. And then you just memorize a few pages that have the answers to that question. How much time do you think you would have saved if I gave you the question sheet, if I gave you the answer sheet? Done. So much effort, so much time that would have not been wasted, right? This principle is the Pareto's principle. Okay, the Pareto's principle tells us that 20% of your effort produces 80% result, and vice versa is also true, where 80% of your efforts will only produce 20% results. Let me give you some examples so that you can understand this better. And this principle is universal, by the way. So I'm having this conversation with you right now. I'm making this video. I'm speaking in the English language. The English language has over 1 million words, and we don't use 1 million words in day-to-day conversation. We only use about 20% vocabulary for 80% conversations. Even less, bro. Even less. I think we only use about 20,000 words, which is 2%, 0.2%. I don't know. Out of 1 million. But you see here, does that make sense? You use Blender. Blender has so many tools, so many operations. You only use 20% tools 80% of the times. Blender has 1 million shortcuts. I don't know, bro. It has so many shortcuts. You only use 20% for 80% of your projects. Let me give you some more examples. You have so many clothing in your wardrobe. You only wear 20% of your clothing 80% of the time. And this principle blows your mind, bro. Does it not? So the cool thing about this, you can apply this to education. You can apply this to when you are learning how to sculpt in Blender. The problem right now is that majority creators, they focus on the 80% stuff that is only getting you a measly 20% results. They're focusing on this anatomy, the sternocleidomastoid, and serratus anterior, all of these fancy names just to sound cool at the cost of your learning, at the cost of your overwhelm. So they mention all of these things, these bones and these muscles and these cartilages and these skeletons. You have to learn the medical names, and then you're trying celebrity sculpts, you're trying stylized sculpts, you're trying to light and render things just to improve your presentation, and you think all of this is important if you want to learn to make good characters. No. You are an artist. You're not a doctor. The only things that you need is you want to have a good grip over the genetic proportions. You just need to learn how to observe shapes and forms. The name of these muscles are irrelevant, bro. You just need a good grip on the fundamentals. Out of 600 muscles and 206 bones in the body, you just need a few muscle groups. And you don't even need to know their names, just their shapes and forms. And instead of practicing mindlessly where you're sculpting a new concept every single day, you just have to practice deliberately on the area that you know that needs to be worked on. An example of this, let me give you, is, for example, when we're learning how to sculpt the skull, what Jerry's do is Jerry's, they make skull this detail, they make all of these cracks, they have holes. So the actual skull has holes, you can see through it. It has holes over here as well, and then they add a mesh here, perform booleans. I don't know how they're going about this, but they are wasting hours and hours and hours trying to sculpt something like this. Whereas what we will be doing is we will just learn the skull that is necessary to understand the face. Because why are we learning the skull in the first place? Why are we learning the skull? So that we can understand the face. A lot of the things about the skull is what influences the shape of the face, and we only learn it to that extent. But Jerry's, bro, they are making skulls this detailed, they don't even know how to sculpt, but they think, oh bro, I have to practice sculpting. This instructor, I saw his instructor online, he said that you have to learn about the skull. So he opens up this random references, downloaded this model, and then bro, he's practicing, I don't know, adding all of these crazy details, making the teeth, making all of these sinuses and these cracks and these pores and these holes, and the skull is looking at him like yeah, the skull is laughing at you, bro, because you're wasting your time. You only need 20% knowledge to get 80% results. When you're learning how to make the face, bro, this is what people do. They suck at making this face. They suck at the basics. And what they do is they're adding pose to the character. They're adding texture to that character. They're lighting it. They're rendering it. And then they're thinking, oh, wow, bro, why am I not learning? Dumbass, because you're focusing on the 80% stuff, only giving you 20% results. That is why it takes you such a long time. Whereas when we focus our attention, just like I told you, bro, in that examination, if you knew the answer sheets, you would have saved so much effort and time. I am giving you away all of that. I'm giving away all of that. I'm telling you the 20% stuff that you need to get 80% results. That is why my students get results the way that they do, bro. That is why we produce such insane results. Like all of these results that you can see here. Okay, so instead of learning how to make every variation of the skull, the differences, you want to know that the Jerry focuses on the details. The details are worth shit if you do not know how to make a good base, bro. What I want you to realize is, imagine this poop here. Okay, so imagine that this poop here, if I add flowers to this poop, no matter how much I decorate this poop, even if I gold plate, it's still a piece of shit, bro. The same thing goes for sculpting. If this base sucks, if you do not make a good face, and then you're adding pose on it, and then you're lighting it, and then you're adding colors to it, it does not make a difference. It is still a shitty sculpt. So the only thing that we need to be focusing on is this. We don't have to add the pose. We don't have to add the every single thing. And to make this face, we don't need to learn about every variation of the skull. We don't need to learn about the muscles of the face. We don't need to know all of these things over here. Obiculus orculi temporalis, the obiculus oris, the risorius, the mentalis. Nah, bro, you do not need all of this information. You are an artist, and this is why anatomy is made so overwhelming. This was my biggest hurdle when I was learning, bro. And a lot of these creators, why they do this is because they want to sound cool. They want to sound professional. Oh yeah, look at me. I'm saying all of these fancy names. I think they get a boner when they say all of these names. Oh, the sternocleidomastoid. And then their sternocleidomastoid rises. It does not make sense, bro. And personally, I do not care. I don't care. I don't care about being that professional artist who knows all of these names. I don't want to say these names, bro, because I can say big names. Anyone can say big names. But what I value is, do I get you results? Do I make this easier for you? Do I actually allow you to understand these things? Another example that I can give you is, imagine that there's a person who's trying to memorize these maps. He's like, oh yeah, the treasure is 90 degrees south and 20 degrees north, and then he's memorizing all of these maps, all of the intricate details. Or instead, what he can do is he can just learn how to read a map. So instead of memorizing all of these maps, he just learns how to read the map once, and then he can read any map in the world. The same thing, the English example that I gave you, we only use, bro, a few words, a bit of grammar, and we can strike a conversation with anyone. We can read anything, we can learn anything. That unlocks English for you. But imagine if there's a person who says, yeah, I want to learn English, bro, and you throw the dictionary at his face and yeah, memorize this, bro. It does not make any sense. The same thing happens for sculpting. You get this advice, this generic advice, hey bro, practice more. And then you're wondering, okay, I should practice, but where should I start? Where do I start? You download different random references, you try different things, it does not work. You try this face and the other face and another face and another face, and then you're just spending more and more time, and you do not get results, and then you get overwhelmed, and then you give up, and then you get demotivated, bro, this is not working. This is a very dangerous advice, bro, and people throw it around so casually. Practice more. But what do I practice? That is the difference between practicing and deliberate practice. Deliberate practice requires you to focus on the things that you know you are weak in, and allows you to improve. That is why I've broken down the course in the simplest way possible, bro. Everything over here is absolutely step by step. Okay, so everything is laid out for you. All you have to do is to just perform with me. And I promise you, bro, you just practice the way that I tell you. I will give you exactly what to practice. I tell you when to move to the next video. You practice this way, I promise you will get results. And the reason we get such insane results is because we focus on the Pareto's principle. Instead of learning how to make every variation of the face, every variation of the skull, all of these different ethnicities and these different features, what we do is we just get a really good grip over the generic proportions, over the fundamentals, over the base that you actually require. And I promise, bro, when you understand this, when you understand this face this one face, you learn to sculpt it really, really good. I promise everything else just becomes so much easier. Just like English, bro, you're going to memorize a million words. A person who wants to learn English can memorize a million words and still not have a conversation with anyone. But if you just give him a few words that we use in the day-to-day conversation, a bit of grammar, he can talk to anyone. He can learn anything. He can deepen his knowledge as much as he wants. And all he needed to unlock that potential was a few words and a bit of grammar. A person who does not understand English will have trouble reading this. And then he cannot identify the different handwritings. But since you understand the English alphabet, you can identify this is an A, this is an A, this is A. All of these are A's, just written in a different handwriting. The same thing will happen with sculpting. You learn how to make skull good once, and then you can understand the skulls that you see online. You understand this one face really, really well. The other faces become so much easier. This is why we practice with the Pareto's principle. We're not Jerry's here, bro. We don't waste our time. Time is precious. Time is money. And I value your time. I don't care about my image of being the unprofessional artist who does not take all of these fancy names. I don't care, bro. My only concern is that I want to get your results. That is what I care about. And that is what this course is all about. So Bruce Lee said, bro, I fear not the man who practiced 10,000 kicks once, but I fear the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times. The same thing applies here, bro. We don't want to waste our time on this garbage over here, spend years trying to learn all of this, and it does not make sense. Instead, we just focus on the 20% things that get us 80% results. You will be able to sculpt easily. You will be able to understand all of this, and you can deepen your knowledge as much as you want. But this is the foundation that you need, and I will help you build that. Another thing that I want you to know, Einstein said insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different outcome, expecting different results. That is insanity. And Jerry's are insane, bro, because they're doing these things over and over again, over and over again, over and over again, jumping tutorials, jumping courses, jumping references, jumping sculpts, bro. I don't know, they're just wasting so much of their time. And I understand this because I was in a similar place, bro. That is why I only focus on the things that actually help you move the needle. Instead of being insane and doing things you've already tried, these things, they have not worked, give this thing a chance. You want to know, bro, when you're practicing like 90% sculptors out there, 90% students out there who are trying to understand sculpting, you will get the results like the 90%. And 90% people are struggling. When you are following the masses, bro, when you're following the masses, the M is silent. You're basically following the asses. So if you want results like the 10%, the results that I showed you here, within a month, bro, you have to practice like them as well. So this method of practice has already produced results. You've seen all of these results. If you want results like this, bro, you have to follow the way that these guys have practiced. But if you want to struggle like everyone else, then you follow this way. This principle blows your mind. And this is the difference between practicing for years versus just practicing for 1 month and getting the results that you want. Okay, I hope this has completely switched away, and I hope that this has made you excited, because this course is exactly designed in that way, where it will get you results with the minimum effort required. Just 1 hour a day, watch this course, practice deliberately, and you will get results, I promise you. This should have you excited. This should have you really fired up to begin. So without any further ado, jump on to the next video, and I will see you there. Here's a fist bump. Now, before we deep dive and I show you how to sculpt in Blender, I just want you to do this exercise. So what I want you to do is to just sculpt ahead to the best of your ability. And what I call this is, I call this the level 0. So I want you to sculpt the head, the level that you are at right now. And the reason that I want you to do this, bro, is because you want something to look back at the end of this challenge, because you will be blown away by the results that you get. And just having something to look back at will help you feel that progress, will make you proud. So this is where I started. This is my level 0, and these are some of my recent projects that I made this year. And another thing, the reason that I want you to sculpt level 0 is you see all of these amazing results and you must say, oh wow, Fab, you got results in 9 days. I also have to get results in 9 days. Oh wow, Frank got results in 14 days. I also have to get results in 14 days. I want you to realize, bro, that none of the people here are your competition. Your true competition is yourself, and your level 0, that is your competition. As long as you are sculpting something that is better than this, that looks better than this, as long as you're beating yourself, as long as you are a better artist than what you were yesterday, you are on a good path. You don't have to compare your work to anyone else, bro. I used to go online and I saw these amazing creators and I thought, oh bro, I can never compete with them, and it demotivated me instead of inspiring me. The reason was I just had this wrong competition, and the only time that I truly saw progress was when I shut off all competition and I just saw this. So whenever I felt, bro, this is not working, I would just look at my level 0 and be like, no man, I didn't know how to do this at all, but now I don't know how to block out a face. I know how to make some features. It's bad, but it's not that bad. I am able to sculpt something that looks better. And this is why you also want to sculpt your level 0. Okay, this is your true competition. This is what you want to beat. So do this exercise and download the files that are linked below. And as they are downloading, just finish this exercise, sculpt ahead to the best of your ability, and I promise this is something that you won't regret. I regret not having the 3D model for this model. I wish I had it so we could spin it around, roast it, but I don't have it. You have that opportunity. So do that level 0 right now. You will thank yourself later. Okay? Do it right now. Okay, now we will be going over the basic proportions of the face and how do they relate with the skull. The proportions are extremely important, and the reason being, bro, you can have the best features, you can sculpt features perfectly, but if the proportions suck, you will end up with something that looks like an alien, definitely. Okay, so it is the same face. The only thing I changed is the proportions, and the proportions are important, bro, because if you mess up the proportions in the beginning, you can sculpt the most beautiful eyes, the best nose, the best mouth, but if the proportions are off, it will be bad. And why, Ishaq, why are we drawing this? Why are we practicing in 2D? You said that 80-20 principle and I want to learn sculpting. Why am I drawing? That is a fair question. That is a very good question. You're very smart to be thinking that. Let me tell you. So I heard someone say, and it was very wise, and says that I personally thought that the best way to learn is by making mistakes. But the other person corrected me, said the best way to learn is to learn from others people's mistakes. Don't repeat their mistakes. And that's really good advice. But when it comes to sculpting and art in general, bro, we have to make our own mistakes. The way that you're going to learn proportions is by making mistakes. And just imagine this scenario. You're sculpting a face, and right now you don't even know how to do it. So if you try sculpting a face, it's going to take hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. I don't know how long. It's going to take a really long time. And after those 4 hours, will you have the opportunity to look at your sculpt, analyze your mistakes, and fix them? Now, this is going to take so long, but this is going to take you days just to practice proportions, because you're sculpting a whole face, finding those mistakes, correcting those mistakes, and it's just a very long process. Like I told you, bro, the way that you learn art, sculpting, is by making mistakes. It's similar to swimming, bro. You can't watch other people swim like, oh, wow, he swings his arms really nice. Oh, nice. No, you can't learn how to swim, bro. If you stand there for a whole month, you still can't learn how to swim. You have to get in the pool. You have to get wet, and then you will learn how to swim. The same thing goes for sculpting. You have to get your hands dirty, and drawing is just a quicker way of failing at that. It literally takes 5 minutes to sketch your face. By the end of this video, you might only have to repeat this exercise 3 or 4 times, and boom, bro, proportions will no longer be a problem for you. So, and I told you, bro, proportions are crucial. They are absolutely the building block of your sculpt. If you mess them up, you can make the best features, but it won't look nice. So proportions is something you should have a very strong grip on. And the way that you get that grip is by failing quicker, learning quicker. That is why we are drawing. So you can use any drawing application. I have included this file. Let me also let me also just show you a trick, by the way. Just a sec, bro. I should have loaded this up, but forgive me for not doing it. Let me show you. Okay, so you can use any drawing application that you have. If you don't have a drawing application, you can do this on pen and paper. If you don't have pen and paper, I saw one student and he blew my mind. What he did was he imported the skull image over here, and then he practiced here with the grease pencil. So he was practicing with the grease pencil, and I thought that's absolutely genius. Like where there's a will, there's a way, bro. So If you have a drawing application, use drawing application, any drawing application. If you have pen and paper, use pen and paper. But if you if you don't have that, just open it up in Blender and practice there. Okay, so I'm using Photoshop. What I will do is I will add the symmetry line here, and let's begin drawing, shall we? Okay, perfect. Let me switch to my tablet. Here we go. And what you want to know is that the skull, the face is very close to the skull. This part is really bony around the skull, so we just follow the shape of the skull for the top of the head. Over here we come about here, and then we go straight down, then we follow the shape of the jaw, and then we follow the shape for the chin. Over here, let me just quickly show you, we do not do this. Okay, we do not do this because we have some chewing muscles over here, and they may build up that volume for us here. So we just draw something straight like this, and then yeah, this is the basic shape of the face. What you want to know about the face is that the first proportion that I'm going to tell you is draw a line from the top and draw a line here, draw a line to the bottom. About middle of the face right here is where the eyes are going to be. Okay, so about the middle, this is where the eyes are. And on the skull, you can see that this is also where the orbit is. So about here is where the eyes would be. So somewhere in the middle here would be eyes. And bro, you do not need to be a 2D artist for this. You can suck at drawing. I suck at drawing. It doesn't matter. The point is that we're just trying to practice our proportions. And the important thing about when making the eyes is let me make them first so I can tell them later. Why did I undo them? Is whatever the width of the eyes that you have here, this width should be the width that you have in between them. Okay, so just try to have a similar width. Let me also make the eyes like this. So just make any generic eyes, bro. It doesn't matter. Make an almond. So just make an almond here, and then here would be the pupils. Okay, just make the pupils somewhere here in the middle. I suck at drawing. It doesn't matter. You can suck at drawing too. Okay, the point is we're just practicing proportions. We don't want to make mangas after this. Over here would be the brow. So the eyebrows here. So just draw the eyebrows. A bit above the eyes is where the eyebrows would be. And from the eyebrows down, so this is the second proportion that I'm going to tell you. From where the eyebrow ridge is, where the eyebrow area of the skull is, or where the eyebrows of your character is, down from there, draw a straight line to the chin. Let me draw it here. Around the middle of that is where would be the bottom of the nose. Okay, so this is where the bottom of the nose would be. And how wide is the nose? Generically, they are around the corners of the eye. Okay, so this is where the nose would be, and I'm just making the bottom of them just something like this, and that would be it. That is how I'm drawing the nose. Okay, so that is the bottom of the nose. The third proportion you want to know is that over here, from the bottom of the nose to the bottom of the chin, the middle of that is the bottom of the lips. The bottom. A lot of people confuse this with the center of the lips, and then the whole face looks, the mouth looks really down. It looks bad. This is the bottom of the lips, the bottom. Okay, so you make the bottom here, and somewhere here would be the crease of the mouth. So the crease is just a very subtle M shape, this M shape, and then the top of the lip is another M shape. Okay, this one is a bit more prominent. So this M shape is the top of the lips. How wide are the lips? Generically, always take generic proportions with a grain of salt. Every face is unique. Every person is unique. All sorts of proportions exist, bro. But when we're learning, we just use generic proportions to build our understanding. Okay, they are about the middle of the pupils. So about this is how wide the mouth is. Okay, really simple stuff. So let me disable the skull, and you can see we just have a generic face. About here we have the temple line, so we need to add the temple lines here. Over here you will also see the way the cheekbone is. You will see just a subtle contour that goes across the face like this. Okay, so that is it. This is our generic face. It doesn't have to look pretty. It's okay. Over here we also have a dip. Okay, so this dip happens around the mouth. I have a mustache, but you definitely get it. The dip that happens around the mouth. Let me show you in the sculpt. So this thing, okay, it's almost as wide as the bridge of the nose, and also where this dip happens. So you can see this dip, okay, this shape. That is also where the mouth peaks. So this is almost the highest point of the lips as well. Okay, so this line here is also the highest point for the lips. That is the front view. Simple. What about the side view? So let's cover the side view. The side view is also really simple. We just follow the shape of the head like this, and we go down about where the eyes are. About where the eyes are is where we start to see the head tilt and the neck begins. Okay, sometimes it can be a bit below, sometimes it can be a bit high. So but about here is where it happens on average. Okay, perfect. We have this dip on the side, and this is where we have the nose. So this point right here is also where sometimes you might see a bump on the nose. Okay, so you see the nose and the nose points out. The nose on people can be pointing upwards like this. Sometimes it can be pointing downwards like this. But what we're going to do is we're just going to do something in the middle. Okay, about here. And a really important detail of the nose is that people make the nose like this and then they begin the face. This is so wrong, bro. The nose is almost half inside, half outside. So the nose really goes deep inside the face. You can even see on my face, okay? The nose is not on the surface. It actually goes inside the face. So always make the nose like this. Also the nostril, you can almost see it halfway inside, halfway outside. That's the nose. Here you will see the lips, and it follows the same proportions obviously. So somewhere in the middle here would be the bottom of the lip. Right here would be the bottom of the lip. So we have the upper lip here. The upper lip curves inwards. Let me not cover the teeth. Oh yeah, they will cover the teeth. Of course they will cover the teeth. Okay, so here we have the upper lip about here. Then we have the lower lip down here. Then we have this dip for the chin. This dip. And then we have the chin itself. Okay, and then we go like this. Perfect. So here you can complete the lips like this. And the lower lip as well. An important thing to notice about the lips is that the upper lip is ahead of the lower lip. Okay, the lips form this angle. This is really, really important. The upper lip should be ahead of the lower lip. In some cases, it can be on the same line, or in very rare occasions, usually this happens if someone has a jaw problem, bad jaw structure, then the lip is like this. The lower lip is ahead of the upper lip, but generically the upper lip will always be ahead of the lower lip. Okay, and another thing you want to check is how deep is the mouth. So it almost lines up somewhere behind the nose. And let's make the eyes. Okay, so halfway would be the eyes. You want to know that the eyes are way inside the skull. Okay, so this orbit of the eye, they are pretty inside. They are somewhere about here. The eyes are here. So we make the eyes, and similarly enough, the eyes also have this shape where the upper eyelid is ahead of the lower eyelid, and the eyes also make this sort of an angle. Okay, so that is important. We have the eyes here, and yeah, you can see that the lip is almost in line with the pupil of the eye. Sometimes it's in line with the mouth, sometimes it's in line somewhere in between. All sorts of variation exist, but since it's just a generic face, just try pulling them about the eye of the line of the pupil of the eye. A very important detail to notice over here as well. People make this like this, and then they make the neck. This is so wrong, so wrong. Look at my neck. Okay, I have this flesh hanging below my neck. It's not a straight line up. So we also need to add this thing here. Okay, so this flesh hanging straight, and almost halfway. So you see this length, almost halfway this length is where the Adam apple starts. Is where the neck starts to go in. So you can see. This is happening almost halfway the length of my face at this point. Perfect. And it forms this very subtle triangle shape. Okay, so this triangle shape happens over there as well. Oh, let's also cover the ears. I almost forgot the ears. The ears, they are like a C shape, and they're somewhere in between the eyebrows and the bottom of the nose. So somewhere here would be the ears. Just make a C shape, something that curves, goes up, curls back in, and then curves back up. This going back up is really important. And I kid you not, bro, drawing the ears is difficult than sculpting the ears, at least for me. So I'll just draw something like this. Okay, don't have to be perfect. We're just practicing the proportions. So just draw anything. Just draw the C shape. Doesn't matter. From the side, where are the ears? The proportion of the ears is important from the side. So they are almost halfway the whole length of the face. You can see on my face, almost halfway. Ignore the nose, but overall they're almost halfway. So here would be the nose. Or another really easy proportion is right behind the jaw. So you see the jaw here, right behind it where the ear would be. And like I told you, it's somewhere in the middle of the eyebrow and the nose. So let's just make the ear somewhere here. Okay, C shape, goes down and then curves back up. Let's draw the ear. Yeah, I'll just draw something like this. I don't know how to draw an ear, bro. I suck at this. So let's check. This is the basic proportion of the face. Okay, let me draw the eyebrows over here. And as long as you can draw this, you're good to go, bro. And I told you, bro, this takes only 5 minutes. So let me do a quick sketch for the head. And let me quickly revise everything for you as well. So let's disable symmetry. The top of the head is a bit round, follows almost the shape of the skull. Then it goes straight down. So straight down here. And then it curves in for the jaw. And then we have this flat area for the chin. Okay. I'm just freehanding this. So you see here, somewhere in the middle of this length, so whatever this length is, this here, somewhere in the middle, about here, would be where the eyes are. So I'll just draw the eyes. Okay, just draw almonds. Make sure that the eyes are almost one eye width apart. So I'll draw the other eye here. Yep, somewhere here. Draw the pupils in the center. So drawing the pupils, the iris of the eye. Perfect. A bit above the eyes, of course, we have the eyebrows. So let's draw the eyebrows. And I don't know why I'm drawing this at a bit of a diagonal, but it doesn't matter. Okay. So from the eyebrows down to the chin, somewhere in the middle here would be the nose. And the nose is almost as wide as the corner of the eyes. So here, I'll just draw this for the nose. Really easy. Somewhere in the middle here would be the bottom of the lip. The bottom of the lip. This is the bottom, so the crease would be up here. It's almost like a subtle M shape. So very subtle M shape. The top is a more prominent M shape. And I'll shade this. Here, about here, I'll just draw this contour for the face. We have the temple line up here somewhere. And the ear will be somewhere between the eyebrows and the nose. So see, bro, I suck at drawing, but this is how easily you can practice the proportions. Imagine this taking you trying to learn this in 3D, and it takes you hours to do it. You just have to practice this. So what I want you to do is to just follow along with me, try this with me. And then after that, just do not watch this video, sketch over the skull, try it on your own, and then keep trying until you get somewhere 80-90% accuracy. Once you can get 80-90% accuracy, you don't have to sculpt the same face every time. It's going to be slightly different. You might not be good at drawing consistent eyes. It's completely fine, bro. So just try this on your own. And once you get consistent results, then move on to the next video. The proportions are super important. This is the building block. If this sucks, everything else will suck. You will not be able to sculpt a face in Blender. Okay, so practice this, keep trying. And if you want, you can try this on your own as well, just like this silly exercise that I did. It takes less than 5 minutes, but you can always practice proportions within 5 minutes. Just keep trying this. When you get the result, I'll see you in the next video. Okay, here's a fist bump. Where is it? Yeah, here's a fist bump. Boom. So I just quickly want to go over the setting and the project file that I'm sharing with you, so that never in the process do you find yourself confused or lost in terms of navigating Blender. Okay, some really important things. Also, since this is the second time I'm recording this course, the previous version, a lot of people did not know some settings, and I thought they were pretty obvious, but they're not. I just want to go over them so that just in case you don't know them. Okay, so what I've done here is I've already set up everything for you. You don't have to worry about loading the references, sharing the references. Everything is done and set for you. Okay, so when the project will start, when you download this is what it would look like. We will begin from the skull because that is what we will be learning. All you have to do is, even in the future video, I will say, okay, disable the skull and then enable the head. Okay, I just want to be honest that at that time I had not thought about this way, setting it up this way. So when that video comes, do not try to find here. All you have to do is in the reference section, in this viewport, click on this viewport and press the /. Okay, so you can see the key here. Press the /. What / does is it isolates a certain object, any object. So let's say you're practicing the skull, isolate the skull, use that as the reference. This is where you will be sculpting. This is where you will have the reference at all times. I share 3D models because I believe this is the best way to learn. You can view this in any angle that you want, and it's incredible. Okay, when you're practicing the face, just go to the face, press the /. So click the face and then press /. This way you will isolate the face. Everything else will hide for you in this reference scene. Let's say you're practicing skull level 1 and you want to just practice the skull level 1. Go to skull level 1, isolate this, and you can practice skull level 1. Same thing for any every step of the video, you will have the model that you have to follow through, this benchmark that you need to be achieving. Okay, so all of that is set up. All you have to do is to click the model, press the /. When you want to view the rest of the model, just press the / once again. Okay, so / to isolate, / to zoom back out. Also, one more thing is, if you just want to focus any of the heads here, you see the camera is acting a bit weird. If I focus on this one, then the camera still is acting a bit weird. To focus your camera on something, click on it and press the period button on the numpad. If you do not have the numpad, you can hold the tilde button. The tilde button is the one that is below escape. Let me show you. So this would be the tilde button. This one, this button right below escape. This button is the tilde button. Okay, so you click something, hold the tilde button, and then release the tilde button on view selected. This way you can focus on that area as well. This also happens when you're sculpting. So for example, when you're sculpting and you want to focus on this area over here, or you want to focus on the nose, just use any brush, wiggle a bit, and then once again do the view selected or press the period button. This way you will be focusing on that point that you were sculpting at, and then you can always undo. Okay, so just wanted to share this trick with you. Another really important thing that I want you to know is, when you are sculpting, by default Blender does not have these named enabled. So I'm sharing this file, so these settings will apply. If you want to enable or disable these names at any time, you can go to the shelf here, display settings, and you can enable or disable the names here. I just wanted to let you know, because when you open a new file, the names won't be there so that you're not surprised. Okay, this is how you can enable or disable the names. Another really important settings, and I do hope that you are using a graphic tablet with this. A lot of people ask me, hey Sag, do I need a graphic tablet to follow this? Can I sculpt with a mouse? And to that, my answer is, imagine a wood chopper cutting down a tree with an axe, and then a person comes and he asks, hey bro, can I chop down a tree with a knife? 100% you can, bro, but it's going to take so much extra effort. It just makes more sense to buy an axe. And in this case, it's the same thing. You can sculpt with a mouse if you want. You can do it. There's no one stopping you, but it's not the natural tool to do it, bro. The graphic tablet has pressure sensitivity. It acts like a brush. The stroke is harder when you press hard. You can control the size with it. It's much more natural to sculpt with the graphic tablet. If it takes you 3 hours to sculpt with a mouse, it's going to take you so much less time to do it with a graphic tablet. So just buy a graphic tablet. And if you don't want to invest that much, you don't have to get the display ones. Just buy the cheapest one you can find. Just make sure it has pressure sensitivity. The cheapest graphic tablet with pressure sensitivity is 100 times better than a mouse. Okay, so it's definitely worth the investment. So another setting that I want you to know when you're using the graphic tablet is, go to File, go to Edit, go to Edit, Preferences, and here I think it's in Interface or Navigation. Let me find it. Oh yeah, in the input. So in the input setting, you want to click Emulate 3 mouse button. This is really important. Okay, so you press the Emulate 3 mouse button, and then you go here and save preferences. The reason you want to do this is because you need to be able to navigate around with the graphic tablet. And once you enable this, you can now navigate with Alt. So let me quickly tell you how to do it. You hold Alt and then you click and drag. Now you can rotate. Okay, so with Alt and click and drag, you can now rotate. With Alt Shift, you can tumble. Okay, so you can move the model around. And with how is it? Let me try. Yeah, with Control Alt Shift, now click and drag, you can zoom in and zoom out. So just something that you need to know. And you see it's acting a bit funny. So I'll select this model, paint something, press the period button, and now you see, now it's focused on that area. So Alt click to rotate, Alt Shift to move, and Alt Control plus Shift to zoom in and zoom out as you drag your graphic tablet. Okay, so just an important setting to know about. And one more thing, lastly, is which surprised me the most. Someone did not know you can enable symmetry. Yep. So here you can drag. So Alt drag on top of here, and here you will find the symmetry setting. And if you want to sculpt the same thing on both sides of the model, you just press this X button, and then it mirrors symmetry on both of these sides. You should 100% sculpt with symmetry. I am not sure how that guy made it through without symmetry. It's blew my mind, bro. And here's the symmetry button. Let me just quickly check if I forgot something. Yeah. Okay, one more really important thing is, You will find me drawing a bunch of lines, showing you things. I will draw over the reference and draw how I'm observing these things over the sculpt. If you want to draw as well, then you just have to hold D and then you enter the grease pencil. Okay, this way you can draw. And if you want to erase these lines, so this button on your graphic tablet, I don't know which one is configured to your right click, but D and right click will open the eraser, and then you can use that to erase. Okay, so you can use D and just click and drag to draw, and then D, hover your graphic tablet, so it's hovering right now, and then press the right click button to erase. Okay, really important. And one more thing, if you ever need feedback in the course, so every Saturday I go live on the channel. Sometimes I just browse through the community and I just share feedback. Okay, if you want feedback, then let's say, just as an example, let's say you're practicing Sculpt level 1, just an example, and you need feedback on Sculpt level 1. Just go to this file. You have all of the references here already. Click the Sculpt level 1, press the /, load the reference here, load your sculpt here, and just take a screenshot. The application that I use to take screenshots is Lightshot. This is really good, by the way. I would highly recommend that you get this application. You will see me use it inside the course as well to draw some lines. So it is really good. You just press the print screen button and you open this application, and over here you have the options to make lines, so you can quickly check proportions with this as well. This is a very good tool. I would highly recommend. It's absolutely free. So just go to your browser, any browser, and just type light. Let me type it for you. So just type Lightshot software, and it's this software. Okay, so just install it. It's absolutely free. It makes it so much easy to share your model, share your progress. All you have to do is your references here, that level, whatever level you're practicing, load the reference here, load your sculpt here, and press the print screen button, select an area, and all you have to do is press Control C. So Control C will copy. You then go to the community. So let's just quickly go to the community. So the 1 month challenge here. You go to the community, you make a post here, and then you press Control V here to paste this. This way, bro, I can easily see your reference and I can see your sculpt in the same screen, and I will show you feedback. All you have to do is to select the category, select daily practice category. And let me show you a difference, okay? If you share it with the reference, that is a quality post, bro. Okay, that is how you will get feedback. I will not entertain posts that do not have both of those things. If you do not have both those things, you are a Jerry, bro. And a Jerry is someone who just posts the sculpts and he thinks, oh, hey, can you share me some feedback? But what do I share feedback from? You did not attach the reference. Okay, I am aware, but I have to show these things to you as well. So if you want me to share your feedback, but you have to help me help you. And when you do share, when you do make a quality post, let me show you, bro. That just makes it so much easier for me to comment. It makes it so much easier for me to share feedback with you. And yeah, bro, I will not entertain. If you don't care about your sculpts, I won't care about your sculpts more than you care about them. Okay, so if you care about them, make a quality post, and I will share you feedback. Okay, so that is all that I wanted to share with you. And yeah, this is the best setup, bro, I think. And yeah, just ignore if I say, yo, disable the face and enable the sculpt, bro. You don't have to do that anymore. Just click on whatever model, press the / and boom, you can jump onto any level. It is absolutely insane. Damn, bro, I wish I had a course like this, but I already know sculpting, so I think we're even. All right, goodbye. That's it. Take care. Okay, so before we start sculpting the skull, I want you to understand why is it that we need to understand the skull first. So you might be asking like, Isak, you just mentioned that the 80-20 rule, we only focus on the things that we want. So I want to learn how to sculpt the face. Why should I bother with the skull? And that is a good question. If you had this question, bro, it tells me that you value your time and you have my respect, bro. People who do not value the time, they're Jerry's. And Jerry's, I don't like Jerry's, bro. So let me tell you why is it important that we learn about the skull? The skull has a lot of features that we can still see on the human face, and it is important to understand them. So for example, the shape of the head, it's going to be defined by the skull as well, especially the top part of it. Now, around these areas, we have a lot of muscles and everything. We have skin. So this part is not important, but what is important is definitely the shape of the head. That is extremely important. From the side, you can also see, even if you touch your own forehead. So touch yourself, bro. I mean, touch your forehead, not touch yourself literally, but touch your head, bro. And you can see that this shape of the head is because of the skull, bro. You can notice that the bump here, subtle bump here, this bump here, it also happens in the face. This is because of the skull. You can see this dip over here right above the nose, and that is the dip that we have over here as well. The reason that this bump happens on the nose is because of this thing here. So the nose has a bit of a bump, and then we have the rest of the nose here. So it is really, really important. The shape of the jaw, so you can see this jaw, this is defined by the skull, so it is extremely important. Another thing that you can notice from here is the cheekbone. So you can see a bit of this cheekbone from the side, and that is also because of the skull. A lot of times what happens is, this was the biggest confusion for me. I used to make the cheekbones like this. I thought that the cheekbones is something that I can see from here, bro. And this is just not true. The cheekbone lies here behind. So we need to push this back. Okay, it is important to know a bit about the skull so that we can translate those things inside our sculpt as well. Another thing you can see here, so look at the shape of the jaw and the chin. This is defined by the skull. You can touch yourself here. So try touching yourself around the jaw. You can feel your bone. This part is going to be extremely fleshy, but this part you can see, definitely see, it is very bony. Touch yourself here, try touching yourself around the nose, extremely bony. This is bony. So this is why it is important that we understand the skull. And what a Jerry mistake is, what Jerrys do is that they go and try finding these complex skulls, and they're like, no bro, I want to sculpt all of the details. They're sculpting all of these holes and everything, making perfect teeth, bro. Sculpting all of these cracks. By the way, do you know why these cracks are there in the first place? Just a fun fact. So when babies are born, bro, and they want to come out of their mother's womb, they actually have gap between in their skull, and as they're coming out, bro, it compresses so that the baby can come out. Even if you can try running a finger on a baby's head, don't try to insert it, please, for God's sake, don't try to insert, but just rub your hand and you can feel that gap. And as we grow up, these gaps, they close. These holes are here because there's a lot of neurons that come from here, veins coming out, touching the skin. There's a lot of complex stuff, and this is all that we do not need to do. So what happens is, when a Jerry studies for skull, he's making all of these details, he's sculpting all of these details, but that is a waste of time, bro. What we want to do is we want to learn something that is easier. So without these details, bro, I can make something that is really, really good. And when I have this, of course, I can go ahead and add the details. But since we are not cherries and we follow the 80-20 principle, we will not be sculpting this skull either. What we will be sculpting is this skull right here. And why is that? Because this is the only things that you need to be aware about the skull that contribute to the face. Okay, so for example, the orbit of the eye, the nose, the jaw here, this is the 80-20 of the skull that you need to be learning. Let's just make some observations. Let me just show you some things about the skull. So the skull has this sort of taper right here, and the highest point on the skull is up here. A very common mistake I see is that people make the cheek the highest area, so they make the cheekbones like this. This is wrong, bro. The highest, the widest area of the skull is right here. Okay, so this is going to be the widest area. From the top, when we look at this, it's going to be this sort of an egg shape. Okay, you can see the skull gets wider as it goes to the top. You can even see this on my head, or you can see this on your head, or any other one, any person near you. Just ask them to bow to you, and you can watch their head, bro. So it's going to be this oval shape, and the head gets wider as it goes back. So it's narrower on the front, but it's wider on the back. Very, very important. Okay, and because of the highest area being here, the skull has this, or the face has this subtle taper to it. Okay, there's a bit of this taper, and these shapes right here, the orbit of the eyes, they are similar to aviator sunglasses. So if you've never seen aviator sunglasses, let me show you aviator sunglasses. This is what you need to be looking for. So yeah, this is the kind of shape that you want to be aiming for when you make the skull, especially the orbit here. Okay, another thing to notice is that the skull, especially the male skull, it's extremely fairly blocky, but female skull is going to be very, very round. Since we're sculpting a male head, let me just tell you that it's going to be a bit blocky. It's going to have a bit more angles, really, really blocky. And also this curve right here, this tip is really, really important. A lot of people skip this. This tip will be here in generic male faces. One more thing I want you to pay attention to is the jaw area. The jaw area is super, super important. But remember these three angles. So we have this angle, and this angle. This is really important. Okay, and you can see that this also happens in the face. So we have this angle, this angle, this angle. Really important. On a male face or a male skull as well, you can see from the bottom view, It's like 3 lines, really important. The widest area is here, and then this is the chin. Okay, this is the chin, and this is the widest area on the jaw, and then from the jaw to the chin it's a straight line. A very common mistake I see is that the jaw has this sort of wobbliness going on, and this is not something that we want. I will show you all of these mistakes as we are sculpting this as well. So this is wrong, bro. Just make sure that it is absolutely straight. And let me just check my notes to see if I forgot something. I think, yeah, that's pretty much it. So widest area here, the top should be like an egg shape. It's wider on the back, narrow at the front, and this is all we need to be sculpting. This is why the skull is important, and we need to understand a bit about it. And we're only going to focus on the things that you need to sculpt great heads. Don't worry. Here's a fist bump. Goodbye. Finally, let's begin sculpting. So I've already set the scene up for you. When you load it, the scene will already be set. A few things that I want you to be careful about, and what I did in this scene is I want you to know. So this is just so that whenever you open a new file, you can do this as well. So what I've done is, by default, Blender is in the studio view, which I do not like. For sculpting, you always want to be in matcap. The reason for this is because matcap just shades the model in a very even way. It allows you to make easier observations. For example, if I wanted to sculpt with something like this, bro, I cannot. Okay, or let's look at some other matcaps. If I want to sculpt with this, I still could do it, but not ideal. So a matcap is really, really important. By the way, when you do complete the course, I will give you my custom matcap as a gift. But for this video, I will be using this one. And by default, Blender is on Studio, so Studio is not nice. Always make sure that you switch to matcap. The other thing you always want to make sure of is that the focal length is always set to 99.9. It is the best. That last 0.1% makes all the difference, bro. I kid you not. I'm kidding. As long as you're in somewhere between 85 to 100, it's okay. I like to use 99.9 because why not? I'm getting a sneeze, just a sec. Okay, it's gone. Okay, that's more annoying when you have a sneeze but it doesn't come out. So we have the scene. So now we will begin sculpting the skull. The first thing I want you to create is just press Shift A, and I want you to create a UV sphere. I will be explaining every brush that I use, but just in case I forget to mention the brush, you can always read the name of the brush here. Okay, you can always read the name of the brush here. Perfect. So we make a sphere. Then we go to sculpt mode, and the first thing you want to do is go to the front view. So if you tap 1 on your keypad, numpad, you will go to the front view. If you do not have it, you can just click here on the Y here. So you can see there's this gizmo here. Just tap here, you will go to the front view. Same thing goes if you want to go to the side. So this is an easy way to switch as well. So we go to the front view on both our reference and our sculpt. The reason that I gave you the 3D model is because I believe this is the best way to learn. If you ever want to look at any angles that confuse you, you can just rotate this model around, make an observation. I also made a separate video on how you can load this up yourself if you're using another program, or if you want to use any of the levels that I will be showing you. Okay, so don't worry, I got you covered. The main 3 angles that you want to be aware of is the front, it is the side, and it is the third quarter. Most references just have oh, finally, bless me. This is what most references will have, and most of the time they are enough. But since we are studying, we're building concepts, I wanted to give you this 3D model. Okay, perfect. So let's go to the front view on both of them. And what I want to do now is I want to use a big grab brush. Let's just check if you have symmetry. Okay, so enable symmetry. By the way, you can scroll here if you did not know. Just press Alt and scroll here. You can scroll over here as well. So what I will do is I will first block out the skull, and the way I do it is I just use a big move brush. There's a difference between using a big and a small brush, and let me explain that really briefly. So when you're using a small brush over here, just think of sculpting as polymodeling. So if you've ever moved vertices around to make anything in Blender, sculpting is the same thing. Sculpting is just moving vertices around. And the way that you do this in sculpting is that the only difference is that you do this with a brush. The bigger your brush, the more vertices you move. The smaller your brush, the less vertices you move. Okay. The reason I like to use a big move brush here is because I want something like this. I can do it with one stroke. If I use a small brush, then yes, I have to pull so many stuff. It doesn't work. So I just like using a big brush for the initial block out. Okay. There's no right or wrong. It's always based on intuition, and this is how I like to do it. I never play with the strength of any of the brush. I just rely on my graphic tablet's pressure sensitivity. So that does it. What I will do is I will block out the face. So I'll just pull all of this down, almost similar to a helmet shape. And what I'm observing here is I'm looking at this shape. I'm seeing that the chin is flat and it's a bit wide. So what I will do is I will also block that out over here. It doesn't need to be 100%. Just try to get something similar here. Let's move it further down. And I will move all of this down and I will squeeze a bit of this as well. The reason that I'm squeezing this is because I told you that the face is narrower on the front and wider on the back. That is why I am squeezing the model in. While I'm squeezing, I'm also paying attention to whether I'm squeezing from the back or the front. Like I told you, sculpting is just like editing or moving vertices. It's just like edit mode. The only difference is that you're doing this with a brush. You need to be careful where you are squeezing. So I'm squeezing on the front. I'm not squeezing on the back. If I squeeze on the back, you can see it ends up with a flat face. If I want to squeeze, I squeeze it on the vertices that I can visually see. Okay, I'm picking these vertices. That is what I am moving in. This allows me to get this shape. Okay, that's the front. That's the front. I think the chin can be a bit narrower. I think it's a similar size. So let's move on. Now I would like to go on the side view. So let's go to the side view on the reference as well. And what I'm observing here is now I'm observing, okay, how wide is the chin? How tall is the jaw? How wide is the jaw? How tall is the jaw? What's the angle here? How high is the jaw? Sometimes it can be really flat. Sometimes it's super, super high. And this is somewhere in the middle. So what I will do is I will mark this jaw as well. So I'll just pull these vertices here. And you can see I'm just trying my best to get a similar shape. It's never going to be 100%. No one can sculpt something one-to-one. No one can do it. So all we do is we just aim for 80 to 90% accuracy. As long as you can do that, you're totally good. Okay, so I'm just pulling all of this here. And one more tip, that the jaw, just remember that the jaw almost lands somewhere halfway the entire depth of the face. So somewhere halfway. You can see over here as well. So if this is the whole face, this is where the jaw is, almost halfway. So that is how much I brought it back. The other thing that I would like to adjust now is the shape of the head. You can see this is really round, but we discussed that the skull is actually pretty blocky. So I'll just push all of this up. I'll make the forehead a bit slant for the forehead. I will pull all of this forward. And a rough estimate that you want to know is that the skull or any face, they can fit almost inside a square. So almost inside a square. You can see this is almost a square. So if you sculpt something that looks like this, then you already know, bro, it's too long. Why? Because I cannot fit this inside a square. If this is a rectangle or something like this either. If it's super, super long, then I cannot also fit this inside a square. This is not any fixed proportions. Of course, there are people with long faces, with, I don't know, super deep faces, some aliens. But on average, generic proportion is that we can fit this skull inside. As long as this is something squarish, you're good to go. The other thing that I want you to notice is this thing here. Okay, so this is almost lines up this curve of the skull. It almost lines up somewhere here. In the face, when we have the whole face, it almost lines up with the eye. So this is the face. Imagine this is the face. This is where we start to see the neck. Okay, almost around the eye. So this also depends reference to reference. But since we're following this one, I can see that, okay, the curve goes all the way down and it's almost till the bottom of the nose. Okay, so that's just something that I'm observing. So I'll just push all of this up. I'll adjust the jaw once again. Okay, just trying my best to get a similar shape. Right now, my concern is to just get something that looks like this without the details. And believe me, this is the most important step. If you mess this up, no matter how beautiful you make the details of the skull, they will not make sense. This step is really important. Okay, so we just checked the front, we checked the side, good. Now let's check the top. So let's go to the top view. The top view is not bad. This actually does look like an egg shape, so I will just make it a bit wider here. Okay, just to resemble this shape where I can see, okay, the widest point is almost here. So that is where I made the widest point as well. And also once again over here, you have to be careful. You have to see where you are pulling this from. Don't pull it from here and then try to make it wide, because when you look from the front, it's going to be flat. Like I told you, sculpting is like editing. You need to be careful where you are pulling. So I'm just pulling on the edges where it's already wide. Okay, let's go to the front view once again. then we can definitely make some changes to the shape of the skull. So this part needs to be a bit sharp, almost like a bullet shape. So let me load up a bullet so I can show you what I mean by a bullet shape. Let's open the browser. Bullet. So notice how a bullet is. It's not perfectly round on the top. It almost has this, yeah, exactly this. Okay, so it's round. It has this a bit of this angle, and then it curves again. So that is the kind of shape that we try to get here. Okay, almost like a bullet shape. Also, the widest part of the skull should be up here, so this shouldn't be as wide. So I'll just push this in. Okay, we just discussed that the widest point is here, up here. Okay, so just push that in. Also, the bottom is something I feel like we can adjust. So let's look at the bottom view. Let's look at the bottom view here as well. Here's what I told you. So this is really important, that the widest point of the jaw is here. The chin is almost a flat line. And then from the chin to the jaw, there is also a flat line. And we do have the same similar shape here, but let's just make it a bit more wide. And you can see we have almost a flat shape for the bottom. And then from the chin to the jaw, it is a straight line. Okay, so just something to keep in mind. Let's look at the front view now. Front view here. And yeah, this looks good. Let's push this subtly in. Yes, this right here is a basic block out for the skull. And this is the most important step before we make a skull. So I will just copy this here. I will also send you this 3D model so that if you're struggling to get this shape, you can always load up this model over here. So the way that you would do this is just load this model here, push it somewhere far away, and on this view, so this view, select this and press the period button. This way you will zoom onto this and this will become your new reference. So whatever model you want to use as the reference, import it to the scene, place it somewhere far away, and on this second viewport, just press the period button. If you cannot find the period button, press the tilde button. So this is the tilde button. This is the button right below escape. Let me show you. So this button right below escape, this one, this is the tilde button. Okay, so you hold the tilde button and then you click on view selected, or you release on view selected. So you bring your mouse to view selected and then release it there. That will also bring the model in focus. So if I want to focus on this skull, I'll press the tilde button here and release on view selected. Okay, so this is how you can also load any reference and focus on them. Once you get this, then you move on to the next video. Okay, and unless you can get something like this, if you do not get something like this, do not proceed to the next video. I swear you, bro, you are going to suffer. You will waste your time. So just keep practicing this level 1. And once you can get this consistently, try it with the video. The next time, do not watch the video, just use this reference and try to do it on your own. And when you can do it on your own consistently, then move on to the next video. If you do not do this, if you skip now and you think, oh boy, I swear I'll come back to this video when I finish the course, I swear that's not going to happen. You're just going to waste your time. You've been trying this already. It hasn't worked. So stop fooling yourself. Please don't be a Jerry. I know you're not a Jerry. Please don't be a Jerry. This is what a Jerry does. Once you get consistent result with this, then move on to the next video. I will just mark this as your skull level 1. Okay. Once you get this, move on to the next video. I'll see you there. Here's the fist bump. Boom. Okay, now that we have this really good base, we can now proceed to add more details to our model. And the way that you add details is you go to sculpt mode, and then we perform something that is called remesh. So what remesh is a 2-step process. First, you press R, and when you press R, you get this grid. You can see the higher the number, the bigger the grid size. The lower the number, the lower the grid size. And let me just perform this twice. So let's perform once with the big grid count, with a big number. So you press R, you drag your mouse left and right to select the size. Let's pick a big size, and then you press Control R. So with Control R, you can now perform remesh. Okay, I enabled the short keys over here as well. And you can see that the mesh, the geometry, it changed. And similar to the grid size, now we have more polygons. And you can see more polygons if you go here and you enable statistics. I already did it, so you can see the number of polygons that we have right now. You can see if I press R again and I drag it to the right and I go to a lower number, and now I press Control R, now the geometry is much finer, it's much smaller, and you can see my poly count has increased to 13,000. We can go up to really, really low, up to millions with this. But I want you to be careful with this. And I want to explain two concepts to you that will allow you to understand remeshing better. First concept, I want you to realize that sculpting is the same as editing. I told you already. The higher polygons you have, the more things you'll have to move around. Think of the number of polygons as the number of problems in your life. You can tackle the problems in your life step by step with a few problems, but if all of your problems come towards you, all of a sudden you can't solve it. Okay, so the first concept is just that. Let me make 3 cubes to illustrate this point to you. And let's say that this shape right here, let's just zoom in here. So let's say that this shape right here, this is our desired shape. This is the reference, this is the shape that I want. And now I have these 2 cubes. One of them is a low poly cube, and the other one is high poly, relatively higher poly. So if I want the same shape over here, all I have to do is to go to edit mode, go to edge, select this edge and drag it all the way here, and boom, with 2 clicks, a bit of adjustments, I have the same shape as the reference. Now if I want to do the same thing with this cube, you can see I have to select this edge, move it somewhere here, select this edge, move it somewhere here, move this edge, select it somewhere here, and it's going to be a constant process. And you can see by just simply adding more polygons and changing nothing else, I increase the time that it takes me to do the same thing. Also, this is not going to be perfect, so it's not a perfect slope like I have in the reference. Of course, you can go to the side view. So we go to the side view and you can be like, yeah, Sark, just let me match it this way, and that way I will have the perfect shape. And yes, you can have the perfect shape, but dumbass, isn't it not taking more time? so we're not Jerry's here, bro. And what Jerry's do is that they just unnecessarily increase the time. I got this shape, but it took me so much longer. Same thing goes for sculpting. When you have something that is low poly, it's easier to adjust, it's easier to move around. If you make a mistake, it's still easier to adjust those mistakes and to get your desired shape. This is why when we were blocking out the face, we did not remesh. We just used the same default UV sphere and got this shape. And now once we have this, now we can add more polygons. The other concept that I want to share with you about remesh is soft versus hard clay. So imagine that we have 2 UV spheres here, and this is something that I would like you to try as well. So this UV sphere, you can see that it only has 482 vertices, and let's just remesh this one to a very low value somewhere here or even further. So let's see how much that is. And this is now, okay, let's go up to 1 million. Why not? Let's see. Okay, so now we're almost close to 1 million. If I smooth this one, by the way, I'm using Alt Q to toggle between them. This is just a easier way. So you don't have to leave sculpt mode ever. You can just press Alt Q, hover over something, press Alt Q to make that the object you are sculpting on. So this one, you can see, when I try to smooth this, you can see how it instantly reduces to this poop shape. But when I try to smooth this one, you can see that it's very difficult. It's not reducing its volume. Also, it's very lumpy. It's keeping a lot of that detail. So if you've ever run into the problem where you feel like, oh boy, my sculpt is so lumpy, I wonder why. This is why. This happens when a Jerry goes too high poly too early because he thinks, oh wow, adding more details means I make a nicer sculpt. No, you always start with something that is low poly. You get the main shapes first, the big shape first, and then you keep adding more polygons to go finer and finer and finer. Okay, so that was remeshing in a nutshell. And with that concept, let's just move on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the front view here and the front view on the reference, and let's just remesh. So let's remesh to about here. And let me be honest, bro, remeshing is something that is not set in stone. This is very intuitive. The general rule of thumb is whenever you feel like you do not have enough polygons to add more details. So you can see over here, since this is low poly, I cannot possibly sculpt the eyes. I cannot make the nose. I cannot sculpt this thing for the jaw because I just do not have enough polygons. And when I reach a stage like this, that is when I add more polygons. That is when I add more geometry to my mesh. But if, let's say, I go somewhere too high poly and I feel like, oh boy, it's getting hard to control the mesh, it's getting hard to smooth, it's getting hard to shape, then I wouldn't shy away from going back a few steps and going low poly. Okay, so just use remeshing very intuitively. By the way, the reason that I enable statistics here is so that you can see the current level of polygons that I have so that you can match it closer. Okay, so if you ever find yourself confused or you don't know, okay, what should be a good range, just use this thing. But just know that this is not perfect. So even if yours is, let's say, 5,000 and mine is 3,800, it's absolutely fine, bro. It's not something that needs to be set in stone. Okay, you need 3,820 to move on to this level. No, it's very intuitive. Okay, perfect. So let's go to the front view on both of these sculpts, and let's just increase a bit polygons. Okay, I think this is enough. So what I will do is I will first sculpt the eyes. And where are the eyes? So the eyes are almost in, let me use the drawing tool here. So this application is Lightshot, by the way. It's absolutely free and you can download this as well. I would highly recommend you do so. So if I draw lines like this, so you can see that the eyes are somewhere in the middle. Okay, so somewhere in the middle are where the eyes is. Then from the eyebrow ridge down, somewhere in the middle here would be the bottom of the nose. And then this would be the mouth area. Another thing to notice is that this top of the nose on the skull, it happens almost halfway the orbit of the eye as well. So now I know that, okay, I need to make the eye somewhere halfway. So somewhere halfway is where I would sculpt the eyes. And like we discussed in the previous video, so in order to sculpt in, the draw tool works where it creates a tube. But if you want to dig in with the draw brush, you just hold control and it digs in. Okay, so I'm just digging in here, trying to make that shape. And like we discussed in the observation video, this shape is almost like a Pareto sunglasses. So once I have this, I will just shape it a bit to make it closer to the shape over here. Okay, just make it something similar to the Pareto glasses. And if you want, you can also just gently smooth a bit on the inside, but I'll just keep it like this. Once I have the eye sockets, what I like to do is I like to go to the side view, and then I like to make this bump. So this bump is really important. You can see this bump here. So we just use the grab brush, and you can see this time I'm using a smaller brush so that I have more control. If I use a big brush, it just feels like someone's punching the face in. So we don't want that. We just use a bit of a smaller brush to get that dip of the eye, this dip that we can see here. Another important thing I want you to notice about this dip is notice how this point is behind this point. So we can definitely pull this part out a bit. And this is different for every sculpt, but since we're sculpting this one, this is the one that we are observing. Okay, perfect. There we have it. The other thing that I would like to do is I just told you that this point should definitely be somewhere in the middle of the eye orbit. So I'll just move this up as well. And from the front, you can also see that now it's happening somewhere in the middle of the eye. So that is good. What I will do now is I want to make this cavity here. So you can see all of this space on the reference here. This is almost like a flat area over here, but we do not have it right now. What I will do is I will use the draw brush again, and I will hold control and I will dig right here. Okay. So I dig here and I bring it all the way down to the chin. With this move, what I did is I introduced this plane over here, and I also introduced this dip for the chin. So if you go to the side view, you can now see that I have this dip for the chin, which we see over here. And we also have this plane area on the side. So that is important. Okay. Before this, we did not have it. So let me show you. And with this digging, what I'm doing is I'm carving in this area, and then I go here and I dig in the chin as well. And then what you want to do is you just want to smooth it very gently. So when you hold shift on any brush, you're basically smoothing that area. So I'm just smoothing it very gently. Perfect. All right, let's go to the side view. Side view here as well. By the way, you can go to the side view by 3 or by this gizmo that I showed you. And then you want to bring this mouth area forward. Why? Because I can see here that this mouth area is ahead of this chin. Once again, this differs for every reference. In some references, the chin is the most further thing, but since we're following this skull, since we're following a generic shape, we'll just follow what we have on the screen. Okay, I see that this is a flat area for the nose, so definitely a flat area for the nose, and then we have this curve for the mouth. So let's just have that, and I can also see that this curve goes ahead of the chin. Okay, so it should definitely be ahead. Or what we could do is we could also push the chin behind. Okay, so from the side view, this is how we observe. This is how basic observation is done. You just find something on your reference and then you compare it with your sculpt. For example, if I want to know, okay, how much should the chin protrude? I'll just draw a straight line down from the forehead like this. And you can do it over here as well. So just draw a straight line down from the forehead. And I can see that, okay, this is a bit behind. So I can definitely push this a bit further behind as well. Okay, just showing you how basic observation is done. In this part, I'll just smooth a bit. Perfect. Let's start adding some of the features of the face. Let's begin with the temple line. So what I will do is I will use a draw sharp brush. And here I will mark the temple line. The important thing about the temple line is that make sure that when you mark it, it goes up and away. So it goes up and away. A lot of times what I see happening is that people make the temple line like this. Okay, so it's squeezing as it goes up, but it should go up and away. Okay, let's just mark that. Let's make it over here. And over here, I can also see this cut. So that is what I will make as well. I will use the draw sharp brush to dig in over here. And then I will draw this line, which I can see happens above the cheekbone. So I will dig a bit here. And you can see I'm certainly not so high detail that I can get all of these details. But right now, my purpose is just I want to indicate them with however polygons I have. Okay, I know it's tempting to add more polygons and get these shapes. It's very tempting, but I just want to take a hold of that temptation for now. Okay, just make it low poly, add these forms first. We will detail them later. 100% we will do that. Okay, so just dig in here, make this for the cheekbone, and then gently smooth. The tip that I have for smoothing is do not smooth on the line. You will be undoing your work. Don't do that. You add that line and then you smooth behind it. You smooth around it. That way the skull will adjust automatically and you will keep that detail that you just sculpted. Okay, so add that detail and smooth around it. You can see I'm not smoothing on the line. I'm just smoothing around it. Really, really important. Perfect. Let's do the same thing for this lower cheekbone as well. So I'll just dig here and dig like this. We can also make this separation here. Okay, so just making this separation for the cheekbone. And do notice from the front view that the jaw, this is the cheekbone, this is the jaw. So this is the cheekbone, this is the jaw. There's a bit of this offset. It's not flush with the cheekbone the way that we can see here. So if this is the cheekbone, the jaw should be somewhere here. So I will just smooth this area. Like I told you, we make that line, but we smooth around it. And that way you see, we're automatically pushing the jaw in. You dig, and then you smooth around it. Perfect. Let's look at the front view. Let's look at the front view here. Yeah, this looks good. So let's just push this in a bit. Let's adjust the angles, make it a bit sharper. I can see this is a very sharp line, sharp line, sharp line, really blocky. Okay, so that is what we will have as well. So sharp line here, sharp line here, sharp line here. And let's just smooth the rest of it. And you see, it's starting to look like a skull. We did not add too many details to this, and that is very intentional. Let's go to the front view here, And I can see that I definitely did lower this, so I'll move it up. This cheekbone, the orbit of the eye. I will try to shape it a bit better. I can see that we have this sort of an angle. This part is lower. Over here is almost a flat line. And this is just, let me show you some basic observation tricks. So always think of everything in terms of line, curve, or an S. That is how every shape would be. I can see this line. I can see this line. I can see a bit of this curve. I can see that the head is a curve all the way down. I can see that the jaw is a line. It's a line. It's a line. So always try to make observations like this. Okay. And yeah, I can see this is almost a line. This is like a curve. So I know that we definitely need to straighten this out a bit. Lower this area because I can see that this corner is lower than this corner. It's not on the same height. So definitely lower that. Let's adjust the cheekbone. So the cheekbone definitely needs to protrude a bit more. Don't worry. We're not worrying about the details yet. We will sculpt the details. This is just level 2. And in the next level, we will be sculpting all of the finer details. Right now, I don't want you to bother with the high details. We just want to get something that looks close to the reference. Okay, this is how sculpting should be. Let's go to the side view here. And let's move the cheekbone up a bit. I can see that it's almost in the center. of the skull. Not exactly center. Center is the eye, but yeah, it's about here in the center of the nose here, somewhere around where that curve happens. I definitely do want to push this up a bit. See that we ruined the shape of the jaw a bit, so let's make it again. And you see in this stage we're hinting the features. We can see the features. Okay, over here, notice this. So from the third quarter, what I observe is that I observe the straight line. Whereas over here, I observe that it's a line here and then it curves out as well. So it's almost like a dip over here. So I'll definitely pull the cheekbone out a bit over here. Push it like this and push this in a bit. Okay, so that looks nice. Let's just move this around. Let's see. One thing that you can add over here as well is add this bump on the skull. So from the side view, you can clearly see that the forehead of the skull has this bump. Okay, and the easiest way to add this bump is you take the draw brush and then you make this U shape. Okay, this U shape, and then you smooth it out. Gently smooth it out. You add it and then you gently smooth it out. Okay, this way you just introduce this bump of the skull. It's not so prominent in the reference, so I'll just push this in, but we'll definitely keep that detail. And once you reach here, let's just straighten this. Look at the reference. Yeah, let's straighten this. I see that this is curving this way, whereas in the reference, it's almost curving the opposite way. So remember how it goes up and away. Okay, so I'll just push this in a bit and push this out. Perfect. Looking good. And right here, I will mark this as the level 2 of your skull. So far, we have level 1 and this is level 2. And I want you to practice this shape until you can get this consistently. Okay, if you cannot, just load this as the reference here. Try to work with this, watch the video, try it with the video. Once you get that result, try it on your own. And when you can get results consistently on your own, that is when you move on to the next video. Before that, do not move on to the next video. Keep practicing this, okay? You got this. And I will see you in the next video. Here's the fist bump. Take care. Now, if you haven't already, I would highly recommend that you join our free community as well. This way you can become a part of our community, share your progress, share your wins, and we will celebrate them together. Also, every Saturday I go live on the channel and I share specific feedback on how you can improve in the areas that you are weak in. So if you haven't already, join the link in the description right now. Alrighty, let's complete. I feel like a Mongolian singer. Let's just complete the skull. And what we will do now is we will go a bit higher poly because we need more details to make all of these intricate details that we see on our skull. So let's just go a lower remesh value. Something around here should be fine. And yes, let's do this. So what I want to do now is I'll just use the draw sharp brush, and at first I just want to observe this a bit. So I see that okay, this part is going quite deep inside the face, and what I will do is I will just use the draw sharp brush to dig this cavity in here. Okay, and once you dig it, you just smooth it a bit, and then you dig it again, and then you smooth it again. So a lot of times rose sculpting is just about adding details and then smoothing them out until you get a desired shape. Now in actual skull, I showed you in the 80-20 video, this is actually a hole that you can see through. This is a hole over here, but we don't have to practice to that detail. The reason that we're learning the skull is so that we can make better faces. So Jerry spent more time detailing this, making the holes, figuring out, okay, how do I make a hole, actually putting some mesh in and then performing Boolean. We don't have to. This is the difference between the Jerry and you. And wow, we will get quick results versus the Jerry. He'll struggle for years and still like, oh, well, sculpting is not for me. Okay, so just dig it in here and then smooth out a bit. Now I'm also seeing that this is not as thick as our reference, so I'll just use the grab brush to gently pull all of this up to get a bit more thickness over here. Okay, I can also see that we need a bit more depth here. So there's a clear separation in the jaw, in this jaw area and in the cheekbone. So we also need that. Also, I see like this mass is hanging over here. So we also need that separation here. So I'll just dig it in more. Just dig, just keep digging, Just keep digging, and then we will gently smooth. I won't smooth on the details, that's undoing my work, but I will smooth around it. Okay, perfect. Let's look at the front view. And here I can see clearly that this is a very straight line. This is two curves. So what I will do is I will adjust this shape. I will adjust the shape like this. I will make this more sharper like this in the reference. A really sharp line here, really sharp line here. So we have to make it closer to the reference that we have. Okay, let's compare the side. From the side, definitely I can bring this a bit forward. And I will smooth a bit here to remove any lumps whatsoever. And yes, this looks really good. A very important detail that I want you to know about the skull, especially the mouth area, is, let me fix that first so I can show it to you. Or let me show you so I can better explain what I am fixing. So this part of the mouth, a lot of people think it's a cylinder. It's not a cylinder. I want you to think of it as a barrel. So what is Ishaq? What's the difference between a barrel and a cylinder? Let me show you. So this is a cylinder. But if I add a few more edge loops here, and I select this one, and I enable soft selection, if I scale this like this, yes, so this would be a barrel. Oops, let me scale it on this axis only. Yeah, this would be a barrel, where it is also cylindrical, but it curves out this way. That is a barrel shape. And that is how this part of the skull is. So you can see it's not a uniform cylinder, but it's more like a barrel. Let me disable night light because it's changing the colors of my monitor. Okay, that's better. Perfect. So let's fix that now. And the way I would fix that is I will just dig here once again. I'll use the draw sharp brush again and I'll dig here, trying to introduce that barrel shape. We can also use the draw brush to gently pull this area out and indicate that barrel shape once again. The reason that this is really important and why you should know about this is because later when we add the lips of the character, the lips, they wrap around this exact barrel shape. This is where actually the skull would have teeth if we would have made them, but we're not making them. So this is where the teeth would be, and this is also where the lips would be. So the lips, they wrap around the mouth. That is why they are curved. A lot of people, some tutorials, what they do is they're like, hey bro, make this UV sphere and remesh it and then use the crease brush. They will enable symmetry. And yeah, let's make some lips. So crease the center here, make this crease on top, and yeah, boom boom doopty doopty doo. And there you have it, bro. You made some lips. And then cherries, what they do is they feel productive. They're like, wow, I learned how to make the lips today. That was so damn easy. But let me tell you, the reason that the tutorials like this work is because you already had the basic foundation. What you completely missed and what they did not tell you was that the reason that this worked was because you were making this on a sphere. And sphere is something that is already pretty curved. So the main concept, the main thing that I want you to take away from here is that always understand why is that working. And that works because this part of the mouth is round. It's round. And now when I make lips on it, it's going to be round as well. So a lot of people, what they do is that they have flat faces for their flat mouth on the sculpt that they're making. And then they wonder, why isn't the tutorial that I just watched working? Okay, so really important to know that this part is round. It's almost like a barrel. Okay, and whenever you find yourself somewhere where you cannot add more geometry, so you see the geometry is a bit stretched here, you can always just remesh without adding more polygons. What just pressing remesh does is it distributes the geometry equally once again. So for example, if I have this really stretched area on my sculpt, just as an example, and I want to sculpt more on this. So now since it's stretched, I can't sculpt. I can just press Ctrl R. It will distribute the geometry equally while maintaining a similar poly count. Okay, the mouth is dropping so much. I just wanted to share this example with you. Okay, so let's just remesh simply, and we can continue our digging a bit here, and then gently smoothing it out. Okay, so this looks really nice now. Good. Also, sometimes you might see that, you see, the mesh here does not resemble this mesh here. So what you can do is in this symmetry setting, click this drop down and press symmetrize. And I wanted to copy the other side here. So I can always switch that from the positive to negative and then press symmetrize. And now they look identical. So this happens when we're sculpting as well. Nothing to worry about. You can always symmetrize your sculpt later or whenever. So we have that detail here. Let's work on a bit of the detail here. So this part goes really in. I just want to dig this in. And like I showed you, this is also a hole. We don't care. It does not matter. Okay, perfect. So we just dug in here. We have this crevice here. And I can gently smooth around it, like I told you. Let's check this shape here from the side. So I can definitely see that this is like a smooth curve going here. But this one has a bit more angle to it. So this side is curved. This one has an angle like this and an angle like this. So I will definitely introduce that over here as well. Like I told you, bro, as long as you're 80-90% accuracy, it's completely fine. You don't have to match this 100%. No one can match it 100%. No one can do it. Okay. When we're working with organic stuff, no one can match it 100%. Like even if you write something on a piece of paper, write the same thing down in your own handwriting, it will not match 100%. So do not have that realistic expectation. Just aim for 80 to 90% accuracy. Perfect. Let's look here. So I feel like this part is definitely a bit lower. I can see this lower part curving up and then straightening out. So I will definitely push this section up a bit. We can pull this down as well a bit as well. Okay, perfect. Looks really nice. I'll just push this up. All right, let's make the nose now. I think we can go a bit higher poly. So let's go a bit higher poly. By the way, if you lost count of where your polygon was, you can always drag here, scroll here, find this remesh option, tap here, and you can use this eyedropper. So when you drop this eyedropper, okay, it's not working. Okay, sometimes this happens as well. Oh my God, my blender is stuck. Okay, it's working now. So what you want to do, if that happens, just save your file. And let's close Blender. Oh my God, why is it not closing even? Just some Blender problems. Okay, it's a good thing that we are documenting this. If this happens, press Ctrl Alt Delete. You will enter Task Manager, click Task Manager, and then you select Blender, close Blender, click Blender, press Delete. Here we are. So let's open up Blender again. Let's open up the same file. And this time the eyedropper should work. So this is part of Blender. This is part of working with Blender. Sometimes this can happen. Okay, perfect. Now you can see with the remesh tool here, you click this eyedrop, you drop it on your model, it's going to give you a remesh value. And this is the remesh value that you are currently at. This is a really good tool. So if you ever lost count, okay, where is my remesh value? You can always check it this way. And now we can make it a bit finer. And we can proceed with our scope. This is too fine. Definitely, I don't want to go into 100,000s. And here I can just check, okay, this reference is at 34,000. So as long as I'm somewhere in that ballpark, it's completely fine. Perfect. So this is nice. What I want to do now is I just want to indicate the nose. So like I told you, this top part of the nose almost is in line in the center of the orbit. So I want to go to the front view here as well. I'll just align it somewhere in the middle of this as well. Notice that how this is a reverse triangle shape. In a detailed one, it's going to be a reverse heart shape almost. Okay, but since we're ignoring the details, we'll just make the simplified version. I'll push this in, pull this out. And this bottom is almost somewhere in the middle of the eyebrows and the chin. So somewhere here should be the bottom of this nose. I'll just take a draw sharp brush and I'll dig in where that center is and I'll gently smooth around it. Like I told you, we just want to smooth around it. Perfect. Let's just dig a bit here. Yeah. Looking good. Let's check the side view. Side view looking good. Okay. I noticed one thing. Can you spot it? I'll count to 3. Can you spot what the difference is? 1, 2, 3 is that the mouth is not as ahead as I would want it to be. Okay, so I see this bump and it's not in my reference. So what I will do is I will push this part in a bit and I will definitely bring the mouth out a bit. Okay, now it looks better. And if you want to check, you can always draw a straight line down here. See that, okay, the mouth is just sticking out very slightly. Over here it is not, so I definitely need to bring this head. I'm using a bigger move brush, so I can just bring it forward with one single stroke. And that looks fine. I'll just straighten this part for the nose, like in the reference. And yes, that looks better to me. I'll just smooth this area. By the way, if you just smooth in one particular area, it also just straightens that form out. You can flatten it with the smooth brush. Perfect. This part feels a bit wide to me compared to the reference, so I'll just push it in. And we are already in the 80-90% accuracy, so we can stop here. I'm just fine-tuning it a tad bit. Even if I don't, it is okay. Perfect. And just one more really tiny detail that I want to add is this bump here. So this bump over here, this is really important. A lot of skulls have this, especially male skulls. They will definitely have this. You can also see this in faces. So you can definitely see it on my face. So if I zoom myself bigger, let me make myself bigger. Yeah, you can definitely notice this bump here, around here. Okay, this is the bump that I want to make. Yeah, this bump right here. Yeah, see, it's really prominent now. You can definitely see this bump happening here. So that is what we're making over here. And we already have that bump. We just want to make it a bit separate. So what I will do is I will just use the draw sharp brush and just cut it around where I can see the bump. Okay, so just cut it here. Smooth out this. Gently smooth this out. Do not smooth on the line. You will undo your work, but just gently smooth around it. Maybe very lightly on the line. But yeah, once you have this, you will have the separation here. If you want a flat tip like this, you can just use the draw sharp brush in inverse, indicate this, and then gently smooth around the line. Do not smooth on the line. You will lose that form. There you have it. So these are the 3 levels of our skull. We'll make them all visible. Yes, level 1, level 2, level 3. And as long as you practice this way, as long as you don't be a Jerry and skip lessons, you'll be good to go. And you might have already noticed that it was so much easier to add more details once you had a good base. It was so much easier to just go in and add these details. Previously, what happens is people skip these steps and they are making, for example, let's take an example, okay? Let's say you had a bad base like this. Now these mistakes persist in your level 3 as well, because you're adding details on top of this thing. And now when you have to adjust these things, you definitely have to move things. It's going to take a long time to fix these things. Whatever the proportion is, it just takes longer. You basically spend more time fixing things you could have simply avoided. Where is it? Yeah. So you basically spend time fixing things that you could simply avoided. So always proceed with your sculpts step by step. And keep practicing this level before you move on to the heads. And it might get boring. It might suck, but I promise you, in the long run, this is the shortest path. The fastest way forward is that you take this course slow. You've been trying to skip steps before this. You've been trying to jump tutorials, trying to jump videos inside a course that you invested, and it does not work. I'm giving you the step-by-step framework, and I've already shown you the amazing results that we get with this challenge. So the best thing you can do is just follow the steps. Just trust the process. You've already reached till this video. You've already seen proof from level 1 to level 2. Just trust the process, bro. I promise, even if it sucks, this is what we get results. And like I told you, bro, the discomfort that you are avoiding is exactly what you need to do. The reason that this is uncomfortable, the reason you might find this uncomfortable is because you are learning, because you are growing here. Discomfort is the only true sign of growth. And maybe I'm just speaking this, I don't know why. Maybe you just had a great time. You got results really easily. But still, for those who did not, I just want to let you know, bro. Okay, because I know if I was watching this video as a beginner and I was here and I was struggling, I would have skipped. I don't want that for you. Okay, so just keep at it. After this, we will be making the face, which is very, very exciting. So click on the next video once you get this right now. Boom. All right, so by now you have the skull level, so you have the complete skull. And if you don't, bro, then you're being a Jerry. I'm just recording this video in case you are skipping lessons and you ended up here just watching the tutorial and like, oh, bro, I promise I'll practice later. Bro, like, what are you doing, bro? Like, what's the point of watching this? Haven't you been here already? Haven't you done this already? How many times is it going to take you to do the same thing to learn the lesson? I just want to give you this opportunity to go back, practice the way that you should, and only move forward once you have the skull level 3. If you do not have it, there's no point watching the rest of the course, bro. Practice a long way. Like, what are you planning, bro? You're planning to spend all this time, watch the complete course, and then come back again? It's not gonna help you. So go back, do it. If you're struggling at skull level 1 and then you think, oh yeah, I think I'll just proceed with this messy skull. Don't do it, bro. Oh, come on, bro. Like, I designed this for you. And the reason I'm making this video is because I know I was a hardcore Jerry, bro. Even if the instructor said in the beginning of the video, I would still be skipping and I would still be going through the rest of the course. That's just how I was. So if you're anything like it, bro, please stop. Please go back and do it the right way. If you want the best results, then you need to practice the right way. Okay, so stop being a Jerry, bro. I'm serious. Stop being a Jerry. Okay, go back. Here's a fist bump. And if you have it, good job. I'm so proud of you. See you. Goodbye. All right. It is now time to start sculpting the face. So what you do is simply go over to the hierarchy and disable the skull and enable the face. So now we're on the face. And if for any reason when you toggle this and your camera acts a bit freaky, just click on the model and press the period button to focus on it. This way, your camera now orbits the new object. So if ever your camera starts acting a bit freaky, you can always just select it and focus it via the period button or use the tilde and release on view selected. Okay, that way now you orbit around the new object. Okay, so to begin making the face, what we do is once again we just use the UV sphere, and just like the skull, we will sculpt the face in level 1, level 2, and then we will sculpt all of these individual parts of the face like the eyes, ears, nose, mouth. We will do that individually in depth without overwhelming bullshit anatomical terms, without medical terms, without overwhelming you, in the same simple step-by-step process. Okay, so I got you covered. Perfect. With that said, let's go to the front view here and then the front view here. So let's go to the grab brush and let's enable symmetry. So enable symmetry here. And with a relatively big grab brush, I just want to pull this bottom part down just to make a bit of this block out for the face. And once again, I'm just noticing the same features. I'm noticing the chin. I'm looking, is it wide? Is it flat? So I see that it's definitely flat. I'll just flatten the chin a bit like this. And then once again, I will squeeze the face in just like we did for the skull because we need a bit of a taper for the face. Okay, carefully paying attention that I'm pushing from here, not pushing here. Okay, pushing on the vertices that are a bit towards my front. I feel like that we can make the chin a bit more narrow. Okay, so this looks good. So far, so good. Let's go to the side view. And from the side view, once again, I'm just looking at how deep does the jaw go? What's the angle on the jaw? And that is what I'm trying to make here. So what I will do is I will use the grab brush again and just pull this like this. I'll tuck this in, just make something what I can see here. Okay, this angle will never be perfect, 100, never. So I'm just eyeballing it, trying to make it to the best of my abilities. Okay, I think something like this should be fine, maybe a bit higher. I'm not exactly sure, but I'm just eyeballing it for now. This is something we can always adjust later. Please think of art. Art is the process of fixing your mistake. Always. Okay, you start with something, you make a mistake, and then slowly, gradually you make something that is closer and closer and closer to your reference. So for right now, this is fine. And how far do you push the jaw? It's almost halfway the face. The same thing as we did for the skull. Okay, almost halfway the face is where the jaw is. Perfect. I just want to adjust the shape of the head now, so I'll just use a big grab brush again, flatten the top here, flatten this, get a bit of an angle for the forehead, and yeah, this looks good so far. I definitely do want to tuck this up. So this ball of the head, this ball right here, I just want to tuck that up, and I will move the grab brush down. Oh, the jaw down again, once again. Okay, Okay, so this is looking fairly good. Let's look at the front view. And the jaw feels like it's squished a bit. So definitely I'll check for the bottom view. And yes, it does look a bit squished. So I'll just pull the jaw out a bit. We need a thick, wide jaw for a masculine face. Let's look at the front view once again. And yeah, this looks good now. Okay, so I like where this is going. Let's look at the front view here. Yeah, I think I can just straighten this a bit. Definitely. But as you're straightening this, please pay attention that the face should have a bit of a subtle taper. Okay, it should have a bit of this taper. It shouldn't be perfectly straight. This taper shouldn't be really exaggerated like this. No, just a very subtle taper. This is because the widest area of the head is here. And then till the jaw, we just have a really subtle taper. Let me check the back view. Okay, so from the back view, I think I can pull the widest area a bit. So it definitely should be a bit above here. And from that, everything else goes behind. Okay, so this is the widest area. Good. Let's check the front view. Let's check the front view here. Yeah, looking good. So the top is also bullet shape, so it's a bit sharp here, and then it curves, so that is good. Yeah, I think this is a really good place to be in. Very nice. Now in this block out, in this level 1, I also want to make the nose and just indicate a bit of the features of the face. So let's just do that. What I will do is I will just remesh with the default value. I won't add any more polygons. I'll just remesh with the default value because I need something to extract the neck. So for the neck, what I would like to do is I just use the mask brush. So just press M so that you enter the mask brush. I think I'm covering the screen. Yeah, I was covering the screencast. Sorry about that. So you press M and then you enter the mask brush. So when the brush turns gray, you just mask an area, a circle area like this. Okay, a circle like this, and just try to be really close to the edges of the face. The reason we do this is because, let me show you, the neck on the male head is almost as wide as the jaw. Okay, so that is what I'm trying to do here. So just making a big circle. I can invert the mask with Control I. So what a mask basically does is it does not allow me to sculpt on the area that I just masked, and it will only affect the area that is not masked. Okay, so let's go to the side view. And what I will do now is I will pull the neck down. All right, let's go. So pulling the neck down, let's smooth it a bit. I don't like this sharp edge here. Let's go to the side view, and I'll just pull the neck once again. Again, just about here should be fine. There's no fixed length for this. Just eyeball this, bro. You got this. Okay. How much is this? If I was to calculate. So if this is one head, yeah, this might be, I don't know, 1/3 the head. It doesn't matter. Just this eyeball this. You can't go wrong with this. Okay, let's unmask it with Alt M. So Alt M unmask this area, and now you can see this, since this area is really stretched, I cannot sculpt anything, I cannot add details. So once again I will remesh once again. Okay, just Control R, remesh this, smooth a bit of that sharp edge. Good. So now we have the neck. Another thing that I want to add with the neck is this trap and a bit of this shape here. So what we will do is we will make the trap muscles, these muscles on the back. So these muscles on the back, this is what we will be making. And the reason that I make this is because just a head looks a bit boring. So I just want to make something that looks like a bust. So this is a bust. That is what we want to make. The most common mistake that I see when people make the traps is that they pull like this. Oh wow, it's traps. No bro, these are like little chicken wings. I don't know, bro. So the trap muscles are always on the back. Okay, these are on the back. So you want to pull this from the back. Okay, so just pull this shape from the back. Give it a bit of a taper. Yep. And from the front, we just want to bring this forward a bit. This is the neck. So this is what we're pulling now. Okay, so just a tad bit. And then here, I'll just straighten all of this out. Okay, and I know this looks like a rocket ship right now, but don't worry, we will be improving this. An important thing that I want you to pay attention to is, notice this, that this is the neck, this is the trap. We need some of this area where we can see the neck itself. So I just want to bring this down until we get that area. Okay, so we need some indication for the neck. Let's also check from the back. Yeah. Okay, so we need indication for the neck. We need some room for the neck. So this looks fine. You can break it down a bit if you want. And remember that for strong traps, for male traps, the angle on the traps is like this. For weak females or skinny guys, it's like this. Okay, perfect. So just adding a bit more of that angle. Yeah, looks good. Let me just flatten this. So I'm just flattening this a bit because I see a bit of a flattery here. All right, looking nice. Okay, what I want to do now is I want to block out the ear. So for the ear, we'll add a bit more geometry. Let's add a bit more geometry. For the ear, what I want to do is I will go to the side view, and we lost a bit of that jaw. Okay, so let's just use the draw brush and dig a bit here to indicate that jaw. So once we indicate that, just smooth around it. Don't smooth on it, you'll undo your work, just smooth around it. Okay, we want to keep that jaw. A very important thing on the side over here as well. Let me just add that first here. So this part, you can see it's really hollow. And from the side, I can see that this is the jaw, goes straight and meets the neck. Very sharp. This does not happen in a real face. So we definitely do have this indication for the jaw. But then we also have skin hanging below it, which makes this triangle shape. So this triangle shape, you see the jaw here, and then this skin hanging below. This is very important, extremely important. Okay, when you miss this, the face looks really, really odd. So what I will do is I will just use the draw brush to fill in this area and smooth it out. Okay, so just add a bit of meat here and then smooth it out. And you see, I did this with the draw brush. You can also do this with the glacis brush. It doesn't matter. The point is that we want to fill in this area. We want to get that form. Okay, so this is why the brushes, they don't really matter. I try to explain the brushes the best that I can, but at the end of the day, it's just about how you get it done, whether you can get it done. Okay, so in this example, the second example, I just use the glacis brush to fill it up. Okay, perfect. So this looks nice. What I want to do now is, let me erase that. I want to make the ears. So let's go to the side view. And where are the ears? Good question. They are right behind the jaw. So we know that the jaw are somewhere in the middle of the width of the face. That is also where the ears begin and where they will be. Okay, so what I do is I just use the mask brush again. And with the mask, I just want to mask a bit of this capsule shape over here, somewhere around the middle. So just mask this capsule shape. Invert the mask, Control I, then you go to the grab brush, and then you want to pull it out. So a lot of people, they do this and they think, oh wow, this is the ear, bro. No, you have to really pull it out. Okay, so really pull it out, go to about a 1/3 quarter angle, and then pull the ear out. Like really pull it out. And then what you want to do is shape it into a C shape. So it should go up, it should curve, it should go down, and then it should curve back up again. So coming back up again is really important. So many people miss this. Okay, so definitely do that. So you see, it's curving up now. If you run out of geometry, if you feel like it's not shaping, just smooth a bit. It will relax this area, give you a bit more polygons to work with. Okay, so keep the mask so that we don't destroy the face. And then you make a bit of this C shape. I'll just smooth a bit of this area. And then yes, so you see, I have this C shape, which looks really nice. I'll go to the side view, just make sure that, okay, this is following the C shape. Let's check the shape on the side view as well. So yeah, this looks good. This part, I think I can bring it a bit forward. I can see this sort of an angle going on the ear. So I definitely need to have it as well. I'll just push this part forward a bit. Looks good. Just smoothing out very gently, just to relax the vertices a bit, have a bit more vertices to work with. Yep, this looks good. Let's check the front view. So from the front view, I can see that we have this line and then this line. Okay, so I can see this line and then this line. So what I will do is I will just try to get that shape over here as well. Okay, this varies for every ear, bro. Every ear is different. I'm just smoothing this part to make the lobe once again. Every ear is different, but since I can see this shape over here, so I see a curve, I see almost a line and then a line, I want to have that in this sculpt as well. So a line here and a line here. Okay, some ears might be super round. Some ears might have this sort of shape where it's curving out and then it goes back in. So there's all sorts of variations to this. When we have a reference, we follow the reference. Okay, we just want to sculpt something generic for now. So this looks good. Yeah, this looks good. I'll unmask I'll unmask it. The top looks really pointy, and it looks pointy on this one. Yeah, I think we have a bit of a mismatch, so I'll just go here, symmetrize, and yes, that looks fine now. Perfect, looks good. I think making a blockout for the face is really easy. What the objective over here is that we just get a bit of the basic blockout, a bit of the features in, so that it's easier to make the other things later. All right. What I want to do now as well is I just want to block out a few more things. So I'll just mark the cheekbone here. So wherever you see the ear, just draw a straight line down with the draw brush with a very subtle diagonal. Okay, very subtle diagonal. Just make, this is what I'm indicating, this bulge here. The reason I use a draw brush is because it just makes really smooth tubes. So I'm just adding this, taking a bit below what I just sculpted and gently smoothing it out. This way I just subtly indicated the cheekbone. I also just roughly want to indicate the temple line. So I'll use a glacier brush. And with the glacier brush, I'll just cut it like this. I'll cut it like this, and then I'll smooth around it. I'll also flatten a bit as I go behind. Okay, so just smoothing here, and then also as I'm going behind a bit. Okay, make sure that the temple line goes up and away. Okay, so just adding the temple line here and smoothing around it. You just dig in like this with the clay strips and then smooth around it. Really easy stuff. Yeah, I think this looks good. I just roughly want to indicate the neck muscle here. So the neck muscle here, it just starts behind the ear and then comes down all the way here. So just make some tubes like this, smooth it out, just gently indicating the neck muscles here. And I do want to dig over here, okay, so just to separate the Adam's apple. So doing a bit like this, a bit more on the end. The neck makes a really weird shape, so let me show it to you. You can see from the side here. So the Adam apple's going here, and then it tucks behind these neck muscles. So you can see there's a bit of this inset, and here you can see that the Adam apple actually tucks behind these muscles. If I turn this, you can see it. Okay, so that is why I dug a bit more here on the bottom, so that we have that overlap as well. Okay, this part you definitely want to draw here a bit more. Use a draw brush to indicate the Adam's apple. And from the side view, what you should be seeing, let me show you, is that the Adam apple starts somewhere in the middle of this length. Okay, so you can see here, almost in the middle. So what I have here is wrong. I'll just push it behind, pull this out for the Adam's apple. And yes, this looks good. So Adam apple can vary from every person to person. Some people have really emphasized Adam apple. Some people have Adam's apple like this protruded, like literally. So we just look at our reference, try to get that shape. But they always almost start here, somewhere in the middle of this depth of the jaw. Okay, perfect. Looks nice. Yeah, so far so good. I just want to add a bit more volume here, so just use a draw brush and then smooth it out. So this, my friend, would be your level 1. I'll just straighten this out. Okay, so the neck muscles, the neck should be super straight as it is coming down. No bobbiness here. Don't do this. Don't do this. No, we just want something straight coming down. And being completely honest, this part of the face, the lower part, this makes more sense when we have the rest of the body as well, because then we put the head there, we know where to connect those things. So for now, something like this is definitely more than enough. I'm just checking the back, and yeah, on the back I feel like this is a hump here, so I definitely do want to go to the side view. And notice how we have this curve happening. So that is what I want as well. I just want to notice where is this curve happening. So I'll follow it here, and I see this curve happening here. I just want to check where is it in line with the rest of the face, and it's almost here in the nose. I don't have the nose yet, so I'll just make that curve here for now. Later when we do add the nose, this is something we can always double check with the rest of the features of the face. Okay, so for now I'm just adding that curve here. Later we can match it to the reference. This also varies person to person. Sometimes it happens along the eye line, so that curve, this curve would be happening somewhere here. Okay, sometimes it happens right where we have it, so around the nose area. This, like I told you, there's unlimited variations to anatomy. What we focus on, we just focus on the generic stuff. And right now, since our reference has it over here, we will also have it here. Since we do not have the neck yet, yeah, we won't worry too much about it. We'll just add that, and later we can worry about, okay, where do we exactly place it? Okay, so I just added that here. Also, one more thing I want to add is I just want to add this on the back. So just use the draw sharp brush to indicate this separation in the back like this, and then smooth it out. You add it and then smooth it out. Okay, so you just indicate these separations and then you smooth it out. Yep, this is a really good blockout for the level 1. I feel like this neck is curving out this way. I don't like it. Like I told you, it should be straight. So I'll just straighten this out with the grab brush. Let's check the front view. Yeah, definitely straight is better. This muscle, I'll just pull it out subtly because I told you we need to have this offset. Okay. Yep, that's it. That is your level 1. Keep practicing this, bro. Give it all the time it takes. Do not rush this. Take the sweet time. Like I told you, the blockout is the most important phase. You mess this up, the rest of the details, they will not make sense. So take your time here. The best way to do this course, the fastest way to move forward is to take this slow. Keep practicing this. Try it with the video, try it with me, and then try it on your own with just the reference. And once you can get this result consistently, move on to the next video. Before that, do not do it. Do not bother. You will waste your time. You will suffer. You will be a Jerry. You're not a Jerry, bro. So don't do it. Click on the next video once you can get this consistently. I'll see you there. Goodbye. All right, so in level 1, we focused on the overall shape and the silhouette of the face. In level 2, what we will be doing is we will just hint a bit of the features of the face so that we can check the proportions and everything. Okay, so let's begin to do that. The first thing that I like to mark out is the eyes. So what I will do is I will use the draw brush. Let's go to the front view. And you already know the proportions of the face now. So the eyes are somewhere in the middle of the face. So if this is the length of the face, the eyes should be somewhere here in the middle. And what I will do is I will just mark these round circle thingies for the eyes. Okay, similar to how we did for the skull. But I want to dig a bit on this side as well. Also, what I will do is I will dig on over here around the bridge of the nose. Move it down and then once again onto the chin. The same similar thing that we did for the skull. I also see this bump, so I just want to dig it in. So I'm just using the draw brush once again with control, and now we will just smooth everything out very gently. Okay, so this is like a very basic block out for the eyes and the nose and everything. The second proportion that we know is that the bottom of the nose. So where is the bottom of the nose? If we look at the eyebrow region here and we make a line down till the chin, so the bottom of the nose is somewhere around the middle of that. So this is where that is. I will just do a similar proportion check here. So somewhere here around the middle here should be the nose. So what I will do is I will just pull this out with a draw brush a bit, and I will dig gently below this as well, just to indicate a bit of this nose. And I made this bump for the mouth, so I'll just gently smooth it out. Okay, so these are the basic proportions. What I will do now is I would like to go to the side view, and from the side view I'm just looking at this bump. So this bump, I'll just add it here, Okay, this bump right here, I'll just add that. I'll add that bump. I'll pull out the nose. Okay, so the nose is here. And one really important thing that I want you to notice about the nose is that notice how the nose is halfway inside, halfway outside the face. Okay, so this part of the nostril, you can see it's outside of the nose, and this part is on the inside. So the really common mistake that I see people do is that they make the nose like this. Okay, so where the nose ends, that is where the mouth begins. This is a very common mistake, and it just ruins your face completely. So do not do it. What I like to do is I just like to push the nose inside the face very gently as I'm still blocking it out. Okay, so just blocking this out here. The mouth should be a curve, so I'll just pull it out. And yeah, gently smooth everything. We also want to indicate a bit of this nostrils. We're not going to sculpt them yet, but just indicate them. So over here, I just want to pull this out, and behind it, I want to push it in. The reason that I push it in is I would like you to take a thumb and just stick it up your nose. Just kidding. Just try to feel behind your nostril. Okay, so the nostril actually curves, and you can touch behind your nostril. Really interesting. So even here, you can see we have this gap, and we would be able to touch. We are able to touch our nostrils this way. So that is why I just pulled it out to indicate the nostrils, and I pushed it behind just to make that area where we can touch it. Perfect. Let's look at the front of the nose. I think definitely we can just make this area a bit slimmer. And these are just some really rough blockouts for now. We will be adding more detail to them later. Right now, what I just want to be satisfied with, I just want to be happy with the overall face, how it looks with the proportions and everything. Okay, so that is the main intention behind this step. Perfect, looks good. And yes, just use the draw brush. I just want to bulk out the mouth area. I told you this is really important on the skull as well. Check this from the bottom view. The top view and the bottom view are very underestimated views to check. So from the bottom view, we can see that the mouth is curved. Okay, so we just bulked it up a bit so that it is curved. And later, for example, later when we do add the lips and everything, it's already going to be curved and it's going to look awesome. So that is why we're just prepping our model for all of that. Okay, also I feel like the face has this sort of curved shape going on, which I do not like. So I'll just push this side in. Yeah, I just want this to be really linear, and I want it to have a subtle taper to it as well. So this is looking fine for now. Let's add a bit more geometry. Another thing that I want to add at this stage as well is I want to add the bump of the forehead. So I'll just take the draw brush, and over here I'll make that U shape that we talked about in the skull as well. I will add that and I will smooth it out. Okay, so from the side view, I do want to see this bump happening. Let me show you in the reference as well. So this bump is what I am talking about. This hump over here. Okay, so we definitely do need that. I feel like this is a bit more sloped and this is not. So I'll just push this inside a bit. Yeah, just like that. Okay, so this looks good. One more thing that you want to be careful of is as you're blocking out this eyebrow ridge, you also want to pay attention to a bit of this angle. So I can see that it has a positive incline. He's a bit pissed. So I'll just add that right now as well. Just a bit of the expression if your corrector does have it. And you see my camera is freaking out now. So I'll press the period button to focus it back again. Looking good. Okay, let's block out the eyes. So the way that I like to block out the eyes is I just like to use the draw brush and I like to bulk up this area just like this, and then I like to smooth it out. So we just want to indicate the eyes a bit. Right now what I'm doing is I'm just digging a bit below this, digging around here. Okay, just marking this area and gently smoothing it out. A very important thing that you want to notice about the eyes right now is you also want to prep them later for when we make the eyelids. So just like the lips wrap around the mouth, the eyelids wrap around the eyeball, and the eyeball is round, of course. So what we want is we want a bit of this curvature going on. So I'll just push this corner of the eyes inside. Okay, just trying to get a bit of that corner. And also do mind that you have some space here. Another thing that you want to check right now is from the side view, always check this distance. Okay, how much distance do we have from the nose till where the eye begins? And in this case, I can see that I can definitely increase that a bit. One more thing that I like to notice from the side view is notice how deep this socket comes in. Okay, so this shape that's being made by the eye, you have to observe this in your reference. It depends, changes reference to reference. So in this case, I definitely feel like this area is really flat. What I will do is I will just push this behind in the face, okay, just to get that extra length in this area. So this thing I definitely do want it. Another thing you want to check is do make sure that the eyes, the blockout for the eyes, they have this angle. So just like the lips, the upper lip is ahead of the lower lip. The same way the upper eyelid is ahead of the lower eyelid, and the eyes naturally have this angle. So that is what I'm trying to block out over here as well. And like I told you, bro, level 1, level 2, level 3, we always have to proceed on our sculptures step by step. Okay, if we mess this up later when we add the details, it's going to be more difficult. So take your time placing these features, checking these things from your reference and adding them. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm paying attention that this is straight. A lot of times what happens is that people make the eyes, they look like this. Let me give you an example. So the eyes, they look like this. This would look flat. The proportion of the nose would not be right, or the chin would look like this, and all of this adds up later. So when you start adding the detail, you're going to notice, oh shit bro, I wish I had fixed the proportions first. Oh damn bro, I have to adjust the eye angle now. So take your time, there's no rush. Speed is something that will come with time. A lot of people are like, no bro, I want to sculpt really fast, I want to be speed char. Bro, that will happen, I promise you. And it will only happen if you practice the right way. Okay, a lot of the times, let me give you a tip. So the quickest way you can sculpt faster is to simply avoid these mistakes in the first place, because when you add them here and when you're on a higher poly count, when you add the details for the eyes and the nose, you spend more time fixing things that you could have simply avoided here. So this is best practice. Practice this. Make sure that you are checking these things, and once you get into the habit of these, once you get really good at this, then you will just simply avoid these mistakes that take up a lot of time fixing later on. Okay, so just paying attention to all of these things. And yeah, this looks good. Just checking. You can also check the proportions here. So let's do a quick check here. I definitely feel like we can have a sharper angle on the jaw here. This one feels like it's curving a bit. I'll definitely make that a bit more sharper. I'll flatten out this chin a bit more. With some really minor adjustments. Let's look at the side view. So the side view is really important as well. What I like to look at the side view is I just like to see, okay, where are the features of the face in comparison with the forehead. So you just use one point as an anchor, and then you make observations from there. So for example, I can check, okay, if I draw like a straight line down from the forehead, okay, I can notice that the mouth is almost on the same line here on the sculpt that I'm making. The chin is behind this line. Let's do a similar thing in our sculpt as well. On our reference, I'm just drawing a straight line here. And yeah, clearly I can see that, okay, the mouth is definitely in line with this. The lower lip is behind this. The chin is behind this. So I think I'm in a really good track, because later when I do make the mouth, the upper mouth will be here. The lower mouth will be here. Then we will have this for the chin. So we're definitely on a good track. Let me show you a mistake as well. So if your face looks something like this, and then you drew this line, you will know that, okay, you need to push these features behind. Why? Because in the reference, I can see that the upper lip is behind, the upper lip goes behind, the lower lip is behind this line. This dip is behind this line. The chin is behind this line. And similarly, I can make comparisons here. So the upper lip is ahead of the lower lip. This dip is behind the lower lip. The chin then slightly protrudes out, but doesn't come out as much as the lower lip. So you make these observations in your reference and then implement these things in your sculpt. So we definitely need to push all of this back. I think previously we were in a very good area. So yeah, this is really nice. You can also make observations about the nose. So just check, okay, what is this angle on the nose? I feel like we have a bit of a greater slope. So I'll just push this in. Okay, how far does the nose stick out? You can just draw a line from the forehead down, compare it with your reference, and yes, the nose does stick out. So this is how we make simple observations. Okay, later when we add the features of the face, we will once again make all of these observations. So I just want to straighten this out. Let's just pull it out, just adding a bit more sharpness to the jaw and the face of the character. So this looks really nice. Let's check the ears. Okay, so let's check the ears here. So I can see that the lower lobe of the ear, it almost lines up with the bottom of the nose, but in my case, I can definitely see that it's lower. So what I will do is I will move the ear up. A lot of times people mess the ear up when they are adjusting it. So here's the tip. What you can do is just mask the ear. Okay, you mask the ear. Let me share some multiple tips with you. So you mask the ear, let's invert the mask. A lot of times what I see is people try adjusting the ear with a really small brush, and this just messes up. You have to move more stuff. What you can do is, once you have something like this and you've masked the rest of the face, you can use a big brush. So when using a big brush, you see it just moves the ear without really distorting its shape at all. The same way you can do it if you want to adjust the length of it. So use a relatively big brush. Another thing that you could do is, let me clear the mask. So press M once again. Let's mask this area. Let's say I just want to adjust the size of the ear. So I can definitely see that the ear in my case is a bit big. So I'll adjust the size of it. So I'll mask this area, invert the mask, and over here on this tab on the left, you can see the scale tool. So now you can see the scale tool, but the pivot point is not, it's not proper. It's not in the right position. To adjust the pivot point, you go to Sculpt. Over here, you go to Set Pivot, and then you select Pivot Mask Border. Okay, so this is the mask border. Let's go to the side view, and you want to scale on this square. Okay, so this square that you can see here. So let's set the pivot once again, pivot, mask border. And with this square, I'll just slightly scale the ear down a bit. You can also use the move tool here to move the ear wherever you want. Okay, so somewhere here should be fine. I moved it here because I want to line the bottom with the nose and the top almost with the eyebrow. Okay, so just sharing some tips with you, some common mistakes that I've seen people make. Okay, so if you want to adjust it with the brush, use a big brush, and always use masking. Masking is your friend. Okay, so initially, of course, you might not have enough control over the brush and the maneuvers that you want to make. So always use masking. Masking is your friend. Do not shy away from masking. Okay, so just adjusting the ear. I want to make sure that it goes up, goes down, and then comes back up. Coming back up is really important. Okay, so many people miss this, and then the ear looks like this. This is bad. Okay, so we want the lobe to be hanging. I don't know if you've done this, but when I was in school, we used to flick this part of the ear. So flick someone here, and it hurts like hell, bro. Okay, so this is a good place to be in, and I like where we are. So I would mark this as your level 2. And once you get to this stage, from here onwards, let me show this. Yeah, so we have level 1, level 2. And once you get here, after this, we will just explore the parts individually. So we will explore the nose, the mouth, the ear, the eyes, all separately, without diving too much into the bullshit anatomy, and the medical terms. So we don't need all of that. Okay, so let me just move this to the group. And keep practicing this. Once you can sculpt this consistently, just move on to the next level. And if you want some feedback, you already have the reference here, bro. Just move this somewhere. Move the reference file that you have and just take a screenshot like this. Just take a screenshot like this. Use the application light shot, press Ctrl+C, post it in the community so that I can share some feedback with you. Okay, perfect. And to make a quality post, do make sure that you have the reference and the sculpt in the same image. Try to position them in a similar angle so that I can comment easily on this. Perfect. I'll see you in the next video. Take care. Here's a fist bump. Good luck. So the ears are really important. Before we sculpt them, we have to understand them. And for that, you have to memorize all of this. Okay, so the antihelix, the leg of antihelix, these are really, really important terms. You need to know them. You need to know the shapes. Just kidding, bro. This is how a Jerry memorizes ears. Okay, so in this video, what I will be doing is I will be breaking down the ears in the simplest way ever. And ears will not be difficult for you. So ears were one of the most complicated things when I started to learn how to sculpt, but now they are the easiest thing ever. It's just that they are annoying to sculpt. Okay, you just need to be aware of a few things. As long as you do that, ears is not a problem. So in any ear, you're going to notice these 3 structures. Okay, so the first thing is this 9 shape, and this 9 shape you can see here, it's almost like this tube thingy that goes on the inside of the ear. So you can see this tube and it goes all the way around the ear. Okay, so this is the 9 shape. This 9 shape is really, really tubular. So it needs to have this tubular structure where you can see it curving in. Okay, it's just really, really tubular. The other thing that you want to be aware of after the 9 shape is this Y shape. Okay, so this Y shape that you probably see, okay? So this Y shape is something you need to be aware of as well. So far we've known about the 9 shape and the Y shape. The third thing you need to be really cautious about is this cavity right here. This is really important. And as long as you take care of these three things, ear is not a problem, okay? Right here, we also have this flap thingy. I don't know what's it called. I think, let's just look. Why not? So this thing is called the tragus, the goat. So this is the goat right here, bro. The goat of the ear. And right behind it is where we also find the ear canal. Just these few things is what you need to know about the ear. Okay. So the 9 shape, this 9 shape, the Y shape on the inside, and this flap thingy. Another thing you might know that ear will come in all sorts of shapes and sizes. I will show them to you. From the back, the ear almost looks like a mushroom. So you can see this cylinder over here. And then this cylinder on top of it, it almost looks like a mushroom. If I was to simplify the shape of the ear from the back, it would look something like this. So let's make a cylinder. Let's zoom in on the cylinder. So this cylinder right here, if I was to make something like this, let me pick this, E, S, and E. So this is what the back of the ear would look like. Okay, it's almost like a mushroom shape. It's almost like this shape over here. Okay, so that is what you need to know about the ear. That's pretty much it. Where are the ears located? They are located almost in the center of the face, right behind the jaw. This is constant, so this is always be here, right behind the jaw, almost in the middle of the face, and it will be somewhere in between the nose and the eyebrows. Okay, so this is where you make the ear. If you make the ears too big, your character is going to look old. Now this is the generic proportion where you can see it's between the eyebrows and the nose. Personally, I just like to make the ears a tad bit smaller. It just makes the character look a bit young, and the reason that it makes the character look a bit young is I should have opened up this image, but I haven't. So let me write old people here. It's because funny enough, when we're growing, as we are aging, the features of our body increases. Of course, our body size increases, our bone size increases, the size of your mouth increases, your eyes increase. But then after a certain age, the features, they stop growing. Okay, so everything when we're growing is growing. Your dick size. So okay, so these things keep growing. But you can see, for older people, the nose and the ear is something that just never stops increasing. So these two body parts, they just keep on growing, bro, and they just exceed the generic proportion. So subconsciously we know this when we see old people, and whenever you see a character with big ears, big noses, it's just automatically going to look a bit old. So you can see how this ear is way below, it's almost in the mouth line. So definitely something we need to avoid. So if you make the ears a bit smaller than the generic proportion, that is fine as well. Now I told you the three structures you need to know: the 9 shape, the Y shape, this cavity in the center, and this flappy thingy. And from the back, the ear looks like a mushroom. Let's just look at some examples. So I have loaded up some examples for you. And when you look at this, you will find the same structure. You might find variation in the shape of them, in how they look, but it's all the same structure. You can see this is the 9 shape that I told you about. So this tube thingy is the 9 shape. You can see it. And this right here, you can see is the Y shape. Over here, you can see this cavity, the cavity that I mentioned. And here you can see the flappy thingy. Same thing goes here. So we have this 9 shape. Okay, so this 9 shape. You can see this Y shape in the center. So this Y shape, you see this cavity, and then you see this flappy thing. It's going to be the same thing for every ear. You can observe on every of this side view. It's the same thing. Okay. The good thing about the ear is, as complicated as they may be, they are not important. They are important in the sense that you just need to learn how to make one good ear, and you can slap it on every single model. No one cares, bro. When was the last time you saw someone say, "Oh baby, I want to drown in your ears"? Never. They say that about the eyes. "Oh my god, your ears are as deep as the ocean." No one says that, bro. Ears get no attention at all, unless they're completely messed up. Okay, and even in some cases, so people are like, "Oh, but what if I want to make elf ears?" Okay, let's observe the elf ears. So again, once again, you see the same tubular structure here for the 9 shape, but just in the case of elf, it's just a bit skewed. That's it. It's the same 9 shape structure. You still have the same Y shape over here. So you can see this Y shape. You see this cavity in the center, and then you see this flap thing. It's the same thing. Let's look at this elf ear. It's the same thing once again. So this 9 shape, okay, it's just that the shape of the 9 is a bit skewed. You see the Y shape, and then you see this cavity in the middle, and then this flap thingy. Like I said, it's going to be the same thing on every ear. And once you learn the generic ear, once you learn to make this ear once, you can just observe these things in any ear. So the only difference that you might see in the ear is in the shape of them. That's it. So for example, over here, I can see that, okay, this ear is really curved. Okay, it's almost like a smooth curve all around. This one, I can see it curves here. It's almost straight here. It has this really sharp decline here, and then it goes up again. So this is how I would simplify this ear. So this ear, you can see it's a curve here. It's really flat here, and then it has this angle over here, and then it curves up again. So you'll just see these variations in the shape of them. That's pretty much it. And once you have a generic ear like this, it's so easy to make these adjustments. So for example, if I want to make this thing a bit sharper, I could definitely do it. It's the same thing. If I want to make an elf ear, I'll just extend this thing over here. So I'll just extend this thing over here, and the inner structure will stay the same. So let me just switch to my graphic tablet real quick. Yeah, so I just stretch the ear like this. I emphasize this Y shape a bit on over here. There you have it. Elf ears, bro. Really easy. So you just need to learn how to make the ear good once, and then you can slap that ear on every single model. No one cares, bro. The ear is not that important. Like I told you, bro, no one compliments the ear. No one says, wow, you have really beautiful ears. Oh, I want to taste your ears, bro. No one says that. They say that about the lips. So ears, not important at all. The only important thing about the ears is that you learn how to make them good once, and then you can slap it on every model. Let's look at the front views. Okay, so on the front views here, you can see the ear here. Yeah, see how this part is pointed, and then it curves in, and then it curls up. Same thing here. It goes here. It's really straight here. No sudden changes on the angles, and then it curves back in. Let's look at another ear. So this one is really cute. It's round, and then it curves back up. This one is very interesting. So I saved this reference on purpose. So you can see it curves here, goes out, goes back in, and then curves up. It's not like these other ears. So these are the differences that you will see. You need to learn to make it once, and then you can just observe. So look at Ali. Really cute. So this ear, okay, goes here, curves a bit outwards, then curves back inwards. Look at this ear. Really flat ear. So it's almost straight on this side, and then it curves back on the and has a really big lower earlobe. So that is all you need to know about the ear. Okay, so we just did the basic observations. I just broke down the ear in the simplest thing, but I didn't go into any of this bullshit over here. So Jerry's, they waste time trying to learn this, trying to memorize all of these shapes and the muscles, these shapes and these terms and everything. Bro, it does not matter. Like I told you, even look at this ear, bro. It's the same thing. It's just this 9 shape. Just this 9 shape. You can see this Y shape. Okay, so you see this Y shape. You see this cavity in the center. You see this flap thingy. Really easy. One more thing that you can observe on the ear is that around where the 9 shape and the Y shape meet, there's almost like this weird sort of bridging in the center. So you can see these 2 tubes, and then this sort of merge in the center. That's also one more pattern that you can identify in these ears. So let's just look, and yes, you will see this. So you see here, you see this 9 shape. Draw. So you see this 9 shape coming, you see this Y shape coming, these 2 tubes, and then over here it's just a flat area, they merge. So you see this crease here, and they sort of just merge as they go down. You can see the tube here of the 9 shape, this tube of the Y shape, you see this crease in the center, and then as they go down, they just merge together. So I will show you how to sculpt the ear in the next video in the easiest way possible. You just need to learn this. It's really just a step-by-step method on how to make the ear once. You learn to make it once, and then you can slap that ear on every single model. No one will notice. and it doesn't matter. So the ear is really not that important. The only important thing about the ear is that you learn how to sculpt it good once, and then yeah, just it's like a rinse and repeat method, works every single time. You don't have to worry too much about the ear. Just learn to make it good once. If you ever feel confused, just watch this video again, watch this breakdown. I will break down the ear in the easiest way possible, and then the next video, once you understand these patterns, just move on to the next video and let's begin sculpting the ear. See you there. All right, so with that understanding, let's begin sculpting the ear. The first thing you want to do is you want to add a bit more polygon. So let's go down a few remesh value. Yes, just so that we have some polygons to sculpt with. And then what you do here is, let's just zoom in on the reference as well. So the first thing you want to make is you want to carve in the 9 shape. Okay, and the most common mistake that I see people making with the 9 shape is that they use the draw sharp brush and then they just do this and they think that it's over. No, I told you that the 9 shape is really tubular, so you really want to dig it in. Look at how I'm going over the same area multiple times. Okay, so just really digging it in so that we get that tubular structure of the 9 shape. The interesting thing about the 9 shape is that I don't like to complete it like this. I like to complete it on the outside. I hope that makes sense. The reason I like to complete it on the outside is because I want to make this separation of this flap thingy and this tube of the 9 shape that we can see here. Okay, so just to make that separation, we carve it on the outside. What you do then is that you dig over here. Just try to outline this flap thingy. So just dig a bit like this. Push this inside. All I'm doing is I'm just using the draw sharp, right? Just digging inside. The next thing that I like to see is notice the shape of this cavity here. Okay, so this cavity, the shape of this cavity can depend. Sometimes it curves like this, sometimes it doesn't curve like this. In this case, it doesn't. So what I will do is I will just carve in this cavity as well. Okay, so just carve it in. And you can see we're fairly low poly, but we're starting to indicate the shape of the ear. So just dig it in and gently smooth everything. Very gently, okay? Very gently, just smooth with a very light touch. Just smooth. And over here, like I told you, so we have this tube for the Y shape and this tube for the 9 shape. We have it over here. As you reach the center, you just want to gently smooth it out so that we can indicate that merging. Okay, so this looks good. What I want to do now is I will also just move this flap in front. So just emphasize a bit on that flap shape. And you see now I don't have polygons to sculpt anymore. So I will just simply press the remesh button to redistribute the geometry. Let's go back to the draw sharp brush, and right behind this flap thingy, so you can see behind the flap thingy is where we also have the ear hole, the ear canal. So let's just dig over here. Really, okay, so we just dug here. Let's emphasize a bit on this 9 shape. And you see, we don't have enough polygons. I will just smooth all of this out really gently. And one more thing that you want to make sure of, that this 9 shape, make sure that you also push it inside the face. Okay, so as it's going like this, it is also curving in. Okay, you can see it also curves in. So from the front, you can't completely see the 9 shape because it curves inside. So that is what I will do over here as well. I will just push the 9 shape inside the face. Okay, so let's just add a bit more polygons. And do not overdo this right now because we still have to sculpt the rest of the features of the face. You don't want to go extremely high poly now because it will make sculpting the rest of the features a bit difficult as well. So just a bit more. Okay, we don't want to go too high poly with this. And yeah, you see, I'm around 75. How much is this face? Yeah. So I'm around 75,000 right now. So what I will do is I will just emphasize on that 9 shape. Just really dig in. Make that tube structure again. Dig a bit here as well, make that 9 shape. You can also pull it with control to pull out that tube shape. Okay, and you know what, right now I think this amount of detail is enough. So later when we go to a higher poly stage, that is when we will further define the ear, we will further make the Y shape and everything. Some things that we can still tweak is, let's go to the side view, is the shape of the ear. So I noticed that the highest point is about here, almost in the center, but over here it's like a flat top. So I'll just introduce that highest point here in the center, like we see in the reference. I see this lower lobe, okay? So it has a bit of this, I don't know, this wide bottom. So I will definitely add a bit of that on my sculpt as well. Okay. And this detail so far is enough. Later, just as an example, I'm just showing you an example. So later when we go higher poly, okay, when we go higher poly, which we will, what we can do then is then we can further go dig in the tube shape here. We can also carve in the Y shape. Okay. But let's not do that right now because I don't want this to go extremely high poly and make it difficult to sculpt with. This 9 shape, we can definitely move it over here. Okay, just to indicate this tube structure. So you see this tube structure almost ending in the middle of the ear. So that is what we can define as well. But not now. Later, when we're high poly. Just wanted to show you as an example. So let's just undo. Yep, up till where I remeshed. Yeah, up till here. So as long as you have something like this, you're in a good place, my friend. Okay, just keep practicing till you get this shape. It's really, really easy. If you feel confused, just watch the video again, try again with me. And once you get this shape consistently, just move on to the next video. I'll see you there. Boom, fist bump. All right, so once again, if you don't understand these terms, you don't memorize them, you don't learn them like this, bro, you're screwed. Just kidding. Okay, once again, we'll break down the ears in the easiest way possible. And when I do this explanation for you, all of these references that you see here will make sense. Okay, so the first thing that I want you to realize about the nose is that you just need to understand this diagram. Okay, so the nose has some sort of a bony structure inside it called the cartilage, and they form this shape. Okay, so this is the nose. This part over here causes a bit of a bump, and then the nose narrows down, and then this part also causes a bit of a bump. So this is the kind of shape that the nose follows. Okay, so this is the kind of shape that the nose follows. This part over here can be called the ball of the nose or the bulb of the nose, whatever you want to call it, the tip of the nose, whatever you want to call it. Okay, the name does not matter. What matters is that you understand the structure. So let me put this into practice. So let's look at this sculpt over here. This is what the generic shape of any nose that you see would be. Okay, so towards the top, we have this trapezius shape. So this shape happens over here between the brows. So this is where the brows would be, eyebrows, and this the beginning of the nose. Okay, so you will see this trapezius shape. This is what will happen here. Then this will be the narrow part of the nose. Here you will see one of the cartilage that I mentioned here. It gets narrow, and towards the bottom here, once again, you will see the nose forming this ball at the end because of the cartilage as well. The best nose, if you want to study noses, is going to be Henry Cavill. Hands down, bro. Like, this guy has the perfect nose to study, like the perfect structure. Also, this guy, I don't remember what, Ben Badgley, I think, the one who played Joe Goldberg in the U season. So he also has a really defined nose. Okay, so the cartilage structure is very prominent in both of them. And you can see, so they have the same trapezius shape on the top. Then they have this widening because of the cartilage here. And then towards the bottom, you can see this very defined bulb of the nose, once again because of that cartilage. You can see the same thing over here. And by the way, this is a really cool exercise. So just open up some references on Google and just trace over them. Just trace like this. So you can see this trapezius here. Okay. You can see this widening because of the cartilage here. Then it thins down. And then on the bulb, once again, you see that that widening once again because of the cartilage structure that I showed here. This structure you will see almost in every nose. Well, like I told you, but there's unlimited variations to the noses, and sometimes the cartilage structure is prominent, sometimes it's really prominent, sometimes it's not so prominent, sometimes it's really smooth. So you can see here that sometimes it's so prominent it looks like a penis, bro. Like, no kidding, bro. And so let me just show you some things that you need to be aware about when you're looking at the noses. Okay, so like I told you, you want to look at the cartilage shape. You're always going to find this trapezius shape, then the widening on the cartilage, upper cartilage, and then the widening on the lower ball thing. The other thing that you want to notice is you want to notice this, how defined it is. Sometimes it's very prominent. Sometimes you can even see the separation of the lower cartilage. The separation. So you can see this cut over here. Sometimes this too is very defined. It is rare, but it is present. So I think it's a bit prominent in the Henry Cavill nose as well. Okay, so you can see this separation right here. Really, really interesting. Then you look at the side of the nose. From the side, you want to notice, okay, where does this bump happen? Sometimes this bump happens because of the cartilage as well. Also, I told you that the skull here, the skull has this bump. So this is where this bump happens. Okay, so this bump right here, it's this bump right here. So if I was to trace the skeleton would look something like this on this face. Okay, so really, really interesting things to know. Also, you want to check the angle of this. So sometimes this is very wide, the nose protrudes out very long, sometimes it's really flat, sometimes it's close to the face. So all sorts of variations exist. And you also want to see, okay, the tip of the nose, does it point up? Does it point straight? Does it point down? So all sorts of these variations exist as well. So you can see this nose points up. You can see this nose points straight. It's really, really even. Let's try to find an example of a nose pointing down. So you can see this nose points straight as well. Yeah, this nose you can see definitely points a bit down, but there are other noses that point extremely down as well. I do not have a reference for them. I think I did, but I don't have it at the moment. Let me delete this. So these are some things that you want to check from the side. Let me check my notes really, really quick. So you want to check the bump. You want to yeah. Also, another thing you need to be aware of is the nostrils. Okay, so the nostrils, let's look at the nostrils. The nostrils are not perfect circles. Okay, they're almost like this bean shape that you see here, almost like this bean shape. They're never perfect circles like this. This is a mistake. Okay, so do not make perfect circles. They do not exist. Also know one more thing, is that around the nostrils, you will also see this rim structure of the nose. Okay, so the nose does not directly connect to the upper mouth, the mouth area, but it has this rim that separates it. Let's look at some real examples and you can notice this. So notice the rim here. Okay, you can definitely see the rim of the nose happening here. You can see it happening here. Sometimes it's really close to the face, but it does exist. Okay, and there's unlimited variations, so maybe you might find somewhere that the rim is not visible. In that case, don't make it. But generically, you can see the rim of the nose happening here. Okay, it doesn't directly connect to the face, and yeah, you can see the rim of the nose here. So really, really interesting thing to keep an eye out for. What else? Yeah, from the side, you also want to notice this really important detail. I shared this previously before, that the nose is deep inside the face. Okay, this is not, this is the nose, this is the nostril, and then this is the face. This is wrong. You can see that the nostril is almost halfway in, it's almost halfway out, halfway in. The nose goes deep into the face, and this is where we see the nostril. So almost halfway in, halfway out. And this is something you can see here as well. Okay, so this is the nose. Look at the nostril, halfway in, halfway out. Wait, let me check that just a sec. Yo, back. I had to go get the dough for my mom. It is super hot, bro. Like it's like 43 degrees Celsius out there. Good thing I have this lemonade. I think you can hear the ice. I just like having some lemonade chilled by my side at all times. I just find it difficult to drink water. So drinking lemonade is an easier way for me to stay hydrated. All right, back to the nostril. So you can see here, the nostril is almost halfway out, halfway in. The nose is actually pretty deep inside the face. People really, really underestimate this. This is a very common mistake. Okay, so never, ever underestimate this. The nose is really inside the face. Perfect. And I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, one more thing that you want to know about the nose is, let me show you on the sculpt first. So the way that the nose connects is that we have this sort of a slope. Okay, so this flesh on the side of the face, it sort of goes up and then curves around where we see the nostril. Okay, so it follows this sort of a shape, but then we do see this slope. Okay, so this slope right here on the side, it's really, really important when connecting to the face. A common mistake that I see people doing is that they just make the nose like this, and it's just like it's extruding straight out. Yeah, this looks really bad, and this is not how the nose should be. So we do need this slope on the side. We just use the glacier brush to fill that up, Okay, and then we introduce this slope on the side of the face, and like I told you, we make it and then we curl it around the nose a bit. Okay, so we definitely do need this. It's a gradual slope, so yeah, slope is a good analogy. And let's look at this on the sculpt. So yeah, you can definitely notice this here as well. Notice this slope on the side of the nose, really important. Also on this pen Badgley example, you can see that we have this slope. So it shouldn't just suddenly extrude and be so abrupt on the face. Yeah, that's not how it should be. Also, one more thing that you should check. I know I keep saying one more thing, but yeah, I swear this is the last. So you always want to notice this dip in front of the eye. Okay, so around this eye area, wherever you remember we made this dip in the skeleton, this is where that dip is. This is where it happens on the nose. On females, it's very subtle. It's not super deep on females. On males, it's more prominent, but this is just a generic. Like I told you, always take generic stuff with a grain of salt. Of course, there are females with a more masculine face, males with a bit more feminine face. So these sort of variations do exist, but you always want to keep an eye out. Okay, how deep is this from the side view when you're looking at some references? So here, this example, you can see it's really subtle. So very interesting here. So you can see Caroline here from the Vampire Diaries. Really attractive side profile. Okay, a very subtle bump. You can see how it's really subtle, so very attractive. On this female, you can see it's a bit more emphasized yet attractive. Okay, so all sorts of variations, they do exist. We just want to keep an eye out for them. So in this male example, notice how deep this is, how angular this is. It's really angular, really sharp. So the male features, usually they are going to be very angular, very blocky, much more emphasized. You also want to look at the slope of the nose. Sometimes it's a straight line, sometimes it's a slope, sometimes it's a bit crooked. You can see, okay, here it just bulges out and then drops straight down. So yeah, this example, this is, by the way, this is called a hawk nose. There you can see this curving down. So there's all sorts of variations. Look at this one, and yeah, look at this example. So this character was Ulrich, I think. Ulrich, I don't know, but I think I'm pronouncing it Ulrich from the Dark Season, and he had a very interesting side profile. So this bump was really subtle on him, and his nose was really long, bro. So look at this nose, it's really long nose, and it also does not follow the generic proportions. Also, the lips here, you can see that they do not follow the generic proportions either. So they're a bit low, and yeah, just really interesting proportions. So all sorts of variations exist. People are very interesting, but always we just use the generic forms. We learn how to sculpt one nose really well, and this just increases our understanding of the rest of the noses. Okay, just memorize these main things. Just be aware of these main things that I told you. Watch this video again if you have to, and once you understand all of this, just move on, and in the next video we will be sculpting the nose together. All right, see you there. Goodbye. All right, let's sculpt the nose. Let me just have some lemonade. Yeah. Okay, so for the nose, what I like to do is let's just zoom in over here. And on the bottom view, I like to start beginning with the nostril. So I'll just use the draw sharp brush. You could use the draw brush. I don't know. What we want is we just want some sort of a bean shape. And I think the lower current geometry is a bit low. So let's remesh. And when you're viewing this from the bottom view, the grid appears down here. Okay, so just be careful. Don't try adjusting here and then you're gonna, I don't know, fry your computer. So let me check the remesh value once again. What's the remesh value on my sculpt? Yeah, 0.01. Okay, so I think we can go a bit lower. Yep, about here. Too much. Feels too much. Yeah. Okay, so let's just work with this. I want to sculpt the nostrils first, so I'll make this bean shape. Notice how I'm making a bean shape. Okay, it's like this bean shape. It's not a perfect circle. And over here, what I do is I like to just mark this rim. So I'll just use the grab brush to just wiggle around until I get some sort of a rim like this. Okay, from the bottom view, you also want to check here. Just pull the nostrils a bit inside the face. And this looks like a good place to begin with. Good. Let's go to the side view. Use the draw sharp brush. And now you want to cut this shape for the nostril. Okay, so this shape for the nostril, this sometimes it's really prominent all the way up till here. Sometimes it's not. So I can only see it up till here. So that is how far I would make it. I will cut a bit here. I will just make it exist first, and then I'll gently smooth it out. Okay, so this way you have that separation from the front as well. So make it first, and then later you can smooth it out. Okay, so just make it first, make it up till here, and then just smooth it out and keep as much as you want. Okay, so this looks good. Also, one more thing, this line over here, this skin over here, you definitely want to indicate it a bit. So just cut it like this and then smooth on the inside. Don't smooth on the line, but make sure that you don't emphasize this line too much, because if you emphasize this line too much, the character just suddenly looks 20 years older. So we definitely do want to have it, but we want to keep it subtle. Okay, so just add it and just smooth a bit. Okay, yeah, like I told you, you need to have some space behind the nostril, because we can always touch ourselves behind the nostril. Okay, so this looks good. Also here, let's just go to the front view. So in the front view, what I want to do is I just want to pull out this area a bit, make that trapezius area. So remember, I told you that we have a bit of this trapezius area in the start. Then the nose is narrow. Then it gets a bit wide because of the cartilage. The cartridge, I don't know what the pronunciation is. And yeah, this here, let's just make that ball of the nose a bit. The way you can emphasize the ball is just use the Lips brush. Let me see. Yeah, the size sensitivity is on. So make sure that you enable size sensitivity. By default, it just turns off. So make sure that it is on. So here, I just like to bulk up the nose. Just make this ball thing. Just use the smooth brush to gently flatten this end here. And then just gently smooth over everything. Okay. Another way you can indicate this cartilage is use the draw brush. So pull it out here, dig a bit behind it. Okay, so let me repeat that. Wherever this ball you made, just pull the corners of it, push behind it, and then gently smooth it out. Okay, this way you can indicate this cartilage shape as well. So the nose looks really, really nice. I feel like I overdid it a bit, but I just wanted to show you how you can make this shape. So I'll just smooth it out till I get to about a similar level of detail. And I feel like my bump is happening way low, whereas this bump is happening a bit above. Definitely. Yeah, definitely. So I'll push this in. I'll pull this out and I'll push it in here. Okay, so make that bump a bit above the top. And remember how I told you that we need to have a slope. So just use the Lips brush to bulk up this area and just make that slope. Okay. Curl it a bit around the nostril, but do make that slope and then gently smooth it out. Okay. All right, looking good. I think I can just cut the nostril here once again. I definitely smooth it out. So just adding that in. Yeah, so see, we want to have a bit of the separation for the nostril here. So this is looking good. Let's check the side view. Let's go to the side. Oops, let me disable these. So let's go to the side view. Let's go to the side view here as well. And let's make some comparisons. So like I told you, from the side view, we just need to be careful of a few things. So right now, let me show you what I'm observing. So I'm seeing this dip over here. Okay. And we definitely do have that dip. So that is nice. After the dip, I'm noticing that the nose has a bit of this bump. Okay. In my case, it's really, really linear. This is not wrong either. But since I'm using a reference, I want it to be close to the reference. In the reference, I see now that, okay, this has a bump here. So I will definitely add that bump. I'll just use the grab brush, sculpt mode, use the grab brush, pull this out, indicate that bump like I can see in my reference. Also this part, I can see that it's curving out. So it's a bit bulky on this ball, but mine is a bit sharp. This is not wrong. Once again, this is not wrong. But since I have a reference, I want to make it closer to the reference. So I'll just bulk it up over here as well. Another really important thing is to just check this thing. Okay, so just check this this lower end, I feel like mine is really straight, whereas over here it just curves up a bit very subtly. So I'll definitely have a similar shape here as well. Okay, I'll bring it down and I will curve it up. So this is definitely much closer to the reference. And don't worry, like I told you, you don't have to make it 100%. As long as you're in the ballpark, as long as it looks 80-90% similar, it's okay. I think I can just bulk up this a bit more. And yeah, I won't overthink this. This is very similar to the reference and I'm in a good place. So perfect. From here, just keep practicing this. It's really easy. The nose is really easy, bro. Okay, so just keep practicing this. Once you can get this result consistently on your own, 80 to 90% accuracy, move on to the next video. I think I could bulk up this a bit more, but yeah, I think I'm just overthinking really. Let's go to the front view. Yeah, this nostril, I can definitely see that this nostril is a bit more visible. So I'll just pull this down a bit, very subtly, just to give it a bit more visibility, like in the reference. And yeah, this looks good. Perfect. I'll see you in the next video. Goodbye. Here's your second reminder, bro, just in case you're skipping videos and you're being a jury. Okay, if you think, oh, bro, this is uncomfortable, I don't want to practice again, so let me just skip forward. In case that is happening, I just want to remind you, bro, that the discomfort that you're feeling, that is the sign of growth. The reason it is uncomfortable is because it is a new area for you. Nothing in your life where you grew that you weren't aware of before was ever comfortable. Learning is not comfortable. Learning is not pleasurable. The only pleasure that comes with learning is later when you get the result. The process does not have pleasure. The progress, however, has a lot of pleasure. So if you are feeling that way, let me just quickly show you something. Let me just show you a quick trick. And let me show you here, bro. Oh, I have to minimize myself. So yeah, I want you to go back and look at your level 0. Okay, so your level 0 where you absolutely sucked and I want you to look at the progress that you've made. That is progress, bro. If you do not know how to block out a face, bro, you didn't know how to make a face, but now you know how to block out one. That is progress, my friend. You've been making progress and all you have to do is to keep doing that. This wasn't comfortable, was it? You can find pleasure. I'm telling you, the process is not it's not fun. The process is not fun. The only way you can make the process fun is by enjoying these little wins, bro. So you did not know how to make a face, but then you learn how to block it out. That is something you can be proud of. Be happy. You did not know how to block out a face, but now you know how to place the eyes and the nose and do all of these things. So that is progress, my friend. Be happy. This is something you can be proud of. Okay, if you feel like the nose is not working, you just have to keep practicing. You did not know how to sculpt a nose, but now you know how to sculpt a nose a bit better. And tomorrow you'll master it. That is how it is. It's not comfortable until it becomes. Okay, so now by now the blocker is absolutely comfortable for you. So I just wanted to give you this reminder, just in case you're skipping lessons again. Don't do it, bro. It's not worth it. And if you're feeling uncomfortable, I just want to let you know that it is how it should be. It should be uncomfortable. The only pleasure that you should be feeling right now is in the growth that you are experiencing. The process is not comfortable. The progress is very pleasurable. Okay, so I just wanted to give you this reminder. Don't be a cherry, bro. I knew I would be, so I'm just adding this reminder here for myself, for my younger self. Right? You got this. Don't be a cherry. Fist bump. Time to cover the lips. And yeah, once again, bro, we will cover the lips without diving into all of this bullshit terms, and we don't need them. You're an artist. You're not a doctor, bro. And by this time, bro, I don't know. I don't care, bro. I should become your favorite sculpting instructor. I should be this. Like, I've made this so easy for you, bro. Like, come on, you should appreciate this. The least you can do is just subscribe. So go to my channel, subscribe. Yeah, that's the least you can do, bro. I should be your favorite sculptor by now. And yeah, so once again, we'll just observe the lips. I will show you some things, the common patterns. And once I explain these things to you on this model, all of this over here will make absolute sense. Lips will be something that will not confuse you. Okay, but before we do that, let me just take a sip from my coffee. I barely slept last night, and here I am, 5:45 a.m. recording this course. I need coffee to go on, bro. And someone asked me, like, how much coffee do you drink, Isaac? So let me tell you, bro, I drink coffee till my piss smells like it. I kid you not. I have about 3-4 cups of coffee a day, and literally my piss smells like coffee. I love coffee. Coffee is it's a super drink, bro. I think I overshared a bit, so let's just dive into this. All right, so on the lips, what you're going to observe is the upper lip will form this M shape. Okay, so this M shape, you can see it. The crease almost always forms this very subtle M. It's like a squished M, like someone squished that M. Okay, so the upper one is a big M, and the middle one is a squished M. The lower lip, you will see them as almost this flat area over here, and then these pillars on the side of the lower lip. Okay, so these muscles are there, and you will almost see these pillars here. In some people, these pillars are very exaggerated. In some people, they are not. The important thing about the lower lip that I want you to notice is that notice how flush they are with the rest of the face. Okay, a very common mistake that I see is that people think, oh wow, we have a lower lip, so let me make it like this, and this is bad. This is really bad, bro. So this should not happen. The lower lip really flush, really smooth with the rest of the mouth, with these pillars that I just mentioned. Really flush with them. Also, another really important thing that you're going to see is notice that the upper lip starts here, but the lower lip starts somewhere here. So there's always this offset, slight offset in where the upper and the lower lip begins. In the corners, there's always this creasing going on where the upper and the lower lip meets. Also, you will see this bulge thing happening over here. The reason for this bulge that happens is that the face has a lot of muscles, and most of the muscles, they just come towards this direction, and then they clump up here, and it forms this bulge on the side of the mouth. Sometimes it's very visible, sometimes it's not. But these are some common things. These edges on the side of the lips that I mentioned, they are very flush, but in very feminine lips, you still might see this separation very prominently. Okay, so the lower lips, definitely sometimes they are visible, but they are mostly visible in more plump or feminine lips. In males, not as much. So let me just summarize. Upper lip is an M. Okay, the center is a subtle M. Then we have this flat thing, and the sides are really flush, but we can also see this sort of pillar shapes, these muscles forming this shape below the lower lip. Another thing that you can notice over here is that this thingy over here, this dip over here, by the way, the fancy name for this, the name that Jerry's trying to memorize is philtrum. So the fancy name for this is philtrum. The name, once again, it's irrelevant. It does not matter what this is called. Just know that this dip happens here, and also where this dip happens is where you will see the peak of the lip. Okay, so that is also something important to notice, and these are almost as wide as the bridge of the nose. So you see this nose over here, these are almost as wide. A really common mistake is seeing something like this, where they feel like they're spreading out. Or another mistake would be that when they are thinning in on the top. So that shouldn't happen. This form is relatively straight. Okay, so this is wrong as well. This V doesn't happen. Might happen for some people, but generically this does not happen. Let me see if I missed something else. Oh yeah, let's look at the side of the mouth. So the side of the mouth. Okay, before we go to the side, I want to show you something. So from the bottom view is really underestimated. By the way, you want to know that the mouth is a curved shape. This is something that I already discussed, and I busted those tutorials where they ask you to make something on a sphere, and then think, wow, bro, you just made these lips in 5 minutes. Bad practice, bro. The biggest takeaway from those videos is that the mouth is a round shape, and it will not work unless you round this off. So if you do not round this off, you will end up with something like this, like like he's pouting or something. A bit of a giga chat expression, by the way. Yeah, definitely pouting. So this is what we don't want. We want the mouth to be round, and this is something you can check from the bottom. So from the side view, let's move on to the side view now. Since the mouth is a round shape, from the side view you will notice that the mouth goes quite deep inside the face actually, and sometimes this lines up with the nose. Sometimes if you draw a straight line, it lines up with the eye. Sometimes it goes beyond the eye, so there's unlimited variations. But right here is a sweet spot. Okay, so just about where the upper corner of the eye is, about there is fine. Also, another really important detail from the side of the lips is we talked about this in the drawing exercise as well. The upper lip is ahead of the lower lip. Okay, always, almost always, unless someone has really plump lips, then yes, they might be on the same plane. Or if someone has bad mouth structure or bad jaw shapes, in that case the lower lip can be ahead of the upper lip as well. So that does happen, but it's really 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 rare, but it does happen. Okay, let me just quickly check my notes if I miss some things. Okay, one more thing from the front is the width of the mouth. How wide are they? This is something that we also discussed in the drawing exercise. So if you imagine pupils on this eye here, they almost line up with the middle of that. That is pretty much all that you need to know about the mouth. So with these things, let's observe some references and let's check. So let's pick a random lip. So this one, let's pick this one. You can definitely see we have this M shape going on here. We have this subtle M in the middle. The bottom is like this flat thingy, and on the side it's really really flush with the mouth. Just like I said, you can notice this philtrum here, this thing. This is also where the lips peak, so it's almost as wide as the bridge of the nose as well. Pick any lips, bro, any lips. They're just going to be the same. They're just going to be the variation of the same thing. So M on top here, a really subtle M. In some cases, this might also be a straight line. And in this case, you can see that the edges of the lower lip are visible, but close to the end, they get really flush. Okay, but yeah, they are more visible in this scenario. And yeah, so now you're noticing this pattern on all of these. This is a really interesting lip shape, but you can see it also follows the same thing. The M on top. In this case, the lower M is not as subtle. It's almost the same shape as the upper one. You can see really flat, really flush with the mouth, and you can definitely see the pillars that I mentioned over here as well. So the pillars are really prominent in some people. In some people they are not. I loaded up this example of Homelander. You can see that it's really prominent in his case, bro. Like really prominent, the structure on his face. Very interesting. I like this. Also in this sculpt you can see, so I loaded up this sculpt to really really show you this bulk that happens on the lower lip, and this is more prominent on males, by the way, as well. Okay, let's notice some other things. So from the side, I loaded up these references so I can show you upper lip ahead of the lower lip and how deep is this. So let's just try drawing a straight line up, lines up with the eye. Let's look over here. So in this case, his face is like this. So he's slightly leaning forward, and even in that case, you can see that the lips are almost in the same plane. If his face was straight, they would definitely be on this angle. So how deep are they? I just wanted to show it to you. You can see that in this case, they line up with the nose, but they are ahead of the eye. So they do not line up with the eyes. And like I told you, it depends reference to reference. Upper lip ahead of the lower lip. How deep is the mouth? In this case, you can see it's almost lined up with the center of the eyes. Let's look over here. So upper lip slightly ahead of the lower lip, really slightly. How deep it is? How deep is the mouth? Almost lines up with the center. Oh my god, why am I zooming constantly? I want to press control, but I accidentally press Z. Sorry if this trips you. It's not intentional. So you can see here upper lip ahead of the lower lip once again. How deep is the mouth? We can check from the side view. So it's ahead of the eye, somewhere between the nose and the eye. So there's going to be all sorts of variation, but once you understand the generic proportion, once you understand the generic features, then you can just notice this in every face. Okay, this one was really interesting. I loaded this on purpose. So remember how I told you that the lips are almost as wide as the center of the pupils. So almost as wide. If I try drawing a straight line up, almost lines up with the pupil. So this face is really interesting. She has a really small mouth, and in this case you can see it almost lines up with the corner of the eye. Over here as well with the corner of the eye. So very interesting. Like I told you, all sorts of variations do exist, but we just focus on the generic forms, and once you understand generic forms, you can notice this pattern in other people as well. So it just makes everything so much easier. Like when we're having a conversation, even if we do not, when we're reading a passage, when you're reading something in English, even if you don't understand a really tough word, you can read what's behind it and what's ahead of it and make sense of that word, can't you? The same thing goes for sculpting. We need that grammar, we need that understanding on the basics, on the generic forms, and then making sense of other things becomes much more natural, much more easier. Like I told you, there's unlimited variations. So you can see this male with really thin lips, this male with a bit of feminine plump lips. These are really feminine, really plump lips. And then the same thing happens for females. So plump lips, but here really thin lips. Not something that I would personally find really attractive. I prefer females with really plump lips. It's a very feminine sign. And yeah, so you just go ahead, trace these features like I told you, trace the M, trace the subtle M. And in this case, you can see that the bottom is definitely not flat. It's a big curve. So all sorts of variations do exist. For males, generically, the proportions that I share, that they work. So you can see M on top, subtle M in the middle, flat top here, and then flush sides on the edges of the lower lip. I hope this has allowed you to understand the lips a lot better. So in the next video, we will begin sculpting them, and I am really excited to see you there, bro. Here's a fist bump. See you there. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, let's put everything that we've learned to practice and let's sculpt the lips. So let's enter sculpt mode. And I think the current remesh value is enough, so I wouldn't add any more polygons unless I'm satisfied. By the way, there's no specific order to these things, so you can start with the nose, then the mouth, then the ears. But I usually try to follow the sequence. I make the ears first, really low poly, then the lips. Sometimes I just try doing them simultaneously, but I always keep the eyes for the end. That is because eyes just require a bit more resolution, a bit more polygon, so I just leave them for the end. So let's make the lips, why not? Okay, one more thing that I forgot to cover in the last video is that the corners of the lips, they are always below center. So you can see the subtle M that happens here, the corner of the lips are below the center. Okay, so you can see corner of the lips. If I draw a straight line down, this is the center is always high and the corner of the lips are low. If you make them on the same level, it just looks like the character is smiling a bit. So it's not a neutral expression. This is not wrong, obviously, but it's not a neutral expression. When we're making something, we just make something neutral. If you want him to be smirking a bit, you could make it level, but generically every lip you see, that they are like this because yeah, normal expression. All right, let's sculpt them. So what I will use is I will use the draw sharp brush, because draw sharp brush allows me to dig very aggressively. And yeah, I just wanted to focus on this area. So what you do, if you want to focus, just dig something, press the period button or the view selected, and then you will be focusing on that area as well. This is a really cool trick, by the way. Okay, so the first thing I would do is I would check the proportion. And I know that the proportion for the lip is that the bottom lip is almost in the center of the bottom of the nose and the chin. So over here, that should be, let's draw a straight line. And somewhere here should be the bottom of the lip. So I know if the bottom of the lip is here, then the crease of the mouth should be somewhere here. Okay. So what I will do is I will dig with the draw sharp brush and I will dig really deep, something like this. Okay. And from here, you can just gently smooth this edge, this corner here. It will just bevel it. Or what you can do alternatively is you can use the grab brush and just pull that form up. Okay. And just try to shape it like a lip. And you see, as I move it up, it just automatically makes that upper lip for me. So let's go to the front view and notice the angle here. So we have this angle going on. And then this M, sometimes this M can be really sharp, sometimes it's really smooth. This is somewhere in the middle, so yeah, I won't really try to, I'll just make something similar to the reference. Okay, so this looks good. For the lower lip, what you can do is just smoothen this area a bit and use the clear strips brush, enable the size sensitivity, it just turns on by default. And I just want to dig this part in a bit. Okay, just dig this part in a bit and then you can just smooth this lower part for the lower lip. I think I dug too much, so I'll just smooth out a bit of it. Yeah, so I just want to indicate something of a mouth for now. Let's check the bottom view. Definitely I want to push this in. So I told you the mouth is a round form. So let's just push this in so that we have something round. Let's also check from the side. So from the side, just check how far is the lip going in. So it's a bit behind the ear. It's a bit behind the ear, so this is fine. I think I'll just push it a bit forward. Okay, looking good. What I will do now is I will use the crease brush. And with the crease brush, we can just make this center crease. So just make this center crease of the lips. Looking good. And yeah, once again, I'll just smooth all of the lower lip down here. With the draw sharp brush, what I will do is I just want to cut these pillars that I showed you. So I'll start somewhere here and just dig like this, and I'll smooth here. Just smooth around that. And you see, now we are having that form for the lips. Okay, here I feel like we can definitely dig more. This looks really flat. So I'll just dig a bit more like this and just smooth all of that out. All right, looking good. Let's just sharpen this corner a bit. You see how we have this big border? I don't like it. So let's use the grab brush, pull all of this down, just wiggle myself. Oh, not myself, but the sculpt that I have, just to tighten that space a bit. The upper lip looks really big compared to the reference. I'll definitely just try to shrink that down. Let's make the dip here. And I can definitely see that the peak here is happening really wide. It's not that wide over here. Oops, dropped my pen. So let's bring it closer. Let's smooth it, bring it closer. Let's use the draw sharp brush and indicate that dip here. And yeah, this also gives me a good place where I can have the peak. So I'll just use this as my peak point and make everything else fall behind that. Let's just smooth this a bit. I don't like how deep it was going. Perfect. Let's look at the side view. So let's go to the side view. Let me hide the face levels. Okay. Let's go to the side view here as well. And definitely I can see we can bring the upper lip a bit forward. Lower lip a bit behind that. And notice this thing. So this is really flat. But over here, you can see the lip over here is really full. Okay, so we have that curve. You can either try to adjust this with the grab brush, but a trick that I like to use is just use the inflate brush, and you can make the lips a bit more full. If you overdo it, just smooth a bit. No worries at all. I don't like how the lower lip looks. You see how they are just peaking like this. So if I can draw it for you, you see how this is making a sharp form. Let's check the bottom view here. At the bottom, I can see that we have this flat thing here, and then we have this curve, and then we have this flat area once again. So I'll just use the grab brush from the bottom view, and in the bottom we will just try to get a similar shape to what we can see on the reference. Okay, so see, flat area here, curve here, flat area here. Definitely much better. I don't like how prominent these edges are, so I'll just smooth a bit around it. And by the way, here's one more thing. So now the geometry is a bit stretched, it's a bit spread out. I want to remesh this. Whenever you remesh and whenever there's a crease, you will see artifacts like this. So this thing will happen. You can see it happening here, seeing it happening here. But when this happens, just ignore it. Some people really stress out. They're like, no, I have to make it perfect. This is part of sculpting. Currently we're low poly, we're not high poly, we're not polishing this yet. So you might see these imperfect edges somewhere here, and don't try to smooth them out. They will not go away. Okay, we can always polish this towards the end, right? Not just focus on getting the shapes and the forms right. Let's look at the bottom view again. I can just make the lips a bit wider. I think I'm in a good ballpark comparing it to my reference here. One more thing I would like to add is use the glaciers brush, and let's add that bulk of the mouth happening here. So just use the glaciers brush, add that bulk here, cut it a bit like this as well. so it overlaps the lip slightly, and then you smooth it out. Okay, smooth gently on the outer side, or on the inner side, the side closer to the lip. So this side I will smooth gently, the outer side I will smooth a bit more aggressively. Okay, so that looks good. You can also use the draw sharp brush to indicate that cut a bit more, and you can also use the crease brush to just tighten everything over here. Okay, do not overdo this. You just need something, and then you smooth it out. There you have it. Really easy. Do not overdo this. Okay, so just add it and gently smooth it out. And with that said, bro, we have the mouth here. I think I can emphasize this pillow a bit more, so I can definitely see a bit more of the pillow that I mentioned. And the way that you do this is just use the draw brush. I told you draw brush is really good for making smooth tubes. So just pull out this area like this and then smooth it out. Okay, this way you can indicate that a bit more. And you can also use the draw sharp brush to just cut this part and then smooth it out. So add that form and then smooth it out. Smooth it out gently. Not completely erase everything that you do. All right, looking good. Let's check the side view. Side view, side view. See the side view here. Side view looking good. I think what we are missing here is, notice how flat this thing is versus this is a curve and then a curve back. So I told you everything can be seen in terms of in line, curve, and S. This is definitely an S. Okay, so we do need that form here. I'll just pull this out like this. Push this back. Again, because I do need a similar shape happening over here as well. Yeah, looking good. Perfect. Let's go to the front view. Front view here as well. And I think we can definitely improve this. So notice how this curves like this, but this curves in the opposite way, where it's low here and going high here. Whereas, I don't know, it's like convex or concave. I don't know if this is convex or this is concave. It's just that this one is curving upwards and this one is gradually curving downwards. So I want to fix that shape. Yeah, much better. Perfect. And yeah, I was talking about remesh. So whenever you remesh, this will happen. What you can do if this happens, just use the crease brush once again and just tighten everything up. So no biggie, no big deal here. Okay, don't stress about it too much. You can always get these shapes back. And just one more tip, I just wanted to share this with you. If you ever feel like, okay, you made the lips look good, but you want to make them a bit plump, or you want to shrink their size a bit, what you can do is use the mask brush and just mask it out, invert it, and then over here you can find the pinch brush. So the pinch brush here, and if you use the pinch brush, so you can see you can make the lips thinner without really changing their shape. And if you want to make them a bit wider, a bit more bigger, you still use the pinch brush, but hold control this time, and you can see you can expand the mouth as well. So just wanted to share this really quick tip with you. Perfect. And with that said, we are done with the mouth. So once you get this level, once you can do this consistently, just move on to the next level. I think I can just make it a bit more wide. Yeah, these lips definitely feel a bit bigger. These one feel a bit slimmer. So I'll just expand them ever so slightly. Just smooth this part out. Yeah, this look good. As long as you're in the 80-90% accuracy, bro, it's completely fine. Do not stress about that you have to match this 100%. It will never be 100%. Okay, so this looks good. Perfect. Once you get this, I'll see you in the next video. Let me mark this as your next level. Fun. See you there, bro. Goodbye. Yes, fist bump. Boom. All right, time to break down the eyes in the easiest way possible. And eyes can be very intimidating. They still intimidate me. The reason being that the eyes are literally the doorway to the soul of the character. If you get these wrong, the character can completely lose their personality. Eyes are something that are so attractive and something that we do want to get right. Okay, but understanding just a few things will allow you to understand all of these eyes that are over here. So let me quickly break that down. Let me just switch to my graphic tablet. And yes, for this, I made this skull as well. So let me show you. The eye actually sits deep inside the skull. Okay. And then on top of this, we have our eyelids. So the eyes are definitely deep inside the skull. And the reason being the eyes are really sensitive. So even if you fall or something, then your skull would be there to protect your eye. Okay. That is why they are a bit inside the face. That is something important to know. Another thing that you want to know about the eye is that you can see the orbit of the skull here. So this part over here, the one that I'm highlighting here, is what I'm highlighting over here as well. Okay, so let me fully highlight this. So this area right here, this area is what you are seeing here exactly. So this part is visible, this part is really bony, and the structure of the eye is really simple, bro. All you need to understand is that you have the upper eyelid here. You have the crease of the upper eyelid. So you will see this crease of the upper eyelid, and then you will see this brow. So this is the brow area of the orbit of the skull, and between that, let me, oops, can I focus here? No, it's not focusing. Okay, let me just go to sculpt mode, wiggle, focus. Okay, now it's focused. And let's go back to the drawing tool. Okay, so you see here, we have the upper eyelid, the crease of the upper eyelid, we have the brow here, and then between that brow we have this bag of fat. Okay, so this bag of fat, you will see this in almost every single eye. That is the structure of the eye. Really simple. This side does not has that fat. This eye is just hollow, and it's also pretty bony. So you can try just touching yourself here. So on the inside, just try touching yourself here, and all you will feel is your bone. But if you try touching this side, it's really soft, and you can feel that fat over here. Okay, so let me just quickly revise that. This where you will have the upper eyelid, you will see the crease of the upper eyelid, you will see the brow. So, and of course in people you will see the eyebrows over here. Okay, so the eyebrows will be here, and between those eyebrows you will see this pouch of fat. Okay, in some people this fat is really heavy. In some people it literally droops over the skin and it completely covers the upper eyelid. So there's all sorts of variations to this. Some people have this really shallow, some people don't have it, have really minimal. So you'll see something like this. You'll just see the eyebrow ridge, and then you'll see this smooth area in between them. But this is very rare. I wouldn't recommend that you practice this way. It doesn't look nice. Yeah, something like this. Okay, you'll see this empty area here, and this really subtle bag of fat, and you will also see a lot of this upper eyelid exposure in those people as well. Okay, so you will also see eyes like this. There's all sorts of variations to this, bro. So this is something that you need to look out. Okay, what other things you need to be looking out for is look at the shape of the eye. So over here you can see that this one has this curve on top, and then this curve in the bottom. When you're looking at this curve, you want to see, okay, where does the curve peak? So I can see that the highest area is about here, somewhere halfway. Some people have that peak over here, where the eye rises like this, and then it's a slope downwards from there. And for the bottom, it might be a straight line. So there's all sorts of variations. You just need to keep an eye out for these things. That is the upper part. The lower part, you will see, of course, you will see this lower eyelid. You will see this lower lid as well. Okay. And then you will see this part. So in some people this is really prominent, some people this is really flush, but you can sometimes also see the orbit of the skull popping out over here. The other thing that you need to know is that eye, just like the mouth is a really round shape. Just like the mouth, the eye is a really round shape. Okay, and making this flat is not a good idea. The reason that this is round is, of course, we have this eyeball inside, and the eye wraps around the eyeball. This lower eyelid actually, so this shape right here this shape right here, you also want to imagine this, that this is because of the eyeball. So the eyeball is actually just pushing this part of your eye outside. That is why we have this lower eyelid shape. Okay, so just a really important thing to notice. Another thing that you want to notice here is on the eye, the upper eyelid actually overlaps the lower eyelid, and you can see this overlapping over here. Okay, so the upper eyelid will overlap the lower eyelid, and it will make some sort of a form like this. So that is all you need to be looking out from the front. What should be you looking out from the side? So just like the mouth, where the upper lip is ahead of the lower lip, the eyes follow a similar trend. The upper eyelid is ahead of the lower eyelid. And the easiest way to do this is that when you make the eyeball, just make sure that you not place it in the center. When you place it in the center and you try to wrap around the eyes, they just end up in a very similar level. So the easiest trick here is that you make the eyeball, but then you move it slightly up. And when you move it slightly up, you naturally just make this angle of the eye, which is something that you do need. Okay. One more tip that I would give you is do not make the eyeballs right now. People mess this up. Later when we enter the coloring stage, I will show you how to do it. I will show you how to do it the proper way. Okay. So perfect. Let me just quickly check my notes. Yeah. Another thing that you can be looking out for in the eye is try to match this corner with this corner. And what this reveals is it will read the angle of the eye. So sometimes the eyes have this sort of shape where they are sloping down. Sometimes the eyes have this sort of shape where they are sloping up. So all sorts of eye shapes do exist. This tear duct over here, sometimes it can be really small. Sometimes it is really angled, just like this. It's like a sudden drop. So there's all sorts of variations to this as well. Eyes have so many variations. It's crazy, bro. But when you keep in mind these structures that I just told you, so let me just quickly revise, because after this we're going to go through and observe eyes. So let me just quickly revise this. You will see this upper eyelid, crease of the upper eyelid. You will see this brow ridge. You will see this pouch of fat, and on this side you will see this hollow thing. It usually just catches this shadow over here. On the lower side you will see the lower eyelid. This is because of the shape of the eyeball, and in some cases you will also see a very prominent line, which is because of the skull. From the side you will see that the eye angles, and also you need to be looking out for how deep does the eye go in. So always keep an eye out for this angle. Also keep an eye out for how deep does this socket goes in. So you see the skull here. This is what I'm seeing here. So this shape over here, this is what I'm seeing over here. So this will also depend person to person. Some people have really shallow eyes. Some people have really deep eye sockets. So there's all sorts of variation. This is what we needed to be looking out for. One more thing that I want to tell you is that the generic proportion for the eyes is that the eyes are generally one eye width apart. So whatever is the distance here, okay, whatever is the distance, the width of this eye, between them, you will also have a similar distance. So this is really, really crucial. Okay. A lot of people mess this up. You don't want eyes that are really, really far away. Although eyes like this do exist, but generic proportion is this one eye width apart. People also make it really, really close like this, and that is wrong as well. It's not wrong. People like this do exist, but that's not ideal. The whole width of the face is about 5 eyes wide apart, and yeah, so about here this would be the total width of the face. And you're like, no, it's hard, but your face is not as wide. It is, bro. The widest area. Check the widest area. Okay, so that is how wide the total face is. A lot of people also like to calculate the width of the face with the eyeball. So it's 6 eyeballs apart, or one eyeball should be 2.5. But that does not make sense. But just make the eyes, and for the eyeball, just make them a bit smaller, and you'll be good to go. Okay, so let's observe some eyes now with all of these concepts that I just shared with you. And here you have it, bro. It's literally the same thing that I described to you. So see, you have the upper eyelid, you have the crease of the upper eyelid, you see these eyebrows, and then here you see this pouch of fat right here. Okay, and this side you can see it's hollow. You can also see a subtle indication of the orbit of the eye, and you can see that the lower eyelid making this shape because of the shape of the eyeball. Same thing here, upper eyelid, crease of the upper eyelid, and you can clearly see this fat. Okay, so this fat, you can see it here. This side you can see it's a bit hollow. You can see the lower eyelid, but you can't really see the orbit in this case. But literally, it's always the same shapes. It's always the same structure. But what you want to be noticed is, so look at this eye. It peaks here, about somewhere in the middle. Okay, so it peaks here. Then we have this angle. The bottom is just a really, really smooth curve. So this is a very attractive eye. Look at this one. In this one, it also peaks in the center. So it's a curve on top. It's a really subtle curve on the bottom, and then we have this shape for the tear duct. Let's try to find an eye that does not peak this way. By the way, Asian eyes are really interesting. You will not find upper eyelids in them. These are just some very interesting eyes. I love sculpting Asian eyes. They do not follow these generic proportions. These eyes are very special. They do not follow the generic proportions. Okay, they do not follow the generic structure at all. So if you're making Asian eyes, you do not make this the fat. You just make a layer of skin on top of them and you're good to go. They're very interesting. Let's look at some other eyes. So yeah, these eyes are really interesting. Look how they peak about here, and then it's like a straight line all the way there, and then the bottom is just like a curve. Really interesting. But you can see the same thing here. So the upper eyelid, you can see the crease of the upper eyelid, you can see this fat over here, and you can see how this area is just a bit flat. You can see the lower eyelid, but you can't really see the orbit in this case. Just look at how beautiful this eye is, bro. So beautiful. Okay, you will find all sorts of shapes and sizes, and here you can see, so it peaks about here. It's like a straight line, and then we see this shape on the lower eyelid, very attractive. You see this lower shape, lower eyelid, you can see this subtle indication for the orbit, and just like I said, so the crease of the upper eyelid, really thin crease. We see this fat over here, so this bag of fat, and then this side is hollow, just catching shadows, really flat. And like I told you, bro, some people have the fat hanging so low that it almost covers the eyelid. So this is definitely one of those cases. Really interesting. Let's have a look at this eye. Okay, so look at the shape of the eye. It peaks about here. It's like a straight line with a really subtle curve, and then we can see this very subtle curve on the bottom. Okay, you can see a bit of this orbit. You can definitely see the lower eyelid. You see the crease of the upper eyelid, and then you see this bag of fat over here. So this bag of fat right here, and this side is pretty hollow, just a flat area. Really simple. Like once you understand this, you can break down every single eye. And this eye is really interesting. So you cannot see the upper eyelid at all. You see that we have this bag of fat hanging over it. We have this shape here. We have this curve on the bottom lid. We have this lower eyelid. You can see this orbit, really subtle indication of the orbit here. And this side you can see no fat on this side, just a flat thing. This is a very interesting eye as well. So Tommy Shelby, bro, his death stare is so intimidating. And this is a really interesting case. So this is the fat that I demonstrated. So you can see he does not have a lot of fat hanging. What he has instead, he has really massive upper eyelid exposure. So this is something you can look out for as well. Look at how the top of his eye is just a curve, which peaks almost in the middle. The bottom is also a subtle curve. And you can see a bit of the orbit here. So yeah, you can definitely see the orbit. Very subtly, you can see the lower eyelid as well. It's not as prominent as the other ones. So really, really interesting. The fat that you see here is just this really thin layer. It's almost like it's non-existent. It's not like fat, it's just like a skin, a fold of skin. So really interesting eyes. So you will see all sorts of variations. Look at the eyelid here, the orbit of the eye here, the skull. You can definitely see it. And here are some side views. So from the side view, what you want to be looking at, just look at how deep this orbit goes. Look at the angle. It has the angle. The upper eyelid is ahead of the lower eyelid. You see the crease. You see this bag of fat. So really, really interesting things. Over here, you can also notice the distance here. So try noting how much of the nose is exposed. This will also reveal how deep the eye socket is. Okay. So this one is definitely deeper than this one. You can see the orbit here, orbit of the skull. You can also see it over here. So just keep an eye out for these things when you're working with the references. Old people, when they get old, of course, their skin gets a bit droopy. It starts to sag a bit. So you can see it covers up the upper eyelid a lot more. They diminish that fat area. And it's just really interesting. So old people have really interesting eyes as well. And yeah, here's some examples that I saved for you. So Anya Taylor, very, very famous actress. And you can see her eyes do not follow the generic proportions. So her eyes are really, really wide apart. It's I don't know, like it's 1.5 eye width apart, but still she looks very attractive. So many people, they will not follow the generic proportions and still be very attractive. You can see Anne Hathaway, I think her name is. Look at how her eyes has a bit of this angle over here. So her eyes have this slight incline to them. Okay, this is an exaggerated version of this. So eyes like this also exist. Like I told you, try to match the inner corner with the outer corner, and you can see that the eyes follow this angle. Look at this eye, and still the eye follows the same structure, bro. Upper eyelid crease, the bag of fat, and then this flat area here. Look at this eye. So this corner is definitely lower than this corner. This eye has a bit of this angle going on. So there's all sorts of variations. But with all of these things in mind that I told you, you can understand, break down any eye that you see. Do this exercise. Just try drawing over these eyes and you will learn quite a lot, my friend. Okay. And with that said, let's just move on. That is more than enough explanation for the eyes. Definitely do try that exercise. And once you understand this, I'll see you in the next video. Goodbye. Let's do this. Okay, the first thing that you want to do is make sure that your setup of the eye, your blockout of the eye is correct. The things that you want to be looking out for is this angle matching this angle or not. Okay, the other thing that you want to check from the side view, does the blockout has this angle or not? So you should have this angle. Also check, is the depth for this thing okay or not? So just keep an eye out for these things, and once you are absolutely certain, that is when we start to add the details of the eyes. Like I told you, eyes are very sensitive, and we need to take care of them. So the way that you can check this is just draw a line. Okay, just make a marker here till the ear. See, where is it? It's almost in the middle. Is this somewhere in the middle? So yeah, this is almost in the middle as well. So I think that's a good ballpark to be around. I'm happy with the blockout. So let's proceed with adding the details of the eye. The first thing that I like to do is I just like to add this fat pad on top. So just from the corner here, let me turn on the size sensitivity. It just turns off by default. I hate when that happens, man. So just add this fat here. Just use the clay strips brush to bulk up this fat. Do not add it all the way here, just up till here. Okay, see how I have this separation where I have this fat over here, and then we have this flat area like we discussed over here. So it's pretty hollow here. So we have the eye, the fat of the eye here, and just smooth it out. Looking good. Let's add the eyelids. So I'll use the draw sharp brush, and what I like to do is I'll trace the shape of the eyelid. So just trace this shape. I can see that it goes here. It peaks on the top. It's a very even curve. It's a very even curve throughout. So I'll just have that curve right here. And notice how it's peaking towards the top. Okay. And I think I messed it up a bit because I can clearly see that the width between here is definitely less than one eye. So I'll just squeeze this here somewhere. Just move it slightly here. Better do it now than later. Perfect. Now with the draw sharp brush, I will also trace the lower eyelid shape. So just trace the lower eyelid shape here. And yes, one more thing that you want to make sure is do make sure that this is relatively round. Okay, if this is not round, you're gonna struggle. Make sure that this is not flat. So I forgot to do that, but from the bottom view, do make sure that this is round, relatively round. We will definitely wrap it around the eyeball, so don't worry about that. And this is just a rough shape of the eye. This looks good. Okay, I like where this is going. So what I will do now is I will use the draw sharp brush, and I will just dig through this cavity. Just dig through this here, make a hole here, because this is where we will be adding the eyeball right now. Just dig here, dig. Just keep digging, and also dig this way. Okay, so you need some thickness. Just leave some room like this for the eyelids, for the thickness of the eyelids. So notice how we have some thickness for the eyelids. So we want to leave that. Just dig like this. Dig, and this should be fine. Just dig. And yeah, this looks okay. So what I will do now is I will make a UV sphere. So just make a UV sphere. Go to the front view. Let's scale it down. And like I told you, or did I tell you? I'm not sure. But this is the width of the eye. The eyeball should be slightly smaller than that. okay, because we have this excess shape, we have this excess shape on the eye, and when we do wrap it around, it will even out. So don't worry about that. Do make it slightly smaller. And then placing is really important. Like I told you, do place it slightly above. The reason we're placing it slightly above is because we want this angle on the eye. Okay, so place it slightly above. Do not place it like this in the center. Just place it slightly above. Perfect, looking good. And now that we have this, now we can wrap the eye around this sphere that we made. There's no need to eyeball this. Bad joke. Well, yeah, I love lame dad jokes, bro. I just love lame dad jokes. So just wrap around the eye. One more thing to notice here is that this side goes deeper than the inner side. So when you are wrapping around, don't wrap it around evenly, but make sure that this side wraps more than this side. Okay, so there's sort of this angle over here as well. Good. So the lower eyelid, I'll move it here. By the way, if you do struggle with this, if you do struggle with moving this around, what you can do over here is where the symmetry setting is, click that drop down, and in the lock the x-axis and the z-axis. So this way, when you use the move brush, you're only moving it in the y-axis, and this will make wrapping around easier for you. Okay, so you can use this trick. I don't usually use this because I don't like to going through the menu and turning it on. I feel like I have enough control that I can wrap it around without this. But of course, initially you might not have that control, so there's no shame in using that. I am using it right now, and what I'm doing is I'm just wrapping it around, trying to maintain an even thickness, not even thickness throughout the eye. Okay, perfect. So you can see that this is quite bumpy. What I will do is I will just use the smooth brush on the upper side. Make sure that you do not smooth like this, but you're only smoothing on the top surface. That will just flatten this top. Okay, also the same thing from the bottom, just on this part here. Do not exceed this. Do not smooth up till here. It will destroy the shape. Just smooth the lower part. It will flatten that out. Okay, so this is looking good. The only thing that it's not looking good is how it's the shape of it. So I want to adjust the shape now. Let's go here. Let's move this eyelid up slightly. Oh, so yeah, move this. Why is this not working? Oh, I have that setting on. Yeah, disable the setting, bro. Okay, disable now. Now I can move it freely. Perfect. So this shape, I can definitely see this looks really boxy, looks really squarish. I don't like that. We want to have this curved shape, which looks nice. So I will just try my best to capture that shape. Okay, and it's okay, but sometimes you might find your eye like this. Just move it up. Just try opening the eye up a bit. It's a really eye-opening experience, my friend. Yeah, this is a really eye-opening experience. This part I can definitely see that it curves up, so we have to do that. So curve it up, get this shape here. Okay, and just try your best to match that shape. If you feel like you're low on geometry, feel free to add a bit more geometry. The eyes are definitely a bit tricky. We do need a bit geometry for them, especially when you're trying to smooth this. If it's not working, you can just try to match it the best you can. We will, at the end, we will do a refinement pass, so don't worry about it. Okay. Here, what I will do is I will just sharpen this up. A very common mistake that I see here is this. Okay, leaving the eye like this. No, this is really sharp. This corner is extremely sharp. So we definitely do want to have that sharpness over here as well. Just gently brushing the smooth brush. And you see now our eye looks closer to the reference. So good job here. Just tightening this up. Let's look at the bottom view. So yeah, this is wrapping around really nicely. So I like that. Another really common mistake that I see here is having this space over here. Do not have that. The eye should wrap around properly. Also having a space like this over here. No. Try to wrap it around the best that you can. Okay, so this looks nice. And do make sure that the edges are really sharp. So this corner should be really sharp. It shouldn't be like this where it goes. No, 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 don't do that. This is bad. So sharpen it up. Use the grab brush, sharpen it up. If you're struggling, you can also mask the upper area here and then move the lower eyelid to sharpen that. Okay, so just sharing some tips and tricks with you. All right, so this looks nice. Let's click the eye. Let's go to the modifier and here apply the mirror modifier. Select the face with the eye drop and boom, you will have eyes on both sides. And now you can see we have something that looks really, really nice. Something close to the reference. It's not 100%, but it's definitely in the 80-90% accuracy. In the final stage, we will definitely go over a final pass and try to get it to look a lot similar, more closer to the reference. Okay, let's move it up. Just worry about getting the features in. We can always adjust them to match our reference. Let's check the bottom view, and I see we can definitely wrap this up. Oh, not wrap this up, but wrap this around. Okay, take your time with the eyes. It's okay if it's taking a bit longer. Do not worry. It's pretty normal, bro. Eyes are really important. You do not want to mess them up. Let's check the side view. Let's check the side view here. Yeah, I do feel like this angle is definitely greater. What I will do is I will just move the eyebrows, the eyeball up even further a bit. And then just push the lower eyelid in. But do make sure that you have some thickness. All right, I like this. Also do pay attention here. So this distance here, sometimes it's great, sometimes it's not that much. So just keep an eye out for this distance. And yeah, bro, I think this is really, really nice. So what I will do here is I will mark this as your next level. So this is your next level. Practice up till here, get the shape of the eye. And what we will do in the next video is we will go through a final pass where we will try to make it even closer to the reference. And that would be awesome. One tip that I want to share with you is for the fat pad. So when you look at the third quarter, do make sure that the fat pad does not make a separate silhouette. So if you have something that looks like this, it's not nice, bro. It's pretty flush. It doesn't really affect the silhouette. Sometimes you might see this really subtle bump, and that's okay. That's okay. But if you can flush that out as well, it looks nice. But just make sure that it doesn't pop out like this, unless it's like a really old guy and he does have it. Okay, so make sure that it's pretty flush. That this fat is pretty flush. Okay. All right. See you in the next one. Fist bump. Boom. All right. So in this level, let's just look at what are some differences. I will show you how you can observe reference and how to implement those things on your sculpt. So the first thing that I see is definitely this face has a bit more structure. We can see the cheekbone here. We can see the temple line a bit more prominently. So I just see this angle, but here I can see that it's squeezing in and then subtly coming out. Also, I just noticed that the eyelid here, so this one has a lot of exposure. This one does not have that much exposure. So that is something that we will try to match as well. We will add this fat over here that we can see here. So we will definitely do that. So let's just begin, okay, without any further ado. So the temple line is something that I noticed. What I will do is I will just use the draw brush. You can also use the clay shapes brush. What we want is we want to cut something like this so that this is a closer shape to the reference. So I'll just use the draw sharp brush and I'll cut it here as well. And I'll just smooth around it. I won't smooth on it, but I'll smooth around it. Okay. So this is a much closer shape to the reference that we have. Also, we discussed the eyelid. So let's zoom in on the eyelid. And the way that you can adjust this is just mask the upper eyelid. Okay. If your reference has the eyelid hanging over, you can use the inflate brush to make it a bit more puffy. You can use the grab brush to hang it over the eyelid. Just sharing some ideas with you. But in this case, what we want to do is we just want to move it down a bit. So I'll just mask this area really subtly. Just mask the shape of the eye because we don't want the shape of the eye to get ruined. So just mask the eye. And we can move all of this down a bit. Okay, just move that crease closer to the eye. Good. Let's undo it. And there you have it. And you see the camera is acting weird. So I'll just press the period button to zoom in on this area. And I will gently very gently, very gently smooth this area. I don't like how it's creasing so much. I'll just gently smooth it out. Okay, and there you have it. So really thin eyelids, similar to this sculpt. I also feel like we've increased this distance, which is something that I do not like. This is definitely not as long as this one. So what I'll do is I'll just mask the complete eye. Let's just complete this, completely mask this. We can mask this about here. Invert this, go to the front view, and with a relatively big brush, because I don't want to change the shape of the eye. If I use a small brush, I'll completely destroy the shape of the eye. So I'm just using a relatively big brush and just pushing the eye slightly up. Slightly up. There you go. That should do it. And we'll just smooth out these shapes. Okay, with the draw brush, I just want to reintroduce the shape of the crease here. And gently, very gently smooth it out. All right, looking nice. So from the third quarter, I can definitely see this. The cheekbone can be a bit more protruded. How do I know this? Look at the angle here. So we have the brow ridge here. It goes in. Then we have the cheekbone coming out, and then it goes in again. But over here, it's like it goes in, and then I don't have that coming out again. So what I will do is I will use the draw brush to emphasize a bit on this cheekbone. Just pull it out. Let's see now. Okay, so definitely I have that coming out shape now. So that looks nice. This means that I should keep this detail. All right, definitely looks much better. Also notice this contour here. So this happens in males. So what you do is you make the cheekbone very subtly here. You dig here. Oh, you pull out here very subtly. See, pull out here, and then dig behind it very slightly. If you overdo this, he's gonna look like he hasn't eaten for days. So be very gentle with this. Pull this out, very gently dig behind it, and you see, you'll just introduce this contour on the face, which looks really nice. Yep, looking nice. I think the bottom of the face is a bit slimmer than the reference. Definitely we can pull the lower half outside a bit, make it slightly wider. So just look at your reference, make an observation, look at your reference, make an observation, implement it on your sculpt. Okay, let's push this in. Need a bit of a flatter area here. So yeah, looking good. Let me remove this. Let's use the clay strips brush, and what I want to do is I want to introduce this fat over here. So just use the clay strips brush, indicate it like this, wrap it around the nose like we discussed, and gently smooth it out. Make sure that you do not overdo this. If you overdo this line like this, your corrector will instantly look old. We do not want that. So we do have that fat over here, but we want to keep it subtle. Okay, add it, smooth it out. Do not make it very obvious. It will not look nice. All right, I think we can go higher poly here now. So let's go a bit higher poly. Slightly more. So see, let's check this face. This face is around 317. This one is around 244. I think we can go slightly higher. And yeah, this looks good. So we're a bit low, but that's okay. I don't see the thickness for the eyelid here. So what I will do is I will just push the eyeballs inside a bit. That way we just have that thickness. And now that we have more geometry, you see, if I just smooth on this side, if I just stay over here, notice how it just flattens the eyelid and it feels like it has more thickness to it. So I'll do it on this side as well. Looks nice. I think I lost a bit of the shape of the eye in that smoothing process, so I'll try to get that again. Okay, just looking at the reference, it peaks here, then comes down. We have this thing for the tear duct. This corner, like I told you, it should be really sharp. So introducing that sharpness once again. Also, use the glacis brush to overlap the upper eyelid on the lower eyelid. You can also use the draw sharp brush to cut a bit here. Okay, this is important. Yes. So looking nice, looking better. Let's make the lower eyelid. So just imagine the shape of the eyeball and just try to trace that and smooth around the lines. Don't smooth on it, but just lightly around it. Let's introduce this. Okay, let me smooth this out. It's really exaggerated. Okay, that looks good. Let's introduce this shape. So this orbit of the skull. What I will do is I will just use the draw sharp brush once again, indicate a line like this, and then smooth around it. Okay, so smoothing around trick is something that you definitely should have picked up by now. Works like a charm. You can also indicate the rest of the socket here and then gently smooth. You want to indicate that, but you don't want to make it super obvious. Looking good. I think I'll just move this up slightly. Felt a bit droopy. Yep, looking nice now. The nose, I feel like it can be a bit wider. Let me check. Let's check the side view. Side view here. Yeah, also I feel like this part can be a bit lower. Okay, notice how it forms this subtle S shape, but here it's just this. It's pretty flat here, so I'll move this down ever so slightly just to indicate this S shape. Yeah, we can definitely emphasize on this fat here. So I'll just use the draw sharp brush, cut it like this, and smooth on the inside. Okay, don't smooth on the line, but just a bit on the inside. You can also use the crease brush to just tighten this up a bit. Okay, let's also use the glacis brush to bulk it up slightly. Let's check the bottom view. Bottom view is really underestimated and it looks okay. Yeah, from the bottom view I can see that I can curve this lower eyelid a bit. Okay, let's emphasize this contour a bit more. So I'll just use the draw brush, dig a bit here, dig slightly here, and then just smooth it out. Okay, it was a bit more prominent in our reference, so I'll definitely add that as well. I don't like how low this cheekbone is compared to this one. Notice how much round this is. I think I'll just smooth a bit more on the bottom here. All right, let's add the chewing muscles. Chewing muscle is a very important detail here. So this bulk you can see here, this bulge here, here is the chewing muscles. Really simple to add. Just use the glacis brush, bulk it up like this, and then you smooth more on the inner side close to the jaw and less on the outer side. So you leave a bit of that detail there. And from the front, just make sure that it doesn't flare out. So if it does, just gently push it in the face. And you see, it's not so visible here, but as you turn more and more, you can definitely see it, just like in the sculpt here. Okay, it is a subtle detail, so keep it subtle. Don't emphasize this because you know it exists. Okay, this is a very common mistake. People emphasizing that they know that this exists, so they really want to pop it out. No, just look at your reference. It's not visible here, it's visible here. If you have a similar thing going on, then it's good. Add it, smooth it out, and then just trust that, okay, yes, I did add that shape, so it's okay. And this now definitely looks much closer to the reference. I told you that we will come back to the ear later when we have more geometry, so let's work on that. Let's introduce the Y shape. So the Y shape is this shape here. What I will do is I just cut a dimple like this on the top and then smooth it out. So add it, smooth it out. Let's dig a bit here, emphasize that Y shape a bit. Good. Let's make this tube thingy to complete the 9 shape. So just use the draw brush, add that tube, dig around it, dig here, and then smooth it out. All right. And I told you that this outer rim is very tubular. So to get that tubiness, what we can do is use the draw sharp brush and really dig this in. Okay, so dig it in. Also, what you can do is use the inflate brush to just inflate the outer rim. Just give it a bit more roundness and the tubular structure that we just discussed. I want to flatten this. Just dig it here. Have that Y shape here. And you see how when you once have the overall shapes, it's just so easy to add the details. So always remember that the blocking out the bigger shapes, they are more important. Details do not matter. Details is something you can easily add once you have the good base. Let's look at the front view of the ear. So definitely I think I can improve the shape. So notice how this one is a curve here, but this one over here has this line here, so that is what I want as well. So I'll just push this in, pull this out. Notice how close this is. So pull the Y shape, push the rim. Okay, just gently do that. I see this sharp thingy here, so this thing happening here. Just try to have a similar shape. And ears is something, bro, no one is going to notice. Even if we did not make this adjustment, it's still going to go unnoticed. But since we have a reference, I just want to show you how we observe and how I implement these things. Okay, remember, art is a process of fixing your mistakes. Nothing is perfect from the get-go. So we make something and then we just keep improving, keep fixing our mistakes. Let's look at the side view. So yeah, side view. Yeah, I can definitely see it peaks here and then it falls down. But here it's like a flat thing on top. So I'll just move this down a bit. I need the peak here in the center. Looks good. Yeah, the side looks good. And I also told you that the ear is a mushroom shape. So from the back view, just dig alongside here. Okay, just use the draw sharp brush and just dig like this to introduce the mushroom shape. And ear is a bit of a sensitive area as well. Sometimes when you add something here, it can affect the inner side as well. So just make sure that when you are adding details here, you're not undoing something here or not messing up something here. So just make sure. And once you have that mushroom shape, you can emphasize it. Use the draw brush, and on the outer side, just use the draw brush to emphasize on that mushroom shape. Okay. The draw brush, I told you, it just makes some really smooth tubes. So that is why I'm using the draw brush here. Okay, let's work on this area again. With the draw sharp brush, I do want this separation over here. So I'll just dig here to add that separation. And like I told you, we need that merging effect. So just smooth it out in a bit of a gradient. It will indicate that merging effect. Okay, so you make the separation, but then smooth it out. Smooth more over here, and then less and less and less as you reach that separation. All right, so this looks nice. Ears looking okay. I think this one is a bit different than this one. So what I'll do is I'll just symmetrize. And yeah, that did the trick. And yeah, I think this is good enough. This is definitely good enough. Like I told you, bro, no one can, I can't even replicate the sculpt that I made. It's never going to be 100%. So I'll just stop about here. I think I can improve this area definitely. So I'll use the draw sharp brush to indicate this bit of this expression here. So just use it to cut here and then smooth it out. So gently add this separation here and then gently smooth it out. You don't want to overdo this. Looking good. With the draw brush, I do want to emphasize on this fat and gently smooth it out. You can emphasize a bit on this brow as well. So here. All right, looking nice. I feel like we lost a bit of that angle. Yeah, definitely. I'll just mask the eye so I don't ruin the shape of it. And I'll just bring this down, angle it a bit more. I feel like this is a bit angrier, so I'll just tilt this ever so slightly. All right, looking good. And bro, you can keep doing this for hours, but seriously, if you're in a good ballpark, if you're 80-90% close to the reference, you're good to go. Let me just check. I think I can re-add the bump of the forehead. I think I lost a bit of that. So I'll use the draw brush, indicate this U shape, and smooth it out gently. Just smoothing it out. And there you have it. Once you get something like this, closer to the reference, 80-90% accuracy, just feel free to stop, man. Okay? Definitely good. In the next video is really exciting. So yeah, this is the final pass. This is the official end of your course. What I want you to do is to take a screenshot of this and post a win post in the community. Share your win post, share your final result. Bonus points if you add your level 0 in the same post as well. Let's just celebrate this win together, okay? In the next video, we'll be painting this. It's gonna be fun. I will also be sharing you the do's and don'ts after this course so that you are not left hanging. It is very important that you watch those videos, okay? So this marks the end of the course, bro. Just go here, enable shadows, and enjoy your work. Looks beautiful. Perfect, man. If you made it this far, you are not a Jerry. I am proud of you. Make a win post right now. I would love to see it and I would love to celebrate with you. Let's celebrate with the community together. Okay? Here's a fist bump. Great job. Now, if you've enjoyed this course and you had a great time, please do leave a comment. It takes less than 2 minutes, bro, but it really helps me out with some feedback and also helps push this further into the algorithm to help more Jerrys in the process. I would love to hear what your experience was. Another thing that I would like you to do is to just take a screenshot like this and go to the community to join it if you haven't yet. And here, just paste this and post it inside the win category here. Now, when you do that, bro, I will be able to pin your post amongst the champions here, and bonus points if you add your level 0 here as well, so that we can have a before and after and we can celebrate this win together. Okay, when you do it, I will be pinning you here amongst the champions who have gotten results, and it's going to be amazing. If you want to take your sculpting further to the next level, you can apply for the Da Vinci School. This is my paid program, by the way, and here you get access to all of these amazing training modules, which once again is absolutely step by step, level by level, and there's no bullshit medical terms that you learn like an artist, not a doctor, bro. You also get one-to-one attention. You get community of like-minded artists. We also have weekly calls where we hang out, chill, talk and talk about sculpting, bro. We also have weekly challenges, so this is definitely the pace. This is the best next step that you can take if you want to take your sculpting to the next level. And let me show you the amazing results that we get inside the Da Vinci School, where you can see, bro, Henry really shines, where he got results in 13 days, bro, after being overwhelmed for 5 years. Just look at this wall, look at these amazing results. Look at Jonah on his torso. Vlad completed the course within a month. This is his results. I even had the pleasure of working with Ryan King inside the Da Vinci School, and it's really interesting because I learned about the Blender sculpting tools and how to make the matte cap in Blender from him. So it's really amazing, and I had the pleasure to share my sculpting knowledge with him as well. And here you can see the amazing results of where students started, where they are now, and the kind of art that they are making now. Really insane. Now the doors might be open, so you can just simply apply. If the doors are not open, then just join the waiting list. There'll be a link to join the waiting list, and when the doors do open, I will personally reach out to you, letting you know, so that you can be among the first people to get inside. I don't take a lot of admissions at the same time because I really want to focus on getting the students result. So consider applying. I would love to see you inside. Do make that win post and do leave a comment. It really helps me out. Thank you so much. Here's the fist bump. And keep watching, because I will tell you all of the mistakes that you shouldn't be doing. You've gotten these results, but how do we keep improving further, and how do we not backtrack? That is very important to know. So watch the rest of the videos as well. Here's the fist bump. Here's everything that you should and should not do after completing this course. So now that you've gotten these results, what I want you to do is to start a new file, use this head as the reference once again, and this time try to sculpt the same thing, but without looking at the videos, without me guiding you throughout. Try these things on your own. And do not be surprised if your result is not similar to this, if it's a bit less better, if it's not the same quality as this. What I want you to think of is riding a bicycle. Okay, so when you're learning how to ride a bicycle, maybe you had training wheels on, so those training wheels are there to keep you balanced. Now imagine I take those training wheels off. You might stumble a bit, you might lose your balance a bit, you might, at worst case scenario, even fall. What's the best thing that you do then? The best thing to do is to get back up, dust yourself off, get on the bicycle in, and keep trying. The same way, this is what I want to tell you, that a course and a tutorial works in the same way. These are the training wheels. This course was the training wheels. And no one tells you this, but no one prepares you for this. This course was the training wheels. Now you have to try things without the training wheels, without the course, and you might stumble a bit. Your result might not be the same as you got with the course, and that is completely fine. That is part of the process. This is something that I wasn't aware, and I thought, oh boy, I tried this with the course and I'm not getting results. I suck, bro. This is not working. This is part of the process, bro. And when you do this on your own, you will find areas that you can improve. You will find areas that you work on. You might notice that, oh wow, bro, I really understood the nose, but the eyes seem a bit tricky. Go back to the course. Then you use the course to supplement your work and to help you make the eyes. Or let's say you struggle with the mouth, go back to the mouth video, watch the mouth video again and try it with the mouth, and then try it on your own. So do this will actually help you. Okay, don't be discouraged that, oh, this is I promise, but this is part of the process. Everyone goes through this. When they complete a course and they try things on their own, the result is slightly less than what they got with the course. So it's absolutely fine. The best thing to do is to keep practicing 1 hour every single day. Practice deliberately. Do not give up this habit of practicing 1 hour every single day deliberately. Practice deliberately. The other things now let's discuss the things that you should not do. Do not practice with single image references. Do not go to Pinterest, find these images, like, oh, let me try this. No, you are not currently at the level. You haven't practiced the head enough that you can figure out the third quarter and the side view. Do not do that. It will not end well and you will feel discouraged. So do not do this. This is a very common mistake. People see professionals do this. Bro, they have so much experience, so much more experience than you. They can do it. You currently cannot. And I'm saying this with utmost sincerity. So do not practice with single image references. Also, do not try celebrity sculpts yet. The biggest reason being that people go online, they find these celebrity sculpts, they find the front side, and look at how inconsistent they are. The expression here will not match this expression, the expression here will not match this expression, the lighting is different in all of these scenarios. You do not know what the focal length of these images, so every photo will be a different focal length, and you will just overwhelm yourself. I will tell you how you can make celebrity sculpts if you want to, but do not go with this approach where you find these images online and then you build references. Do not do that. The third thing you should absolutely not do is do not try to mix match. Do not be like, oh wow, this is a really interesting male. I have really nice lips. I want to make his lips, want to make his eyes, and I think the facial structure of this guy would be nice. That is a recipe for disaster, bro. Do not do this. Do not do this. Every face has a different harmony. I told you there's unlimited variations to the face, to the anatomy, to the body. There's unlimited variations. So do not mix match. Here's what you should do instead. What you want to do instead is find images like this on the internet where there's not much lighting, not much color. It's like a matte cap. This will allow you to make the best observations and get the best results, I promise you. And find a reference that has the front, the side, and the third quarter. Okay. Also, I just wrote here, keep practicing deliberately for 1 hour, and yes, you will find weak areas. You will find weak areas. It will happen. So don't be like, oh boy, I should master heads. No, bro. When you become an artist, you become a lifelong student. I still can find some areas that I can improve on, and I keep going back at them. Sometimes when I make characters with clothing, I then forget how to sculpt that specific part of the leg muscles, and then I have to revise those things. It's part of the journey, bro. You are a lifelong student now. Congratulations. No one can know this well enough. So you will find areas, just go and work on those areas specifically. Use the course once again, go back to the section that you're struggling with, get that help, and then try it on your own. And that is how you get better, and you master this. Okay. So images like this, side, front, third quarter. And if you cannot find images like this, I just wanted to show you this really cool trick, bro, where you can use Gemini. So let me show you. So yeah, you can use AI. You see, I had this single image. What I did is I entered this prompt and it just generated me this image. So you go to Gemini, upload whatever reference you want, and then over here you select, click the plus icon, make create image. Here you select either the Pro or the Flash, and thinking level, make it extended so that it gives you a better result. The Pro works the best, bro, but here, this is what I got with Flash, and you can see how accurate this is. This is so cool, bro, and this will get you much better results than what you would get with just a single plain image. And I use this all the time, bro. Look at how many references have I generated with Gemini. It works amazingly well. So do this. Okay, do not be a Jerry, bro. Do not do all of this. This is what Jerrys do. Just practice the right way and you will improve. I will also leave this prompt so that you can copy this and you can use this on your own. Okay, these instructions are very important, bro. No one tells you this, and then you are taken by surprise, and then you feel like, oh, this is not working. Then you get demotivated and then you give up. I do not want that for you. I wish someone had told me that it's absolutely okay if this happens, and that this is part of the journey. This is how everyone learns. I like being transparent about my journey, bro. This is how it is. You practice, you try the things on your own, you find some weak areas, and then you fix those holes. That is how you get better. So, all right, here's everything I wish I knew on what and what not to do when I got results. I hope this video helps. See you. Where's the end recording button? Bro. Okay, this is awkward. Okay, fine, bye. Now we will be adding some colors to the dull black and white life of our character. And I just want this step, this painting step. It's not necessary that we color this model, but I just want you to have the street, bro. You've been working so hard. You've not been a Jerry. This is definitely more of the pleasurable things that we can do in sculpting. So let's do it. And here's what a Jerry does. This is what a Jerry does, bro. He makes a shitty sculpt and thinks, oh, you know, this doesn't look nice, bro. I think what will fix it is adding some colors. Oh, maybe I should add some lights and render it and make a 360 video or post it on my social media. No, man. If you don't like what you see on the viewport, the most you should do is go to this drop down and press the shadow. So enable shadows, bro. If you do not like what you see on the viewport, nothing else will fix it other than sculpting, learning how to sculpt. So you need to work on your sculpting skills unless you get to a point like this. And once you are here, then of course you can add that cherry on top. You can add those cosmetics with lighting, rendering, whatever, bro. They will look good. So the sculpt needs to look good on its own. And since you've been working this hard, bro, I want you to have this treat. Coloring is something that is definitely one of my favorite parts of making a sculpt. Almost favorite. I don't know what my favorite would be. I have to think about it, but it's definitely there on the top. I love coloring my model. So what I want you to do is just hover over this window here and press Control Space. And when you do that, let me enable screencast. Yeah, when you do that, it just maximizes the view on any of the window that you would press Control Space on. So just hover your mouse and press Control Space on any menu to maximize it. But in this case, we want to maximize our sculpture here. Perfect. Let's go to sculpt mode. And in the sculpt mode, you're going to find these different settings. I want you to go to the paint setting. And the brush that we will be using is the paint blend brush. Now there's so many brushes here. You could watch a separate video on what all of these brushes do. But let me just briefly tell you, bro, why I'm using the paint blend brush is because the other brushes here, you can see that when I try to color here, it just completely overlaps that color. Of course, I can have the strength, sensitivity, whatever, but I don't want that. What the paint blend brush does is it just really finds the middle tone automatically. So you see, I'm painting here, it automatically finds the middle tone, and if I press harder, it will start to overlap that color. It just results in something that looks so much more organic, so much more painterly, that I love this. Okay, so that is what we need. Randomness, imperfection. Yeah, this is another short lesson. So let me tell you, bro. In 3D, imperfection is perfection. Just as a really, really quick example, and I promise we will get back to painting after this is imagine that there's a beginner and I say, hey bro, I want you to make a book stack in Blender. Okay, so make a book stack. And imagine that this is one book. The way that this beginner would make a book stack is he would duplicate this, place this on top, and then press Shift R, Shift R, Shift R, and he'll be like, hey Hawk, here's my book stack. All right. And if I ask a professional to make a book stack, this is what he would do, bro. He would make the book stack, but then he would break the pattern in them. Okay. He would maybe slide a book here, slide this book, slide this book there, give this one a bit of a rotation, and he was like, hey bro, this is my book stack. And you see, the only thing that I did here was break the pattern, was make it imperfect, and this looks so much more realistic. A beginner would make a glass material, he would just, I don't know, just add the glass BSDF and be like, yeah, done. But a professional would add smudges. So real glass, for example, if you see my phone screen, it has smudges, it has these imperfections. That is what makes it look original. So the back cover, you can see it would have these slight smudges, slight color degradation here and there, anything that you look in real life. So observe anything around you, nothing is perfect, and imperfection is what gives you perfection in 3D. So that is why I like using the paint blend brush, because it just gives those really subtle hues and imperfect things that I love it. Another thing you could do is, this is actually something that one of my students showed me. So Nikolai from the community actually showed this to me. You can pick the paintbrush, so the paint blend brush, and here in the color section, go to the settings here, go to the color section, and here you will find this randomized color. So turn that on as well. And what this does is, let me just use a very exaggerated version of this so you can see what this does. See, it just gives you so much randomness on the color. And this is exactly what we need for the skin. The skin is never one perfect tone, never. So if I quickly load up a skin image, let me show you. Skin close up colors. Let's see what this Google search brings us. Yeah, here you can start to see right away that the skin is not something that is uniform. Why do I have a slow internet today, bro? Why is this not loading? But yeah, here you can definitely see here, there's a bit more red here. Okay, finally it loaded. Not sure why this happened, bro. But here you can see. So see this beautiful girl here, bro. There's a bit of red going on here. I can see a bit of red going on here. You can see reds going here. And the skin is actually just a lot of mix of colors. So you can subtly notice some blue hues here. And the more variety you have on the skin, the better. The better that is going to be. You can go as crazy as you want, but I just want to show you a really simple way of getting that imperfection and having it in your sculpt as well. So what I want you to do is definitely go here, bro, and just use a very slight value. I think 0.15 on the hue, 0.15 on the saturation should be good. And it just gives you this subtle variation. See here, which is really, really nice. And that is something that I want to do. So I'll maximize this one more thing, and just one more setting that will give us more imperfection. So more imperfection is perfection. Is you can go here, select the brush, the paint blend brush, go down here to the texture option, click new, and here just select cloud. And let's use a hard version of this. So see now, it's just breaking up that pattern and giving us a bit more variety, which is really, really nice. Okay, so you can use hard mode or soft mode. I think I'll just use the soft mode. Okay, I don't want to go too overboard with this. Done. That's all the setting that you need. What we do now is you just pick a random skin tone, just a generic skin tone, and you'll find it somewhere here between the orange and the red. So somewhere between here, not too saturated. Make this a bit dark, and you should, yeah, see, so you should end up with something that looks like a good base skin tone. So you just add that, paint it all over the model. Perfect, looks good. I think I want to make it a bit brighter, just a tad bit. Yeah, so just paint it all over your model. This is your base color. And what I want to do now is I want to go a bit towards the red. So I'm just dragging this a bit towards the red. And here, I just want to paint these reds. So a general rule of thumb is, bro, wherever you see more blood, where there's more muscle, there will be more reds. Where you can see a bit here, for example, around the facial hair area, the scalp, you will see a bit more blues, grays. And wherever you see a bit more bone, so especially the forehead, so this is extremely bony, bro, you will see a bit more of yellows. So I'm just picking a bit of a red color and I'm going to paint it around the eyes. So paint it around the eyes, paint it around the nose, paint it around the cheeks, and definitely on the ears. So you can even see on, in my case, my ear is definitely more red than the rest of the skin. And see, just adding these few colors really makes a big difference. If you want to blend them, you can just go to the skin, press Shift X. So Shift X is basically acts as a color picker. So I can color pick the skin. I can color pick this red. So you can color pick from your model. Okay, looks good. What I want to do now is I want to color pick the skin. I want to go a bit towards the yellow, and I want to paint a bit of yellows on the forehead, on the scalp, wherever I believe it's a bit more bony. I'll just introduce these subtle hues. You can also pick this red and just dab it across the whole model, bro. Okay, because of course we have some areas that we will see more blood, and you can also go to the lips. So the lips, definitely paint them more red. Use the same color. And you see, it's starting to look so much better by just adding these colors. What I will do now is I will select the skin once again, go and make this completely desaturated, go to a darker value. And when you paint this, you see, it's going to give you this bluish color. I want to make it a bit more darker. I just want to indicate the hairline. Yeah, this looks good. I'll just paint it like this, very lightly. I'm pressing really lightly. And then you can color pick whatever colors here. So you pick this mix, and now you can go a bit harder on your strokes if you want. What I'm doing now is I'm just painting in the hairline where we will see the hairline of the character. Okay, so definitely a bit of an M shape here. It goes in here around the forehead, and I want to undo this, so I'll just pick the skin color, dig through here, pick this again, start painting the hair again. So it's a lot of color picking and adding those colors. Okay, so just add these colors here, and you can definitely notice how adding that color randomization. So thank you, Nikolai. You can see how that makes a big difference. If you want to blend the shapes, for example, you want to smooth this, you can hold Shift and then paint over here. It will just blend the colors together, smooth those colors out, in a way blur that area. Okay, so you can also do that if you want to blend them a bit better. I feel like the temple line is really wide. I don't want to make something that's inspired by mine, so I'll just close that in a bit, make this shape here, and you can bring this down all the way to the beard area, the facial hair area. So definitely add this for the beard, add these tones here. And you see, we're not going super crazy with this, but just making these different areas where we can see the blood, we can see the bone, we can see the hair. It just makes the character look so much more alive. So the biggest thing that I want you to take away here is that in 3D, imperfection is perfection. I'm color picking the hair color again, painting it here. I'm color picking the red color and just adding a bit of that variety on the scalp as well. Okay, so that makes it look much more nicer as well. I'm color picking the skin, and I want to add a bit of those hues on the scalp as well. Okay, so just color pick, splatter across. I'm color picking the hair now, splattering that across. So just have a lot of variation, have a variety. So here I'm color picking the skin, the red tones, and I'm just gently introducing it randomly across the face, here and there, around the neck. So the neck would also have facial hair. So let me just paint a bit of those blues here. And you see, with just very little effort, we have something that looks very interesting. Perfect. Just a few more options that I want to show you on when you're coloring. So we don't have the menu here. You can either click this small arrow here, or you can use T as the shortcut. So T for testicle, and you can get these options here. And here you will find the color filter. So color filter is really helpful. For example, if you wanted to add that skin tone here, you can just get a skin tone and paint it across the whole model. So click and drag, but I don't want to do that. What we can do now is you can play with saturation. So go to saturation, click and drag to the right. You see, you can increase saturation, decrease saturation. So I'll just saturate it a bit. That looks nice. A bit. You can play with the value. So you can increase the value, decrease the value. I think this is okay. We can increase a bit of the contrast. Say a bit of the contrast, you can increase that. I think this is too much, so I'll undo this. I think this is fine actually. I think this was fine actually. So you can tweak this and keep tweaking it until you get something that you like. I also promised that I will show you how to make the eyes properly, the eyeball. So the first thing that I want to show you, bro, is the common mistake that I see so many people doing it. Oh, one more thing, by the way. This color painting technique, it actually depends on how high poly your model is. So since we're not UV unwrapping, we're not texturing, we're not making image textures, we're not doing all of that. We're using poly paint. This paint option paints directly on your model. And you can see here, since the eyes do not have a lot of geometry, if I go to the paint blend to brush here, so this paint blend brush here, you see, I cannot really make the shapes that I want. It's very pixelated. The reason being, it can only paint on the vertices that I do have. Okay, so if I want to paint on the eyes, I have to make them high poly. So let's remesh to a lower value. And you see now I can paint in much better. Perfect. The common mistake that I see people making with the eye is that let's use another brush. Let's use the paint soft brush this time, because the paint blend brush, it just paints in this squarish form. Of course, for the eyeball, I want something round, so I'll just use the paint soft brush. And this is the biggest mistake that I see. People make eyes like this. He's like, what happened? What happened? And this is because you can see the eye, the iris, the inner part of the eye completely. And that is wrong. In a relaxed eye, you can see when I relax my eyes, my upper eyelid is covering a lot of that iris, and it's barely touching the bottom of my lower eyelid. I hope that is the case. And yeah, let me actually show you some of these examples. So let's just pick face, not Facebook, bro, face. Face. Oh my god, face portrait. And yeah, here you can see this. So let me show you. See how you cannot completely see the eyeball. If I draw with this, you can clearly see that the eyeball is hiding somewhere here. The iris is hiding somewhere here, the color part of the eye, and the bottom is barely touching it. Maybe a bit of that is hidden below the lower eyelid as well. But the moment I write a surprised face, see here, now since you can completely see the iris, since you can completely see it, it looks like a surprised face. So this right here is a very big mistake. Do not do this. If you do want to paint them, do paint them in a way where, yeah, this looks much more relaxed. He does look like he's on drugs, but let me show you some other stuff as well. The way that I like to make the eyeballs and color the eyes is, first of all, I just go high poly. Let's smooth this. So we want a round eye. We don't want a cubish eye, of course. The thing that I like to do here is I like to use the draw brush. And first, I like to set it up by digging that part in. So dig it in, bro. And then gently smooth it out. The reason I do this, bro, is because see, now that I have not even added color, this looks so much more alive. This is because of the way that the eye catches light. And in real life, our eyes are this way as well. They have this a bit of a concave shape inside, and then we have this clear film on top covering the whole eye. Okay, so we have this shape, a bit of this shape that goes in, and then we have a clear layer that goes like this. Okay, and that is why the eyes are so beautiful. They catch light the way that they do. They are very three-dimensional, even on the inside. It's not just a sphere. It's very three-dimensional. So you want to dig this here. And like I said, bro, the upper part should be covered by the eyelid, and the lower part should be barely touching the lower lip. I don't want to overdo this because I think that will make it it's really, really big, but somewhere about here should be fine. I think I can dig a bit more. Yeah, so this should be fine. By the way, this is also how traditional sculptors sculpt. So when people are sculpting with marbles, this is how they make the eye. They even make this. So let me show you. So they do this, and then they make this for the pupil. And then they also have a bit of this piece of marble hanging like this. So let me drag this down. And the reason that they do this is because now you see, it looks like the eye is shining. So kudos to traditional sculptors, man. I'm always in an awe when I see how they achieve these things with marbles. So see, it looks like the eye is shining now. So this is how traditional sculptors sculpt as well. And this is where I learned this from. So dig the eye in. And now we go to the paint tool. You want to pick the paint soft brush. Let's pick the paint soft brush. And a common mistake is that people think, oh wow, the eye is white. So that we just paint it white. Nah, bro, you shouldn't do that. You want to use a bit of this milky color, the slight yellow, and a bit darker. And then you want to paint that. So something like this would be a good color. You could make it a bit lighter or a bit less saturated, but definitely not something that is pure white. I want you to completely forget pure white and pure black when working in 3D. These colors do not exist in real life. These are just digital colors that do not exist. So if you want to make something white, just go white and go a bit dark. If you want to make something black, go black and a bit up. Okay, perfect. So this is a good color for the eye. Let's zoom in. And here I want to make this black portion of the eye. So paint it completely black. Okay. Paint it like this. And then pick whatever color you want to paint for the eyes. I think I'll just stick with brown. So why not? Let's just make brown because I'm brown. So let's paint this brown. And I will introduce that brown color here. I think I can go a bit darker. Yep. So introduce that brown color here, but also make sure that you leave a bit of that black outline. Okay, so just round, make that brown color. What you want to do now is just pick a lighter tone of whatever color you paint and paint it on the underside of the eye. This just gives an illusion of the eye catching light. And you can smooth this by holding shift and just smooth that color. Perfect. And now when you have this shape, you can just pick that black color again. So let's make it unsaturated, black a bit higher, and we can pick the middle part of the eye. Okay, just a really easy way to paint eyes. And of course, you can go crazy if you want to make that, I don't know, if you want to make streaks like this, you can go a bit higher poly. Definitely you could do that. You could paint those streaks of the eyes. Definitely you could do that if you want, but I don't want to go that super crazy. Or maybe I think I will. Why not? Let's just add this, pick a darker color, add some in between, just give it a bit of randomness. And I don't want it to be perfect. I just want to give it some illusion of detail. I think I'll just smooth them out slightly. On the upper side, I definitely want to go a bit more with the darker tones. Yeah. And just to relax the eye a bit more, what I will do is I will pick this black color. I don't like these streaks, bro. I think I'll just undo. I don't like how they're going. It will take me more time if I want to do it right, but I don't want to spend so much time coloring this. Something like this is more than satisfactory for me, at least. So I'll just pick this black color once again. And here, what you want to do is just paint some fake contact shadow. Just fake shadow. This just helps ease the eye and feels like it really belongs there rather than something that's just there. Okay, so just add a bit of this fake shadow on the eye. And yeah, you can go as crazy as you want with the details here. I don't want to go that crazy. Another thing that I can do is go to the face once again. So Alt Q to toggle between them. Go to the face. And I will paint the eyebrows here. By the way, just a quick tip in case you did not know. If you are painting on the face, you cannot color pick things from the eyes. It will only take into account this model, the one that's active. I cannot color pick this from the eye right now. If I want to color pick this color brown, I have to go to the eye, Alt Q, color pick this, go back to the skin, Alt Q, and then I can paint that in. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Oh, interesting. You cannot even color pick from the mirror modifier. You have to color pick from the actual eye. Okay, this is something that I just learned right now. Okay, interesting. What I want to paint right now is I want to go to the paint blend brush, go to the face, and just pick a bit of a blackish color, something like this. And I just want to paint in the eyebrows. We don't really see them here, so I just want to paint in the eyebrows, something that goes up like this. And yeah, so that should be it. I don't like how sharp this is, so I'll just use the skin color, pick the skin color, and trim a bit of that area. And there you have it, bro. This is how we easily color the face. I think the eyebrows, I painted them a bit up. I'll move them down here. Yeah, I'll move them down here. And I'll trim a bit from the top. And there you have it, my friend. Your colored model. Do make a post about this, bro. I would love to see this. Yeah, definitely. Go here, enable shadows. Boom. Beautiful. This is the big win, my friend. Congratulations. You're not a jury. And yeah, do let me know how do you find this course. And do share your final results. Would love to see them. Here's a fist bump. Now, this marks the end of the course. Congratulations, bro. You are not a jury. What I would want you to do is to apply for the Da Vinci School for the link in the description so that we can talk about the next steps and tackle anatomy, full bodies, female anatomy in the same non-medical, no bullshit fashion so that we can get your results there as well. I would also implore you to join our free 1-month head sculpting challenge community so that you can share your win with us. I would love to see the results that you got. Also, do leave a like, comment. How did you find this video so that we can push this further into the algorithm, help more juries, and do share it with a friend who you think would benefit from this. I am absolutely thrilled that you are here and watching this. Yeah, amazing. Here's a fist bump. Take care.